It was late at night outside, and the forest was covered in thick fog, from which screams were heard. Our main character ran quickly through the forest, trying to hide from something in horror. He thought only about how to run away and hide as quickly as possible. He was very scared. His breathing was ragged. Suddenly, due to his carelessness, he did not notice a root sticking out from the ground, over which he successfully tripped. And then he began to roll loudly on the ground, collecting a huge number of abrasions on himself. Not having time to hold on before the cliff, he fell right into it with a loud cry of pain, starting to slide down. Having fallen to the ground, he tried to get up, but to no avail. His strength had already begun to leave his body, and his legs would not obey. Raising his head and beginning to look around nervously, he hoped that he had managed to escape. Seeing that there was no one around, he stood up with the last of his strength, thinking that he needed to survive no matter what. At this time, he was being watched by two men who signaled to their comrades about the location of their target. And just a second later, right in front of our main character, a huge number of men in red cloaks appeared, and our hero, looking at them, laughed, because they had calculated everything from the very beginning. He looked at them with a furious expression, counting their numbers and thinking about his next steps. And those men laughed in response. Turning to Prince Chan, they laughed because he was able to get here in half an hour. It was too long. They began to worry that they were wrong. Chan understood that he no longer had the strength to run away. He did not understand what to do. Drenched in sweat and out of breath from fatigue, he asked what the reason was, because he didn't even have a chance to become king, and he was going to give up living in the castle. He was interested to know the reason why they wanted to kill him. And the man in the cloak answered, asking if he didn't want to live in the castle, or if he had a magical gift from birth. All this didn't matter. Didn't he really know? The others added that he had the right to become king, so it was simply a necessary procedure. They asked him not to resist. They also said that he had low-class blood in him, so out of respect for his majesty, they were going to kill him painlessly. These words pierced straight into the protagonist's heart. He was filled with anger and told them that none of them had the right to insult his mother. As he pulled his sword out from under his cloak, he thought that they would not kill him painlessly, which meant only one thing: he was destined to die, so he would fight to the end. One of our hero's opponents was quite surprised to see him holding a sword in his hands. He couldn't believe that he had been trained in martial arts, but seeing his stance with a dagger in his hands, he denied this, blaming it all on the blood that flows through his body. He realized that Chan was not a fighter. The boy just didn't want to give up. He liked this attitude of the prince because it would only make everything funnier. One of the men shouted, giving the command to kill the guy. At that very second, everyone in red cloaks rushed towards the guy. The completely beaten protagonist began to wave his weapon in different directions, trying to keep the attackers away from him. One of the attackers got tired of these childish games, so he swung the handle of his blade. And then he hit the boy hard on the hand, and from the blow the prince's weapon fell out of his hands. He wanted to pick it up, but he didn't have time, because the man's speed was much greater than that of the young guy. He grabbed him by the throat, lifting him above himself. Our hero tried to resist, dangling with all his remaining strength, trying to do everything to make the man let him go. But none of this helped. A strong grip squeezed his throat, and the attacker himself asked the main character in a rough voice if this was really the end. Chan wasn't so simple, so he reached behind his back, pulling out another blade from his belt. At that very second, the comrade in the cloak shouted to his partner to be more attentive, who became embarrassed, turning his head in the opposite direction from the guy. At that very moment, our hero's weapon pierced his throat. Blood splashed in all directions, and the man himself could not believe it, but could not say anything. When his comrades saw this, they couldn't believe their eyes. Goosebumps ran through each of their bodies, and their bodies shook. And the man himself, covered in blood, let go of the guy, falling to the ground right on his knees, dropping his weapon from his hands. He tried to say something, but he couldn't. Zhang, looking at his body being covered in blood, smiled, and then laughed, saying that it was much funnier than he thought. The men in cloaks, looking at their bloody comrade lying on the ground, thought that this boy did not even practice martial arts, but still managed to kill one of them. Some of them even thought that the boy was bluffing and knew them. One of our hero's opponents understood that if he learned martial arts, everything would be over. Therefore, at that very second, with a shout throughout the forest, he rushed towards the young guy, intending to kill him. Approaching him, he immediately delivered a blow from his knee, right in his face, thereby knocking him off his feet. Chang, lying on the ground, coughed up blood. He understood that he was about to be killed, so he tried again with his last strength to get up. But the angry man did not allow this to happen. He shouted at the guy, asking how he dared to kill his comrade. And after he began to deliver his attack, Chan understood that he would not be able to react or defend himself in any way. A scream was heard throughout the forest. It was a scream of pain emitted by our main character. Blood was running down his lips and chin. Closing his eyes in pain, he continued to scream, making sounds that were undressing the soul. Squeezing his chest, from which blood was flowing, the man in the cloak asked what it was like to feel a hole in his stomach. And the boy himself, at that moment, clutching the ground, thought that he was very lucky that he had at least managed to kill one. At this time, the man was furious that the guy was not answering him, so he began to press harder with his foot right on the wound. He shouted at the bloody guy lying on the ground. He wished him a slow death. Our protagonist continued to scream, causing the other men around him to think. Each of them thought that it was not necessary to treat the prince this way, because he should have died quickly, but he killed one of them. They did not understand how best to act in this situation. All their thoughts were interrupted by a sense of danger, and a second later they saw a bright glow approaching in their direction. Seeing this very glow flying straight towards him, his face instantly broke out in cold sweat. Before he could dodge this quick attack, his body exploded, which greatly confused his other comrades since they did not see the attack. Drops of blood and body parts began to fall to the ground. All the red cloaks jumped back, and our main character did not understand what was happening. Looking at his body, he was sickened from the inside, because the sight was not for the faint of heart. Right in front of him lay the remaining half of his body. And the rest of the attackers began to vigorously discuss among themselves what it was. Some of them still managed to notice some kind of bright glow. A second later, they felt a powerful force that spread quite strongly throughout the area. Looking around in fear, one of the men in the red cloak noticed the attacker. Loudly, shouting to everyone, pointing their finger at him, each of them was scared, because two of their comrades were already dead. Turning to the direction the man pointed, they saw a silhouette that was covered in blue mana. They looked at him in fear, expecting him to do something, and they began to look at him carefully. And as soon as the cloud began to move further, its shadow disappeared, and the rays of the moon illuminated the young man. They didn't know him, because they were seeing the clothes he was wearing for the first time, and at that very second they began to look at each other. And the guy himself, slowly, began to raise his hands. It seemed that his body was covered with small lightning bolts, but no one was going to give him a chance to attack, so the man in the cloak rushed first, shouting, asking who he was and why he had come here. And the boy stood without any movements with his head down, looking at the ground. His body began to become more and more covered with lightning. As soon as he raised his head, everyone saw a shining, satisfied smile on his face. Again, everyone sensed danger, this time noticing some strange, bright glow. But just a moment later, the body of one of their comrades was again shattered into small pieces, covering the ground with blood. They couldn't believe their eyes. Because another one of their comrades was dead, this should have been a very easy mission. And then the guy's body began to disappear, leaving in its place a slowly disappearing blue silhouette. The men in red cloaks began shouting at each other, asking each other if he had really disappeared instantly. In horror, one of them began to look around, assuming that this was a lightning step. He could not believe it, because when using it, in one moment everything disappears and becomes transparent like water. And after his body was also torn apart, like the bodies of his previous comrades, the others, seeing this, screamed in horror because right now their boss had died. In front of them, they only saw some residual lightning flying in the air. They did not understand what kind of light it was. Still looking in horror, one of the men suggested that this was the light of the power of a fighter whose skills had reached the highest level. His body began to break out in a cold sweat because he didn't even have time to keep track of the light, and he didn't see that guy at all. Clutching his sword as tightly as he could in fear, he did not understand why such a great fighter was helping this lowly boy. Looking towards the prince, he understood that he had already lost too much blood, so it would not be possible to save him. They had already completed their mission. He shouted to everyone that they were retreating and began to quickly move from side to side. He tried to confuse the high fighter who was attacking them and then jumped high into the sky. Seeing this, our main character's savior raised his hand, beginning to concentrate mana in it. And then he released her. The body of the fleeing man exploded in the air. Splashes of his blood flew in different directions, and the smell of blood began to rise in the air. Looking at all this, Chan smiled. He was glad that these bastards were all dead. He thought it was all funny. But his body was losing strength. His eyes were gradually closing, and the joyful smile was disappearing from his face. Eventually, they closed completely. But at that very moment, he heard someone laugh loudly, saying in surprise that his ancestor was smiling even in death. Opening his eyes with the last of his strength, he asked himself what this guy was talking about. What ancestor? The boy who was sleeping with the main character continued to say something, but Chan no longer heard him because his eyes were closing and his ears stopped hearing. He felt his body getting cold. The young man lying on the ground knew he was dying, but he was glad that all his attackers were dead. At this time, the savior, looking at his watch, was surprised, saying, "They've already found me, damn it." Starting to take something out from behind his back, he also said that he was going to come early and give operating instructions. But he didn't have time. He needed to hurry, because the boy lying on the ground was almost dead. Opening some kind of syringe, he stuck the needle straight into Chan's throat, starting to inject some kind of liquid into him. Afterwards, he repeated the same procedure, sticking it into the body. He said that he even felt sick from it. After pouring in all the liquid, he took out the syringe, smiling and saying that he was finished. Leaning down towards Prince Jung's face, he called out to him, asking him, "Dear ancestor, if everything was all right." But without waiting for an answer, he leaned towards his ear, wishing him luck, and also added that he should also get something nice from him. His body began to sparkle again, covered in lightning. He wished the protagonist good luck, saying that this was a nanomachine, the latest version, so it would not be difficult to operate. Chan didn't answer him. He couldn't open his mouth, and the smiling savior, without waiting for an answer, instantly disappeared just as he had appeared. Our hero, lying in blood, asked himself what this incomprehensible creature was trying to convey to him. He understood absolutely nothing. Suddenly, he began to hear some voices in his head, which said the numbers 03445325893. He also heard that the 7th generation nanomachine was starting its operation. Long ago, the warriors of the Celestial Empire developed martial arts to protect themselves, and over time, it evolved from a means of self-defense into a way of life. Now, it was a complex system that included methods of nutrition, breathing, spiritual development, and much more. Warriors passed on their knowledge to the next generations through special writings and sacred books, which over time began to resemble a full-fledged teaching compared to ordinary people. Those who mastered the art of war, who began to be called Murin, possessed simply incredible powers. One day, the young students united, wanting to quickly gain more power and knowledge that their elders possessed. They did not want to share them ahead of time, and as a result, the Murin society was split into traitors and loyalists. Unable to defeat each other, a precarious balance reigned between them for a very long time, until a completely different third force appeared. They were called magicians, and their teaching, magic. This is the story of the one who wanted to overthrow the Lord of Magic and become the new Lord himself. This is the story of Oh Cheon-yoon. Our main character began to slowly open his eyes, remembering what was happening to him. Having fully come to his senses, he jumped up with a scream, trying to figure out what had happened. As he began to examine his body, he was absolutely sure that a sword had been thrust into him, but his stomach was intact. He did not understand how he survived. And then he began to nervously rub his forehead. He wondered what happened, and he also noticed that his whole body and the bed were wet. Suddenly he felt sick and grabbed his mouth, trying to stop vomiting. At that moment, he noticed how his whole body was somehow black, as was what he spat out of his mouth. He also noticed that he had a poisonous smell and his body was all sticky, but he was distracted from examining himself by a sudden question, asking if he had come to his senses. This surprised our main character. He immediately began to look around, because he did not notice anyone at once, but he did not see anyone. The question was repeated. In horror, he jumped out of bed. His whole body shook. He began to jump from side to side, stuttering, asking who was there. Looking around more carefully, he clearly realized that there was no one around, and this voice asked the guy to calm down. He asked himself if it was an inner voice, but immediately refuted this thought, because he had already heard it once, and it sounded different. But he understood perfectly well that it was coming straight from his head. At that very second, a positive answer was heard, which made our boy even more tense. Because he was right, it was in his head. How could this happen? With a shout, he asked who he was and what he was doing in his head. The answer was not long in coming. He explained that he was a 7th generation nanomachine that had established a direct connection with the nerve center of his brain. Naturally, our hero couldn't believe it. He started asking with a trembling cry what it was. He asked to explain normally who he was. He explained that he was a nanomachine, 7th generation, something like a spirit that had entered and was now connected to him. These words pushed the hero into even more panic. Our hero thought that if this is a spirit, then this is the creature that you get with the comprehension of the magical sacred fire. Realizing this thought, he fell to the ground, right on his knees, starting to breathe heavily. Standing on them, He respectfully asked if he was really a spirit about to begin bowing. At this time, a man ran up to the old man on the street and addressed him in a trembling voice. Having told the whole story, the mustachioed old man asked if it was really an attempt at a secret murder, to which he received a positive answer from the man walking next to him. Sweating profusely, he also said that this was far from the first time this had happened in recent times. But until yesterday, they had not dared to speak out openly, which made the defense quite easy. The old man thought, because if they decided on such insolence, then most likely they were from the magical organization of the North. Because if everything was really so, then the decision of the ruler to leave them alive was fatal. The man also added that someone helped the young Master Chan, but it was impossible to determine who it was, which surprised the old man, because a man with his status has the right to guess who it was. And he thought about it, starting to remember what had happened earlier on that very day. Remembering, he told what he saw, because what appeared before his eyes was indescribably terrible. On the cold ground lay pieces of bodies torn in half, scattered in different directions. Only one of the attackers managed to escape unharmed, but his body was also surrounded by a huge pool of blood. After all, the knife that he had given to his young master was sticking out of his neck. At the same moment he noticed the knife, he suddenly heard someone breathing, and nearby lay a body almost completely covered in blood. It was Chun Yun. He immediately ran up to him, starting to carefully examine his wounds, because all his clothes were also covered in cuts and blood. However, there were no wounds on his body. It was completely intact. Hearing this, the old man thought. The man also added that the boy's breathing was even, as if he was just sleeping, but there were clear traces of a sword stab on his clothes. The gray-haired old man pondered every word he heard, asking himself only one question: who helped him? Because the heads of other factions would not participate in such a minor skirmish. The man walking next to him agreed with these words. They were heading to the young master's room to examine him. And the boy himself at that time anxiously asked this voice if it was he who saved him, and it answered him that if he was talking about the enemies who threatened them, then no. However, he also noted that it was he who restored his body, preventing the onset of death. The boy did not understand this, asking again what it was. He also didn't understand why this voice was addressing him as a user, to which the voice said that it needed time to analyze and find the right words. Sometime later, this voice already addressed our protagonist as a master. It also explained that it was not the same spirit he thought it was. He noted that he was going to download basic information and instructions on how to use it into the guy's brain. He asked permission to do so, to which he received an immediate positive response. The boy was taken aback. It seemed as if the space around him had completely changed. He stopped feeling the environment. He did not understand what was happening. He was about to start screaming in fear. But this didn't work for him either. Control over his body was completely lost. He felt nothing. And just a second later, pain began to pierce his entire body, and small lightning bolts began to gather around his body. He grabbed his mouth, trying to prevent vomiting, but nothing worked. Some liquid poured from his mouth. With every second, his body became heavier and heavier. Kneeling and trembling, he tried to catch his breath from this incomprehensible sensation, and the voice explained that this always happens during the first transmission of information, and there should be no dizziness or nausea in the future. Sitting on the floor and leaning against the wall, he grabbed his head, asking what just happened. But no answer was required, because all the information about the nanomachine was already in his head. He began to look at his hand in surprise, asking if there really was a huge number of very small mechanisms in his body now, to which he received a positive answer. And the machine also noted that there were almost 7 billion nanomachines in his body. He began to laugh in his mind, because this voice in his head was neither a person nor a spirit. Chan asked a logical question, asking if he could leave his body if he wished, to which he received a negative answer, since the program would only be stopped if the host died. Lost in thought, the boy thought that it was that mysterious stranger who had dealt with those magicians from the north who had stuck that thing into his body. He wanted to ask this nanomachine who put him to sleep in the guy's body, but he was interrupted. After all, at that very second, the same old man and the man knocked on the door, and from behind the door one could hear the man say that the white advisor had arrived. Chan was very scared of this, because if they saw that he was talking to some mechanic in his head, they would definitely think that he had gone crazy, so he asked the car to sit quietly. He immediately went to bed, listening as the nanomachine explained that it could communicate with him through thoughts by reading his brainwaves, and then it temporarily went into sleep mode. After some time, a man and a gray-haired old man entered the room. The man, looking towards the lying young guy, said to the advisor that the boy had not yet woken up, but coming closer, He saw a young gentleman lying with his eyes open, and bending over him with trepidation, he asked if everything was okay with him. And then he felt a disgusting smell that came straight from the guy. The man thought that because of this his eyes would fall out. Covering his nose and mouth, he asked what that smell was, and Chan himself nervously turned away. He didn't know what to answer to this question. But their conversation was interrupted by some sounds coming from the white advisor. Scratching his beard, he carefully looked at his body. Coming up, he asked if the boy remembered him, to which Chan replied, "Yes, how can I forget the white advisor who responded to the call and came to treat his mother?" The gray-haired old man extended his hand and asked for the boy's hand. He was going to change his heartbeat. Our protagonist extended his hand without hesitation, and the advisor began to measure his pulse. And just a minute later, he cried out in surprise. This surprise was even visible on his face. A man standing nearby nervously shouted, asking what he understood, because was the young gentleman really struck by some kind of illness? And the white advisor explained that everything was just the opposite, because he didn't understand at all what was wrong with him. The man didn't understand these words and asked again. The gray-haired old man, scratching his beard, explained that since it seemed to him that all the toxins had left his body and his pulse had become healthier than ever, he assumed that the guy had taken some kind of miracle drug. Chan lay there in surprise at these words, asking what exactly the white advisor was talking about. And he explained to him that his body was in the most suitable form for comprehending art. He could not believe it. But he remembered coughing up some dark substance that remained on his hands, as well as the fact that his entire body was covered in some kind of dark, sticky liquid. Also, all his wounds received in that battle disappeared. The boy assumed that all the waste that came out of his body was that dark substance. He asked himself in surprise if it was really that same nanomachine that did all this. At that very moment, she responded by asking if the master wanted to turn off the sleep mode, to which the boy turned it off. She explained that the nanomachines in the telemaster removed all the harmful toxins present and changed the circulatory and muscular systems to make them better suited for sports. This scared the guy, and he asked her in fear what it really was. But without waiting for an answer, he absurdly asked her again if she was definitely not an omnipotent spirit, and she replied that she was not a spirit because she was a nanomachine. Although the magic cult was created from many clans and families, but among them there were only 6 main clans. The clan of darkness, sword, spring, poison, blade, and sound. The Lord took an oath that he would marry a woman from each major clan so that they would produce an heir. The successor was born and raised according to tradition, and when they reached a certain age, they were accepted into the Magic Academy. It opens its doors once every 10 years and was founded to train the best warriors of the generation. And it is headed by the leading expert of the magistrate. And there was also a time of unusually intense rivalry. When several princes entered the academy at once, it was called the time of battles of the magistrate's heirs. Our protagonist asked if he was an evil god, to which he received a negative answer with the addition that he was just a machine. Suddenly, the gray-haired old man started coughing, which brought the guy to his senses and distracted him from his conversation with his inner voice. He nervously turned away, remembering that Dr. Pak from the Poison Clan was standing right in front of him. He shouldn't have let it slip that he had a nanomachine. The nanomachine explained that the technologies of this era would not be able to detect his existence, and the old man himself, looking at the boy, thought that someone had definitely helped him. Suddenly he spoke up, turning to the young gentleman, saying that his body was fine, but he was going to prescribe a tonic that would help him regain his energy. Hearing this, the man happily thanked Dr. Pak, and then he went towards the door. The white advisor asked not to see him off, saying that it would be better for the man to stay with the prince. As I walked out the door, I thought again, because everything was very strange. Because how could a person change so much in such a short period of time? A long time ago, he was sure that he would simply be disposed of, given his weak body and lack of knowledge of martial arts. But now, taking into account the state of his physiology, he perhaps has greater potential to learn the arts than the other princes. But also, the boy is the illegitimate son of the Lord. The old man even suggested that the boy was only pretending to be indifferent, while at the same time actively delving into everything. The old man also thought that if the Lord had secretly helped him, then in that case, he simply did not need to advertise it. He was amused by it, because the newly opened Magic Academy would be noisy. At this time, our main character exhaled heavily, thinking that the old man most likely did not understand anything. And looking towards Liu Chang's bodyguard, he mentally thanked him, because he was alive only thanks to him. After all, even though the nanomachine healed him, if Chan hadn't come in time, everything could have ended. Chan stood up and was about to thank his bodyguard, but the latter interrupted him, asking for forgiveness from his young master. And then, after a short pause, turning towards the boy, covering his nose, he asked him to take a bath first. The young prince began to smile awkwardly and agreed with this, because it was true that he stank too much. After some time, he was sitting in a warm bath, thinking about something. All this happening did not give him peace. Clutching his head, he turned to her, to which he received an immediate response from her. Chun continued to talk about how the machine had previously said that his body was in a state of self-healing. He wondered what kind of damage it could heal, and it replied that it was all internal and external damage caused by an external source. But she also noted that blood loss or decapitation would take longer as they required cell division, and the boy found those last words hard to believe. Raising his hand, he asked the machine, a little frightened, if there was anything wrong with him going to check it out. Taking a knife that was lying nearby, he pressed it against his palm, and the machine itself responded that there was nothing to worry about. Having cut his hand, he winced in pain, and the nanomachine announced that the activation of the self-healing state of the left palm from the knife wound had begun. After these words, the pain in his arm completely went away, which surprised the boy quite a lot. Having begun to look closely at the palm, he noticed how a bright glow was emitted directly from the wound, and the hand itself was covered in some kind of green mana. Just a second later, the blood stopped, began to draw inward, and the cut itself completely disappeared. He couldn't believe it, screaming in surprise as water began to spill out of the bathtub. But when he came to his senses, he thought about it, because looking at it with his own eyes, it was hard to believe. But now he understood how it worked. Also, the information that he had previously transferred to his head, he was wondering if he could really use all these functions, to which he received a positive answer. He was going to check it out. After getting out of the bath, he carefully examined his body, noticing that it had become much more muscular and toned, which also surprised him. He asked the nanomachine if it did it, but he also received a positive answer. He was distracted from his conversation with the nanomachine by an old woman who came in to dress him. While the system was dressing him, she explained that, as science knows, it is impossible to create anything out of nothing. But no, there is nothing complicated in rebuilding an existing body part. Sometime later, our hero continued his conversation with the nanomachine, walking next to the bookshelves. He asked what he should do now, and she recommended that he take a book and flip through the pages. Approaching the books, he asked if this was enough, to which he received a positive answer. Taking the book, he thought that these were the only books here that had anything to do with martial arts, about blood points and the like. But even if you study all your life, it is very difficult to reach even the lowest level. He told the nanomachine that he was starting and then began to turn the pages. He leafed through them as quickly as possible without even trying to read a single word. Suddenly, he felt that same strange sensation again, just like the first time. She informed him that he had successfully scanned the book, the bloodstream. She asked permission to transfer the information to the brain, the master. Our hero did not understand this. Asking again if it had copied all the information, the nanomachine answered that it had. Asking again for permission, Chan gave it. It seemed to him that his head was pierced by thousands of needles. He screamed in pain. His whole body began to ache. It seemed like his head was about to fall out. As soon as the machine announced that the information transfer was complete, the pain stopped, and our boy himself could barely breathe. He clutched his mouth, struggling to hold back the nausea, and the machine encouraged the guy, explaining that he would soon get used to it. Our hero also noted that the nanomachine does not experience any emotions at all, but he did not receive an answer to this. Falling down at the table, he asked what he should do, and she answered that if he wanted to apply the knowledge he had gained, he simply had to think about a certain topic for it to appear. He started mumbling about blood spots and then gave out a huge amount of information. This surprised him to the maximum extent. He understood absolutely everything he was talking about. He thought it was all madness, because it wasn't just memorization. He could fully understand the content. The nanomachine also noticed the transfer of information after correcting errors in the book, which Chan did not understand, because were there really errors in it? And he replied that according to the information embedded in the program, he had corrected the error about the blood points. Our hero was horrified by this, because it meant that he would be able to study and hone martial arts faster than anyone else. After these thoughts, a smile gradually began to appear on his face and his body began to tremble. As he walked outside, he thought that the candidates from the 6 clans had been learning many techniques since the time when they couldn't walk. Even watching these assholes, he still couldn't understand the 3 Jesm method. However, he heard that there were many of them in the Magic Academy. These thoughts overexcited him, which made him squeeze his fist tighter and tighter. He was well aware that with this ability, he would become stronger faster than all of them, and that would be his main goal. At this time, in the chambers of the candidate heir in the southern castle of the demonic cult, some guy was nervously talking about how he sent everyone to get rid of an ordinary boy, and in the end, all 5 were dead. The man in the red cloak, kneeling and bowing, apologized, and the boy, standing with his back to him, continued, asking what the point of all this was. The man, who was kneeling, answered in fear that someone had secretly helped him, because he himself would not have been able to cope with them. And the young man, who believed him, shouted and asked who gave him the right to call him by name. Naturally, the man in the cloak immediately began to apologize, and the guy standing there thought about it, because he thought that a bastard with low-class blood would be easy prey. But it turned out that everything was far from true. These thoughts infuriated him, because this was not the first attempt to get rid of him, and they all failed. He didn't understand whose interests it was to protect this low-grade boy, but he wasn't going to give up, because in that case, he would have to kill him personally at the Magic Academy. The next day arrived, and warm rays of the sun began to illuminate the streets. Our main character lay in his bed, breathing heavily and muttering something under his breath. The rays of the sun began to shine right into his face. At that moment, he thought that he could not fall asleep because of nerves. Opening the window, he was surprised, because morning had already begun to break, and this meant only one thing. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, because today he was entering the academy. His attention was drawn to some rather frightening sounds, and he noticed a man who was engaged. He practiced martial arts, showing incredible movements. Looking at him, he wondered if it would be best to master Chan's technique, but he immediately refuted it. After all, the people watching him wouldn't just let it go, because when his mother died, he swore that he wouldn't learn martial arts until he entered the academy. These thoughts were interrupted by the nanomachine, which turned to our main character. She asked him if he wanted to scan the movements of Chan's bodyguard. Hearing this question, he could not believe his ears. His eyes almost fell out of surprise. He asked the machine again if it could scan the movements of other people, to which he received an immediate positive answer. This surprised him much more than studying books, because if she could really scan the movements and transfer it directly into his head, then it was simply incredible. And the machine itself explained that this was doable, because in addition to this, the program had many techniques of other martial arts that could be transferred to him. He could even transfer this knowledge to him right now. As he watched his bodyguard gasp for breath, he wondered if it would be okay if he borrowed Chan's technique without his permission. At that very moment, he clenched his hands with all his might, thinking that after lunch he had to go to the academy without any regrets. He didn't have time to think about how he could protect himself. He gave permission for the nanomachine to scan the bodyguard's movements, and it immediately began scanning. Our main character watched Chan attentively, without taking his eyes off him. And at that moment, the system scanned every movement, conducting some kind of analysis. The young gentleman watched him for the first time, surprised by his every movement. He realized that his bodyguard had spent many years to achieve such skill. Suddenly, the nanomachine announced that the scan was complete. The scan time was approximately half an hour. And then the transfer of information into the user's brain began, and at that very second, he felt incredible pain in his head. Falling to the ground, he was breathing heavily, and the nanomachine announced that the transfer was successfully completed. At that moment, Cheon thought that everything was much simpler than yesterday. Suddenly, something began to appear in his head that distracted him from the pain, and then he noticed that his breathing immediately returned to its previous state. And at that very moment, a joyful smile appeared on his face. He asked himself how this was even possible, and then jumped up with incredible speed and rushed to the side. He grabbed the blade that was attached to his wall. He squeezed it with all his might, and when he started to take it out, he thought that the technique of the dagger of Chan's bodyguard. He owns it. Turning his attention towards the open window, he thought that he needed to be more careful, because Chan shouldn't notice anything. So I immediately ran up to him awkwardly, looking around, and closed it. And already inside his room, he stood in a stance, starting to circulate through his body, regulating his breathing. Feeling some kind of pique, he opened his eyes and began, as it seemed to him, to slowly move his leg. But because of this extremely fast and powerful movement, the floor flew apart in different directions, and the boy himself began to move with incredible speed throughout the room, waving his weapon. He couldn't believe that he was now doing almost the same thing as bodyguard Chang after 20 years of training. Looking at his body, he couldn't believe it. After all, it was daily training, holding a pose, refining movements and the like. He couldn't believe that scanning allowed him to completely ignore all of these aspects. And the nanomachine explained that when the motion scanning was activated, an analysis of muscle contractions was also performed. Whether it was necessary to apply the transfer of this muscle information, our protagonist did not understand this. But a moment later, he realized what it was for, because his whole body was pierced by wild pain. Without any strength, he fell to the ground, breathing heavily, every muscle in his body pulsating painfully. He thought about how his whole body was twisted with sudden pain. He did not understand what was happening to him right now. As he tried to stand up, every muscle in his body trembled, and the nanomachine explained that through continuous training, his body built up certain muscles needed for specific movements. But it was not developed enough for this, so his muscles would be damaged. Exhaling heavily, our protagonist asked to explain in more understandable language. It seemed to him that even the nanomachine exhaled, saying that the explanations were simplified. It began to explain to the master that his master had not trained for a long time like Chan, because even if his brain had mastered the information, his body would not be able to adapt. His muscles need stimulation, so the movements will become habitual for the body, because only by transferring information will he be able to fully use these movements. She also asked permission to adjust the language to the lowest level. Our main character got angry that the nanomachine thought he was stupid, and then asked if he would perform the transfer to the muscles. Would the pain go away? The machine answered positively, adding that this transfer requires the work of every nanomachine in his body, so this process will take a couple of hours. This option suited the boy, and the machine added that this process will be accompanied by pain, so he will be under the influence of anesthesia for some time. Our main character asked if it would hurt him a lot. She answered positively. Chan squeezed his chest with all his strength. Since the nanomachine was directly linked to his brain, it understood what the boy wanted, asking whether to use anesthesia if he couldn't withstand it. To which she received a positive answer. Our hero suddenly felt that same feeling, as if he had been completely transported to another world. He didn't feel any pain. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that because he was too excited, it seemed to him that it hurt much more. But in fact, it was like a tickle. Suddenly he screamed in pain, the pain increasing more and more with every second. Gritting his teeth, he tried to shut up so that Chan wouldn't hear his screams. At that very second, the nanomachine notified that it was administering anesthesia, since the master could not stand the pain. He fell unconscious on the blood. His breathing was ragged, and he lay in this state for some time. At this time, in the kitchen, bodyguard Chan was busy cooking, preparing to give his young master a delicious meal as a final treat. Having tasted the food he had prepared, he liked it. He even compared it, because it was on the same level as the master's nearby. He asked himself if he should cook something special today. But after thinking for a moment, he decided that the best option would be to cook something ordinary, something that Prince Cheon liked. While cooking, he thought that it had been 5 years since he learned to cook for him. He remembered the face of Cheon's mother, who asked him to look after her son. After all, exactly 5 years ago, Lady Hua died because of the food scent, and today, Cheon was entering the academy. He mentally begged Hua to grant him her protection from heaven so that he could survive and enjoy food again. Suddenly, he heard the prince's loud screams, which immediately distracted him from his cooking. Jumping up from his seat, he threw everything from his hands and rushed toward the young master's room. Running into the room with an excited cry, he asked if everything was okay with him, but no one answered him. The prince lay on the bed without moving. Running up to him, he immediately took his hand in order to measure his heartbeat. Looking at his body, he thought that judging by his pulse, he was fine. He did not understand what he was doing, why he screamed. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the traces that had been trampled by feet. Coming closer, he began to carefully feel and examine them. He couldn't believe it, because Prince Cheon had been watching his training for at least 2 years. His face changed dramatically. He understood everything, because the boy had really been watching him for 2 years and had already achieved what he had been able to do in 20. Suddenly, our main character was awakened by a nanomachine, announcing the completion of the transfer to muscle fibers. At that very second, the boy jumped up excitedly, all wet. He was terrified. And then he started giggling awkwardly, saying that he would never do that again. He didn't understand why he was lying flat on the blood, assuming that Chang's bodyguard had entered the room. But now he was concerned about something completely different. Getting out of bed, he immediately grabbed the dagger. He asked the nanomachine if it was now painless to use the dagger technique, to which he received a positive answer. At that very second, he closed his eyes and began to gather air. And then, as he exhaled, he began to swing them in different directions, thinking that now everything was much easier than the first time. He was also very surprised by the speed and ease of movements, because now everything is going much better. He couldn't believe that these were the same techniques as before, but everything had grown several times. He was very happy, because the feeling of cutting through the air was truly excellent. The boy didn't want to stop, delivering high-speed attacks, moving all over the room. Chan brandished the dagger as if he had been practicing with it for 20 years. He thought that this was all that was needed for the first formation. And also, as for the first step of the second formation, starting to collect all the mass in your leg. Stepping in and leaning on it, a loud roar arose. It seemed as if the whole house shook. And only after that, he realized what he had just done and began to slowly move his gaze to his leg. Picking it up, he nervously began to think that this was very bad, although he didn't even use a light style, but there were still marks left. Looking at this trace, he understood that if Chang saw this, it would be very bad. Suddenly, the bodyguard's voice came from behind the door, saying that his breakfast was ready. In a fit of emotion and nerves, he began to try to cover up the trail, but nothing worked. And at that moment, the door to the room began to open, and a second later, the man himself appeared. At the last second, the boy managed to put the table on that very track, saying that he was very hungry. Chan was surprised by the location of the table, because the prince usually eats by the window. The young gentleman began to wave his hand awkwardly, saying that he would not be home for so long, and that was why he wanted to have a snack in the center of the room. Starting to smile awkwardly again, he really hoped that his bodyguard hadn't noticed anything. Seeing the fried Chinese cabbage and pork on the table, as well as the egg on top of rice, he realized that these were his favorite dishes. The boy's face turned sad, because today was the day he entered the academy, and this could be the last breakfast that the bodyguard prepared for him. As soon as he started eating, the nanomachine started commenting on every bit of food that entered his mouth. Cheon started getting angry, asking her to stop talking nonsense. He asked the nanomachine to turn off because he was going to eat everything without leaving a trace, and Chan himself, seeing this, smiled. The man asked his young master to eat slowly, otherwise his stomach might get upset. After some time had passed, Cheon ate and began to thank Chan for the great breakfast. At first, the bodyguard mumbled something that our hero did not understand, but a second later the man collected his thoughts, asking when the prince had mastered his dagger technique. Looking at him in surprise, the young boy asked the man what he was talking about, and Chan, without saying a word, immediately grabbed the table and began to push it aside. He noticed the footprint that the young gentleman had so carefully tried to hide. The man said that this trace left by the first movement into the second formation of his technique looked much clearer than the one he saw before. He said that his eyes could not deceive him, and our main character could not find the words. Clenching his teeth in shame, he thought that stealing someone else's martial arts technique, a taboo in Murim, he had now committed a crime, because even if the bodyguard Chan hated him, he would not be able to justify his actions. But Chang pulled himself out of these heartbreaking thoughts and began to praise the young master with a smile on his face. He explained that there was nothing wrong with him training in secret, because he was his bodyguard. If it weren't for the oath given to the 6 clans, he would have taught him this earlier. Our hero, hearing these words, changed his face. His eyes began to fill with tears, and literally a second later, the man held out a scroll, explaining that this was a method of energy consumption for the light style of dagger technique. Chan said that he wanted to give him some advice to free up the light style, but there would be many things in the academy that were much better than what he could offer him. Our main character, taking this scroll, began to shed tears. They fell right onto the roll of paper. He clenched his teeth and tried to hold them back, but he couldn't. And the bodyguard Chan himself, looking at the prince's face, smiled. He was happy for him. He recalled how the boy, after the death of his mother, swore to him that he would never cry again. Chun said this 1,000 times, saying that he would become the strongest. All these 5 years, he gritted his teeth and put up with Prince Cheon's character. But he is still a boy who needs parental care, thought Chan as he left the room. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly right in front of the door. Collecting his thoughts, he turned to the prince, saying that he wouldn't be able to stay with him after he entered the academy, so he could cry today, but he needed to stay strong from now on. Cheon, continuing to burst into tears, thanked the man with a trembling voice. The door closed loudly, and the sound of our main character's slurping could be heard in the room for a few more minutes. Gathering his thoughts, he began to wipe his face, trying to contain himself, promising myself that from today onwards there will be no room for fear or doubt. After all, even if his mother is no longer with them, he still has a place to return to because Chan is waiting for him here. Sometime later, a huge number of people began to gather in the huge square. A loud question was asked whether everyone was here. Everyone was discussing among themselves that there were about 1,000 people here. They were all nervous, although a few hours earlier they had been confident. At this time, the man walked to the place where the applicants were lined up. As he approached the exit of the building, he thought that they were all too noisy. He called them idiots because there was a real mess going on here. As he began to release a terrifying energy, he asked them if they had come here without the necessary determination, if they had not yet realized that this could become the place of their death. It was the left bodyguard, the Fire King, Li Huamyong, and upon seeing him, everyone began to discuss his strength among themselves. And Li Huan himself, looking at the first line, began to smile, because these children surprised him. He immediately realized that the heirs of the 6 clans were standing right in front of him. The first one was the Clan of Darkness. His name was Chan Mu Yan. His gaze was several times more confident than the others. The second was the Sword Clan, Zhang Kyung Wung. His smile also showed self-confidence. The third was the Stream Clan, Chan Mu Keum, who looked around nervously, saying that they all irritated him. The fourth was the Poison Clan, Zhang Jun Sum, who looked much older than the others. The fifth one was Blade Clan, Chong Yu Chang, who stood with his eyes closed, paying absolutely no attention to anyone. The sixth was Zhang Wan Ryu from the Sound Clan. She was the only woman here. He should have been the seventh, but suddenly the man began to look around in surprise, asking himself where he was. A little while earlier, our main character stood there in surprise, asking again how this could be. And the man explained that he didn't see any sign of the 7th prince here. He suggested that our boy wait until he found it. He, standing in an incomprehensible state, agreed. And at that moment, he himself assumed that this was the work of one of the 6 clans, because they most likely did not want him to stand in the same row with them. Our hero also understood that nothing good would come of quarreling with them from the very beginning. After all, these were the very bastards who tried to kill him at every opportunity. It seemed to him that they would want to finish him off at the first opportunity. He was going to become stronger. To prove to everyone that he was a worthy person, he was going to become a great person in this demon academy. Already in the crowd, looking at each person who stood in front of him, he was quite surprised. There were so many people standing here, it would have been difficult to get through among them all. And in front, the other guys were discussing something quite heatedly. Pointing their fingers at our main character, they were laughing at him, because he is the 7th prince, who does not belong to any clan, and also does not have any martial arts skills. Chun sulked at them with his arms folded, thinking that they could think whatever they wanted. He was going to let them laugh at him. And the red-haired man himself, after some time, finally found the 7th prince. He was amused by the fact that he was standing at the very end. After all, he thought that in this way the boy found a way to gain attention. Suddenly, several men blew into huge pipes, and a rather loud howl was heard. These were the sounds of a horn that meant only one thing. Everyone began to discuss among themselves that they should be quieter. And after some time, a fairly loud stomping began to be heard. Following this rumbling sound, several silhouettes began to appear. Everyone there began to wait impatiently, because the most important people in their society would arrive right now. One of the men, who was dressed in a golden robe, was surrounded by several bodyguards. Each of these men was frightening. He was special in his own way. Everyone felt their incredible strength. The man in the golden robe walked toward the raised chair, the other men following him. The red-haired man walked up to one of his comrades, hitting him on the shoulder. He was angry because he came in shabby clothes and also drunk. This man was the right bodyguard, the Mad Blade, Sobmen, who got quite angry when he asked where the red-haired man was looking. At that very second, a gray-haired man glared in their direction, shutting up the duo with just one glance. He ordered them to be quiet. This masked bodyguard was the chief bodyguard, the great king of guardians, Marakum. A man in a golden robe sat down on a chair that resembled a throne. This man was one of the 5 strongest in the Murim cult, Lord Chanma, the heavenly devil, Chan Yu Chan. This tension was felt by each of the applicants standing here. At this time, our hero, looking at him, thought that his presence suppressed absolutely everything. He could not even raise his head, and yet this man was his father. But the whispering was interrupted by the chief bodyguard, who waved his hand and ordered everyone to close their mouths. There was total silence. You could hear the air howling and the leaves of the nearby tree moving. Approaching the Lord, he bowed, saying that everything was ready. They could begin. Chan stood up from his so-called throne and started walking, his body starting to be surrounded by something. The others began to feel it too. His eyes pierced everyone, as if he had climbed into their souls. The Lord began to talk about how they were all responsible for the future of this cult. He welcomed. Everyone's face began to sweat as Lord Chong used Nigong. Our main character was no exception, because his father speaks as quietly and calmly as possible, but he can be heard clearly. And the Lord continued to talk about how in this place teachings and shackles become the power of the cult. After these words, everyone felt proud of it. They could not contain their emotions, shouting loudly in one voice. Everyone exclaimed and worshipped Lord Chong, but the man himself turned away and began to walk away. As he left, he looked straight ahead, paying no attention to the first line where his direct heirs stood. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the side, to the farthest corner of the standing crowd. Looking straight at our main character without any emotion, he looked at him carefully, stopping, and our boy himself noticed this. But Lord Chong had no intention of staying, so he immediately turned away and began to walk away again. And Cheon stood with a killing look, exactly the same one with which his father looked in his direction. After all, he met him for the first time, and all he could notice were his cold eyes, although he did not expect anything from their meeting, because this man did not appear even after the death of his mother. The silence was broken by the left bodyguard, who said that now that the gentleman's welcoming speech was over, they could begin. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone began to discuss this meeting with the Lord, because some may not meet him in their entire lives. But they managed to. This angered the red-haired man, because no one paid attention to him, and the noise itself began to rise. But their chatter was interrupted by shouts asking if they really weren't going to stand as they were supposed to. Everyone saw the left bodyguard's furious expression, and also felt his murderous aura. And the red-haired man himself asked to listen to him carefully, because it wasn't difficult. He explained that training at the academy would last 4 years and consist of 6 stages. After each stage, they would have to pass a test and only one chance to pass it. After these same words, the noise arose again, because each of them was scared. They had no right to make a mistake. And the red-haired man himself smiled, because his words reached everyone. And he himself affirmatively told them that they were all right, because whoever did not pass would be excluded that very second. Instantly, a hand rose in the air, which meant only one thing. The young man wanted to ask a question. This young man was one of the princes, a direct descendant of the current lord. And the left bodyguard, with folded arms, asked who allowed such a bastard to ask questions. The boy was taken aback for a second by this attitude towards him, not understanding anything. But as soon as he understood everything, he immediately became angry, asking tensely again. But the red-haired one was going to show his superiority, so he raised his hand and explained with a smile on his face that from now on, once they enroll, they will lose all the privileges of the 6 clans. The bodyguard asked if the boy really wanted to be eliminated before the competition even started. The other princes standing nearby began to smile and giggle, which really offended the one who wanted to ask the question. But at that very moment, he realized his mistake. Lowering his head, he writhed for it. And the left bodyguard himself, starting to point his finger, added that he understood what question he wanted to ask. Red continued to say that they probably think that one chance for 6 stages is unfair, but also added that the one who moves on to the next stage will receive the reward. The first reward will be the Black Dragon Stone. After these words, the discussion among the crowd arose again. Our protagonist did not understand what kind of Black Dragon Stone was being discussed, and the others discussed among themselves that it was most likely a healing stone. Whoever used it would receive 20 years, comparable to a Nigong. When they started calculating, they came to the conclusion that if they went through all 6 stages, they would get 120 years. But they also heard rumors that the more you use it, the less effective it becomes. After hearing these discussions, our protagonist saw a chance to become stronger, because now he does not have a Nigong, but there was a chance to become several times stronger. And the left bodyguard continued, saying that the second reward would be a book of martial arts secrets, because they all knew martial arts, so they should understand the importance of such books. After all, the library of the Demon Academy is located on 5 floors. Each time they pass the test, they will gain access to 1 floor. After all, depending on the efforts they make, they will have the opportunity to learn the secrets of the 6 clans and even the secret manuals of various martial arts. Hearing this, everyone was happy. Hearing this, our protagonist thought that in terms of survival, books on martial arts would be more important than Niganga. And the red-haired one continued. With a terrifying face, he said that to begin with, most of them would not reach the 5th floor, even if they were resurrected. He asked them to come down from heaven to earth. During this speech, the right bodyguard continued to sip his drink. Looking towards the red-haired man, he thought that when it came to moralizing and then demotivation, he was better. He didn't like any of it. Well, and finally, the red-haired one spoke about the last reward that they would receive. After all, it was the fact that they would be able to achieve a rank that they had never had before that made even the princes surprised. Each of the candidates understood why there are no privileges here, because everything will change after entering the academy. Only the strongest will survive here. Starting with the first stage, he said that for it they would receive a low rank, And for the 5th clan leader, he skipped the 6th stage because it would not affect them. But he also noted that even 3 stages, most of them would not pass. He loudly asked them if it would be a shame if the members of the high-ranking clans here became low-ranking. And next to him, a drunk bodyguard was thinking about the 6th test. Because over the centuries, not even a dozen people had been able to pass it. It was hard for him to call it a test. Each of them started with the rank of cadet. But literally after a while, they will all be different. Listening to these words, our main character thought that if earlier survival was his main problem, now survival means rising in rank. Having given everyone a little time to come to their senses, the left bodyguard exhaled heavily since the explanation was over. He ordered them to split into groups to move into dorms, and then they would begin the first test. Our main character did not understand this at all, continuing to stand in place without any movement. But as soon as it all dawned on him, he screamed in both surprise and horror. Naturally, not only our boy was surprised, but everyone else as well, because it was unfair. Each of them thought that they should at least be taught something in order to give some tests. And the red-haired one continued, saying that those who failed the test would be expelled, because they did not even deserve to be called low-ranking warriors. And the first test is to assess their basic skills. They will need to have at least a basic level of Nigong to become a warrior of their academy. And those who do not have Nigong will be redirected to the agricultural, commercial, or service industries. Hearing this, our main character stood in horror because he did not own this Nigong. With a smile on his face, he mockingly said that they also needed people for the dirty work. Clenching his fist in hatred, our protagonist realized why the lady of the 6 clans had made him swear that he would not learn Nigong. Because if he doesn't pass now, he will become part of the lowest clan of the cult, and if that happens, anyone will try to kill him. At this time, one of the princes smiled happily. He liked this test. He didn't know whose idea it was, but it was a good one, since it would save him from having to kill the 7th one himself. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face, and his face itself changed to fear. A woman in pink with some kind of musical instrument began to walk through the entire length of the crowd. This was the leader of one of the 5 oldest clans of the demon cult Sound Clan, Han So-yu. She began to climb the stairs, straight to the Lord's bodyguards. The redhead introduced the woman, saying that she would be the one to oversee the first test. He also spread his hands and explained that this test was quite simple, but also pointed out that if they failed here, they would never be able to become even low-ranking warriors. Looking at her, our protagonist did not understand what kind of test required the presence of the leader of the Sound Clan. But seeing how the others began to cover their ears, he began to realize what was about to happen. And the red-haired man continued, saying that if the 5th elder really began to emit his waves of musical energy, then they wouldn't even have a chance. He also noted that some would be able to endure everything even without Nigong. Standing in horror, Chan understood everything, because they needed to experience a wave of musical energy. And the elder said that even with a small amount of Nigong, they would be able to stand for a minute. The redhead, waving his heavy hand, said that each of them had to stand for a minute. Whoever stood would pass. He announced the beginning. And the 5th elder began to play her musical instrument. Gradually, the air began to plunge into some kind of chaos. Some kind of incomprehensible energy emanated directly from her. Absolutely every member felt it. Some of them immediately began to lose consciousness. Our main character felt this energy too. His face became covered in sweat. Some immediately fell down, losing consciousness, while others continued to hold on, starting to cough violently. They heard this heavy music even with their ears closed, as if they were being torn apart from the inside. And the red-haired man himself, looking at the crowd, thought that, as he had thought before, the members of the small clans had already lost consciousness, because in comparison with them, the candidates from the 6 clans and other children of the high-ranking clans were still holding out. The prince in green clothes from the Sound Clan smiled, because for him it was just a tickle. And the elder herself began to increase the speed of movement along the stretched threads. This same prince thought that the candidates from the 6 clans had been taking the medicine since their infancy, which allowed them to accumulate enough Nigong. Thinking back to the 7th prince, he thought that this boy was without a Nigong, so he must be lying on the ground by now. Suddenly, candidates from the 6 clans began to feel the pressure. Sweat also began to run down their faces. They felt something strange. And the face of the elder of the Sound Clan for some reason became strange. She clenched her teeth. The girl, the princess, thought that the clan leader's spikes seemed to be getting faster. She didn't understand why this was happening, but the woman really did start going faster and faster. Now, not only did the ordinary candidates find it difficult, but even the members of the 6 great clans began to become tense. And the fifth elder herself, clenching her teeth in anger, wondered why he hadn't fallen yet, looking into the distance. Our main character, looking around, did not understand why everyone around him was falling. He began to look closely at his body, asking what it was. After all, half of the people sat in a meditation pose, and the rest were already lying on the ground. The boy assumed that they were all suffering from internal wounds, but he didn't understand why he was still okay. At that very moment, he received a response from the nanomachine, which explained that powerful high and low frequency waves emanating from the instrument had been detected, and due to the possibility of serious damage to his body, an emergency defense mode had been activated. If, in other words, the nanomachine, time froze the master's body's ability to perceive sounds. Our protagonist did not understand why he could hear his voice then, and he explained that it was all because the information was transmitted directly to his brain. And the elder's eyes were already frightening. They began to radiate scarlet. She was furious. This rage was felt by our protagonist, who was immediately distracted from his conversation with the machine. He asked the nanomachine if he could block that furious gaze, to which he received a positive answer, because it can suspend visual perception. But our hero refused this. Looking at the woman, the left bodyguard thought that he was seeing the elder losing his patience. After all, the history of the Sound Clan has become much stronger than before. It must be too much for those who have less than 20 years of Nigong. Looking towards the seventh prince, he was surprised because the boy did not own it, but he could hold on. With a smile on his face, he thought that this was the first time since he got his place in the academy that he saw the first test go so excitingly. He wondered how long this bastard would last. Already at this moment, the ears of the others, who were still holding on with their last strength, began to bleed. Blood began to flow straight from their ears. It was difficult to hold on even for those with 20 years of Nigong. They had to endure a little longer because 6 clans were at stake. The prince in green clothes concentrated, looking at the elder, did not understand why she was playing so hard, and in general, what was wrong with her face. As he suddenly realized that she was looking right behind them, he began to turn around in horror. Looking back, he screamed in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. The rest of the 6 clans didn't understand why the guy was so surprised. They shouldn't have looked at those standing behind them. But the interest was much greater. They all simultaneously turned their gazes back, seeing Cheon, the 7th prince, standing on his feet. No one could believe it. Each of them was surprised, because they all knew that the guy did not speak Nigong. They also managed to notice that he did not feel any shortness of breath. The 7th prince was not tired at all. Sweat began to run down the face of the man who had been trying to kill our hero all these years. He thought with horror that this bastard did have a Nigong, and a pretty strong one at that. Our main character started to feel something unusual. He asked the nanomachine or the guys standing in front, and the elder were furious right now, to which the nanomachine immediately began to analyze the movements of the facial muscles. After analyzing the elder's face, he said that the woman was experiencing bewilderment, surprise, irritation, and anger, measured from the movements of her muscles. He made a dissatisfied face, thinking that because his hearing was cut off, he didn't know what was going on, but he could see their hostility. It was obvious that their pride was hurt, since they thought he didn't have a Nigong, and now they saw that he was still holding on. He knew that if he passed the first test in good condition, they would not believe him if he said he had no Nigong. After thinking for a moment, he asked the nanomachine if it could cause him internal damage. The nanomachine asked whether he really meant damage to his internal organs, to which the master responded positively. That was possible, the machine replied, but it also did not recommend damaging his body, and our hero told it that it did not matter, ordering it, as soon as the performance was over, to damage him internally and induce bloody vomiting. At this time, the elder was writhing more and more in rage, because almost a minute had already passed. Looking at our main character, she could not believe that the bastard, who was not even 15 years old, had withstood his onslaught so easily. She couldn't leave it all just like that, squeezing her lip in anger. And then, beginning to clench her teeth in rage, she thought that her pride would not allow her to let him go further. Starting to play even faster, she already used half of her power. Feeling this influx, the red-haired man was surprised, immediately understanding what was happening here. After all, it was dangerous for everyone around him. He looked towards the woman with a look of misunderstanding on his face. The other 6 princes began to feel this influx as well, and their bodies began to suffer. And even blood began to flow from their ears, dripping onto the ground. Their hands, just a little more and they wouldn't be able to bear it. The left bodyguard, stretching out his hand towards the woman, began to shout for her to stop, because it would be dangerous from here on out. These words brought the 5th elder to her senses. She realized what she had done right now. She stopped at that very second, ceasing to make terrifying sounds. At that very moment, against the general background of guys lying, kneeling, breathing heavily, one of our main characters remained standing on his feet. Anyone who was still conscious could not bring their breathing back to normal. The right bodyguard, who was watching all this, could not believe that the fifth elder had lost control, because if she had added a little more strength, no one would have been able to pass this test. Grabbing her head, the woman could not believe that she had lost control. She could not keep her anger at this freak under control and used half of her strength. She placed all the blame on the enemy of the 6 clans, Jung Ye-un, and our main character himself, without any movements, continued to stand silently on his 2 feet. As he ordered the nanomachine, it began to carry out his order. In just a matter of seconds, he was barely able to restrain himself from throwing up. But the internal pain was greater. Opening his mouth, he coughed loudly and blood began to flow from his mouth. Seeing this scene, the left bodyguard and the 5th elder couldn't believe their eyes. Like the other princes from the 6 heirloom clans, they immediately turned their gaze towards our protagonist, wondering what was going on here since the damage couldn't have been that bad. And our boy continued to vomit a huge amount of blood from his mouth. The others looking at him did not understand how he could vomit so much blood. Our hero, holding his mouth shut, was angry at the nanomachine, which explained that the program had been executed as ordered. She also added that the damage was done to 30% of the body's organs, which caused maximum bleeding. At these words, the boy felt relief in his soul because he thought he was dying. Suddenly, the pain only increased. It seemed like he was being turned inside out. And just a second later, a huge amount of blood began to flow from his mouth again. Already at this moment, the red-haired man rushed towards him with incredible speed, thinking that if he died because of the test, he would be responsible for it, even though the boy was not from the 6 clans. But it was impossible to let a member of the leadership line die. Flying up to him, he grabbed his hand, starting to ask with a shout if he was okay. The nanomachine said that dizziness caused by the loss of 7% of blood was registered. It activated self-healing, but our hero immediately ordered it to stop. The redhead, having started to hold the young guy's body, shouted at him because he could just give up. Blood kept flowing from his mouth. The nanomachine was sounding the alarm because the master was already in a dangerous state. But Chan asked her to wait a little longer. Taking the boy in his arms, the red-haired man mentally asked himself how much Nigong he needed to have to endure this. As I began to feel his hand, his eyes almost flew out of his face in surprise. He couldn't believe that this guy didn't have it at all. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face. After all, if this is all true, then he is a real madman, thought the left bodyguard, looking at the boy's bloody body. He had heard bad rumors about the 7th prince, so he didn't expect much from him. But he couldn't believe that he passed the first test with just mental endurance and willpower. At that very second, he raised his hand, giving some kind of signal. And just a few seconds later, 2 men appeared behind him. The Lord's bodyguard ordered that this child be taken to the infirmary, and urgently. 2 men carefully placed the boy on a stretcher and began carrying him towards the infirmary. Already lying on them, he ordered the nanomachine to heal him immediately, otherwise he would really die. The 5th elder also looked at this picture without any movements, completely immersed in her own thoughts. Her face was shocked, because the child who withstood the waves of energy as if it was nothing, she was even afraid to imagine how much internal damage he received. But a moment later, right next to her, there was a red-haired man who angrily said that it was too much. These words immediately pulled the 5th elder out of her thoughts. She even became scared. I awkwardly started asking him again what he meant by that, since nothing like that had happened. And the left bodyguard, still in the same rough voice, said that she almost killed him. She, lowering her head, realized her guilt, but also said in a trembling voice that she accidentally asked if this child really had crumbs of Nigong. But the answer stunned her, because the boy did not have it, not at all. And the redhead, with folded arms, continued to explain that he had given him a little stimulation, but he had no Nigong at all. This kid had kept the oath he had given. The woman couldn't believe these words and started screaming because he couldn't withstand so much of her energy without Nigong. She screamed loudly that if he didn't have a Nigong, he would pass out like the other kids. And the man continued to explain that he had very serious wounds and that he himself had withstood this surge of energy only through his will. The woman cowered. She couldn't believe it. And the man continued to talk about how this was scaring him. At this moment, he himself was thinking that if he wasn't illegitimate, he would have wanted to raise him as one of his students. But nothing good would come of it, all because of the resistance of the 6 clans. The right bodyguard, who was listening nearby, began to consume the contents of the bottle even more quickly. And after taking it out of his mouth, he laughed loudly. It amused him. After all, to withstand such a huge influx of energy only thanks to willpower, it was simply incredible. The red-haired man responded to his trepidation by saying that it was none of his business. He should hide in a corner and continue drinking. The right one said that he was going to do it without his instructions, to which the left one called him a drunkard. These words angered the right-hand man, and he noted that if he had not been a bodyguard, he would have already died. His words touched the red-haired man, and he also began to be cheeky towards his partner. A fight started between them, and a huge wind rose around them. The others also felt this frightening energy, and it seemed to them that they were about to be blown away by this huge gust of wind. Or they could barely stay on their feet. The first line felt it especially clearly. Looking at them, they thought that the right and left bodyguards were incredibly strong. After all, they simply released their scream of power, and from this, the stones lying on the ground began to rise into the air. But this influx suddenly stopped. Everything that had begun to rise into the ground fell, and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. The right bodyguard exhaled, began to laugh, and then moved to the side. He raised his hand and waved, saying that he was leaving because they shouldn't start a fight. Already walking past the crowd of trembling children, he thought about how the current generation burst into tears on the ground from just one wave of energy. They had no courage at all. However, his thoughts were only one thing, because that boy was different from them all. He remembered how he stood on his own 2 feet even when the fifth one released half of her energy, but ended up covered in blood. He was amused by this. He liked our main character. He was going to visit him. The infirmary was located in the main building of the Demonic Academy on the 2nd floor. The doctor of the Demon Academy was a fairly young guy, Baek Jung-myun. Hearing a noise coming from the next room, he couldn't believe that a patient had already arrived. But as soon as he opened the door and was told, his face changed. He was in shock. And then it turned into joy. He was glad that a new real patient had arrived. He thanked everyone he could, because it was only the first day and the patient had already arrived. He was glad that he went to work at the academy. The men standing among themselves were discussing how this young man was rumored to be obsessed with medicine, and the doctor himself continued to happily wave his arms, indicating where to take the lying guy. But as soon as he looked at it carefully, his face changed and sweat ran down his whole body. After all, looking at this bloody guy, he couldn't believe that the test was so difficult. He asked if he had been hit in the stomach, but was refused, since the guy had only received internal injuries. This shocked the doctor even more, and the man who brought our main character explained that this guy who was lying there didn't have any nigong, so the left bodyguard asked the doctor to take special care of him. After these words, Baek-chun thought, because he had seen different cases during 10 years of studying with the teacher, but this was the first time he saw so much blood from internal wounds. 2 men interrupted me from my thoughts and said that their mission was now complete and that they were leaving. One of the men who was leaving stopped and began to carefully examine the guy. His partner, seeing that his comrade was hesitating, asked what was wrong with him, and he thought for a moment and did not answer right away. After thinking for a moment, he said that this child seemed much better than before, but perhaps he was wrong. The men left, and the first thing Dr. Baek-chun did was to feel the boy's hand. He muttered something under his breath while our protagonist lay without moving. Opening his eye, he began to look around, but did not say anything to the doctor, continuing to pretend. Chan thought he had completely forgotten about the infirmary, since he had almost healed his internal injuries. He endured the pain, but he had to wait until the doctor finished his work. And Baek-chan himself said that the pulse was obviously uneven and rapid, suggesting that it was like that because of the numerous damages. But he still found this situation incomprehensible, because looking at his clothes, he had a huge amount of blood coming out. But even if he bit off his tongue, there wouldn't be that much. After a little while, he thought that he should start with acupuncture, and then we'll see. Suddenly, right behind him, a loud explosion was heard, which frightened the doctor. From this, he fell to the ground, starting to scream in fear, his whole body shaking. Seeing the right bodyguard, he exhaled, asking why he came here. The man with the sword himself was surprised to see Baek-chan, asking why the kid, who clings to his teacher like a coward, decided to become a doctor at the academy. He did not answer this provocative question. As he stood up, he asked what had brought the man to the infirmary, since he was sure that being the right-hand bodyguard, he had not suffered at all. At that very moment, a huge amount of energy began to leave the bodyguard's body. He asked in a rude tone if he really liked his presence here, and the doctor himself nervously and fearfully began to wave it off, saying that the man could feel at home. The man with the sword himself, after these words, looked towards the main character, and Baek-chun nervously turned away, thinking that he would never understand him. With a smile on his face, the right bodyguard said that this was an amazing child. And our hero continued to lie there, pretending that he was unconscious. Chun didn't understand why this man was here. Did he really realize that he was pretending? The man began to approach the bed on which our hero was lying. The boy clearly smelled alcohol next to him. And the bodyguard himself, leaning towards him, like an animal hunting for prey, asked why he was pretending to be asleep. Energy began to concentrate in his hand, the amount of it frightening the doctor. And then, with her help, he lifted the body of our main character, who in turn did not understand what was happening. Baek-chun was horrified to think that this bodyguard was able to lift a man without touching him. And our boy at this time assumed that he raised it with the help of Nigong. He couldn't move, as he still hadn't recovered, and beads of sweat began to run down his body. The man himself, who uses the Nigong, said that if the boy continues to pretend, he will hit him hard in the face. After these same words, with the thought that he had been found out, our hero opened his eyes. He asked the man how he knew he was conscious. The man did not immediately answer this question, but began to smile, examining the guy's entire body. And then he laughed loudly, saying that he was a very, very interesting guy. He continued to laugh loudly, joking with our guy, but Chan could not answer him, enduring all his statements. But just a few minutes later, he answered the question, saying that an experienced warrior can tell whether you are sleeping or not by the sound of his breathing. Our main character could not believe these words, mentally speaking them. The nanomachine thought that this question was asked of it, so it explained that this could be determined by the total number of inhalations and exhalations. The man continued to praise our guy because he doesn't think that today's kids have the same strong guts as he does. These words surprised our hero. He mentally wondered if this man had come because he noticed that he was pretending. And the man continued to talk about how the current generation has no endurance. They all want to take the easiest path, but as soon as the situation gets complicated, they give up. Pointing his finger at the boy, he added that he had a will that others did not have. The doctor tried to object, starting to say that his patient was in very bad condition, but the right bodyguard shut him up. Their verbal altercation was interrupted by our boy, who once again spat out a huge amount of blood from his mouth. Looking at this picture, both of them exhaled, and Dr. Baek-chun asked if the man saw his condition. Blood was pouring from the boy's mouth, and the doctor continued to say that the boy's condition was far from satisfactory. Raising his hand straight above his head, he dispelled the Nigong that was holding Cheon's body. Without expecting it, he fell onto the blood, hitting his head on the wall behind him. As he began to scratch it, he nervously thought that he should have warned him, but he was torn from his thoughts by the man, who coughed loudly. And then with an evil smile on his face, he said, "Boy, I want you to become my student." This almost made the doctor faint. He was in shock, because becoming a student of the right bodyguard was. But he did not think this thought through to the end. Our main character was also surprised, thinking that he had heard him incorrectly. But the doctor's surprised cry rang out throughout the room, and the right-hand bodyguard himself began drinking alcohol again. The man turned to the lying boy again, saying that he wanted to take him on as a student. After thinking for a bit, Chong asked the man if he knew who he was, to which he responded by asking if there were people who didn't know him. Then our protagonist asked the next question, whether he would have problems with the 6 clans if he took him in. He only laughed at this question, but a few seconds later asked if he thought they could do anything for him. He also added that they would still have to compete with each other, with or without him. Our boy himself thought that this was a great opportunity for him, but he was also afraid that it might turn out to be a trap. The doctor himself, still with his mouth open in surprise, continued to look towards the right bodyguard. Based on the dialogue, he understood that the guy lying here was the famous 7th Prince, because he knew that they would put on tricks at the Demon Academy. But to make them lose so much blood, he considered it too much. Our hero started talking about what he doesn't know because it's unexpected. He also added that he already has a teacher at the academy. At these words, the right bodyguard awkwardly got angry, because if he continues to break down, it will look like he is begging him. And at that moment, he himself thought that the child was doubting, although it was obvious, because his life was not easy. Chan continued to silently look towards the man, who paused for a moment and then turned to the guy. He said that if he was still not sure, he offered him something he couldn't refuse. Taking something out of his inside pocket, he placed it on the bed with a huge slap next to the guy's head. He asked what this piece of paper was, and the man replied that it was what he needed most to survive in the Demon Academy. After all, he was stuck in the infirmary as soon as he entered the academy. Wasn't the 7th Prince afraid of being left behind by the others? He explained to the boy that he was the only one who got into the infirmary, and in general that he would not be able to pass the rest of the tests without Nigong. These words touched our hero. He also talked about how anyone who hoped to be a warrior had to be one step ahead of the rest, asking the boy if he planned to stay in the infirmary for 2 weeks and fall behind from the start. After all, the rest will move forward much further while he will be lying here. Cheon clenched his fist in anger, thinking that he couldn't deny it, but he needed to stay here to avoid suspicion. Seeing this reaction, the man smiled, thinking that this guy has everything to become a strong warrior. He also asked the boy if he knew why the red-haired bastard sent him here. Our hero understood this question because he thought it was because of the wounds he received. And the right bodyguard continued, saying that it was strange. Besides him, there were many other children with internal injuries. However, why didn't he send them here? Didn't he understand that? At that very second, Chan began to look around, because it was true. He was alone here. He explained that most Marima people can heal internal injuries through meditation, and naturally it will be faster if they are treated by a doctor or with medication. But the boy understood everything, because everyone else was able to heal themselves at least a little, so there was no need to send them here. Now our main character has realized everything, because he is here alone, because he could not cure himself. Looking at the lying boy, the right bodyguard realized that he had almost convinced him. With a smile on his face, he thought about how to end all this as quickly as possible. He began to loudly slap the blood on his huge hand and said, "A child who cannot even be cured by meditation. Does he really think that such a person can heal from internal injuries in a short period of time?" This did not impress our boy, because he could do it with the help of a nanomachine. But I also thought that everything else is exactly as this guy says. It is expected that if he wants to move on to the next stage, he will need Nigong. These thoughts threw him off track, because he remembered the words of the left bodyguard. He asked the man standing next to him, because he heard that if he passed the first test, he would receive a healing stone and access to the first floor of the library. Was it true? But after this question, the man immediately laughed loudly, which greatly puzzled the seventh prince. Starting to wave his arms, he said that apparently the red-haired man forgot to mention something important. "The Academy Library is not a place where you can come and go at any time you want," the Lord's bodyguard said. "You can only enter once after passing the test," he added after a short pause, which made him very surprised when he asked again. And he continued, asking if he really thought he would be allowed to freely examine all the important books that were there, since the place was extremely secure. Hearing these words, Chan was extremely surprised, not even knowing what to say about it. The long-haired man also added that you can only stay on the first floor of the library for 2 hours. After these words, the boy finally exhaled, because when you cross another mountain, you run into another. But the one on the right also added that he would have more time when he climbed higher. It was also forbidden to rewrite the contents. Everyone who entered had to memorize everything before leaving. Memorizing 2 books in 2 hours was already a lot. At that moment, our boy immediately thought about the nanomachine, because its ability gives him a huge advantage. After all, even in 2 hours with scanning skills, he will be able to scan hundreds of books. The man also noted that at the Demonic Academy, they would test his strength, because he was without a Nigong. Lying on the bed, Cheon thought, because he understood what the bodyguard meant. He thought that he was different from the others, because the other applicants had already trained in martial arts. Looking at his smug face, he asked himself if he really should become his disciple in order to deal with the threat of the 6 clans. Turning towards the piece of paper and beginning to examine it, he at first did not understand why the bodyguard was smiling so persistently and looking at her. And then he realized everything, asking in surprise if the piece of paper next to this was really the breath of a Nigong. Hearing this question, the smile on the right bodyguard's face became even bigger, because the boy was completely right. He also said that if he became his disciple, he would teach him breathing right there and then. This motivated our hero even more. Clenching his fist, he thought, "Does he really want me to become his student? But I need to have at least someone on my side." His whole body was shaking, but through the pain, only through his own perseverance, he began to rise, thinking that he could not study all this because of the oath given to the 6 clans. But now he had a chance to study the breathing of the Nigong. These actions surprised the right bodyguard, because he saw how the trembling body rises from the blood, almost falling, but continues to do so. But as soon as our main character got out of bed, he immediately got down on his knees. And then, bending down, he began to shout out requests that he be taken as a student. After hearing these words, the right bodyguard immediately smiled. Our hero, barely rising, said that a student should bow to his teacher twice, intending to bow again. At that very second, a huge amount of energy began to form again in the right bodyguard's hand. He ordered the boy to stand up, starting to lift him from the ground, which also surprised Cheon. Our protagonist's teacher said that the blood of the Chong should not bow to anyone lower than the Lord himself, and at the end he added, my student. And after clearing his throat, he said that today he would rest. Before his arrival, he had to remember and learn the key points of the Nigong breathing. He tapped Dr. Baekchun on the shoulder and asked him to take care of his student. As he started to leave, Baekchun began to scratch his shoulder nervously as it was quite painful. He thought that although he left with a smile on his face, his breath was as angry as always. Approaching our boy, he asked if everything was okay with him, to which he received a positive answer. Having started to feel his pulse again, the doctor said that the boy had a very weak pulse, as was the general condition of his body. He went to get some acupuncture instruments, asking the boy to remain conscious. And our hero himself at this time took the piece of paper, thinking that with the nanomachine and the right bodyguard, he has a large number of possibilities. He thought about his mother and his bodyguard Chan, trying to convey to them in his mind that among the enemies in this academy, he finally has someone who is on his side. At this time, there were a huge number of people at the Demonic Academy training ground. Some meditated, forcing their bodies to heal from the previous test. The others, the stronger ones, did not need this. They stood, awaiting further orders. Suddenly, one of the men appeared in front of the red-haired man, saying that he would report the results of the first test right now. The man who arrived was the senior martial arts teacher of the Demon Academy, Ho Jin Chang, who said that, including Cadet 7 who was taken to the infirmary, the total number of people who had passed through was 415. At this time, the red-haired man himself was thinking that, compared to the results of the first test 10 years ago, there were 200 fewer people. Turning to the crowd, he said, "Those who failed must find it unfair." Immediately, the crowd began to dispute this, and a loud, disgruntled noise arose. One of the men asked the disgruntled crowd if they really didn't understand everything that was happening here. But these cries continued. He asked them if they really couldn't come to terms with the results, to which he received a loud yes. He smiled and said that in that case there was no other way out, so he gave the order to throw the rebels out of the Demon Academy. At that very moment, a huge number of men attacked the disgruntled crowd, starting to break them, throw them in different directions, pick them up and throw them into the ground. The loud, disgruntled noise died down, but in its place arose the noise of cries of pain. The senior teacher exhaled heavily as he said, "Those at the forefront have great skills. The expelled ones won't be able to resist them, and because of their stubbornness, they won't be able to learn a lesson from it." Red also noted that he would also consider it unfair in their place, since because of Cadet 7, the difficulty of the first test was overstated. But the children lying on the ground also had neither luck nor skills. So this is their fate. After all, among those who passed the first test, there are many children with outstanding abilities. Many of them have internal injuries, but they continue to meditate. The candidates of the 6 clans, all the people from the high clans, seem to have easily endured it all. Red agreed with these words from the old man, adding that these children were initially on a different level compared to the rest of the cadets. And at that moment, he himself was thinking that in order not to suffer any damage from the waves of energy of Elder Han, it would take hundreds of years to master such a Nigong. Looking at the number 1 cadet from the Dark Clan, Zhang Mu Yan, and the number 5 from the Blade Clan, Zhang Yu Chang, he thought that they were originally a level higher than the other candidates. He smiled because these two had withstood the energy of the waves without any damage. According to rumors, the battle would be between the Dark Clan and the Blade Clan. He began to be filled with his own energy because, as he thought, all this would be very interesting. He congratulated everyone who remained on passing the first test, but everyone was tense in anticipation of what would happen next. They will all receive a bronze medal, signifying the lowest rank in the academy, and they will spend the next 4 years as cadets of the Demon Academy. Here they were forbidden to answer yes or no. The only possible answer was Mado. Any other answer was akin to a request to repeat the order. He asked in a very loud voice, with a rough voice, if everything was clear to them, to which everyone shouted Mado at the top of their voices, and it seemed that the earth shook from this shout. He liked this answer, and with a smile on his face, the red-haired man continued to talk about how they would now begin to divide into groups. At this time, the doctor was taking care of our main character. He said that now they would begin treatment. Our main character turned to him, saying, "Doctor," but he immediately turned to him with some strange look. Having interrupted him, saying that he was Baekchun Myun, our boy did not understand this and asked again. With a smile on his face, he answered him to add his last name instead of simply calling him Doctor. To paraphrase, the boy turned to Doctor Beck, asking how he was feeling, and he, with a heavy sigh, replied that he didn't want to say that to a cadet of the Demonic Academy. but he will need at least 15 days to participate in the next tests. Hearing this, Cheon shouted throughout the ward. Suddenly I thought about what to do, because if I turn on the self-healing mode, then the treatment will end before it even starts. But if he recovers too quickly, he will be suspected. At this time, the doctor, looking at the boy, did not understand what he was thinking. Chan also understood that if he agreed to the usual treatment, he would fall behind in training. He didn't know anything about what happened after the first test, because he was taken to the infirmary. The doctor raised his hand and told him not to be upset, because if they were ordinary doctors, it would take a month to cure him. But the time would be much less, because his teacher was Baek Young-woo. And after a short pause, he also said that it would still take a lot of time and training. He also added that he would pretend he didn't know and would learn martial arts from his right-hand bodyguard. For this, our main character thanked him, adding that he would repay him in the future, but the doctor casually replied that it was not worth it. Starting to quickly wave his things, he shouted loudly that they would do acupuncture right now. The boy should get rid of his clothes. But as soon as he took off his clothes, his face changed dramatically because he was very surprised. The boy's body was incredible, even though he had not studied any martial arts. Seeing these muscles, he couldn't tell whether the child was studying Nigong or not. Having started to bring the game to the middle of the sternum, the doctor spoke all his actions out loud. At that very second, the nanomachine began to comment, saying that an attempt to cause damage to the user's body with a sharp iron needle had been recorded, so the self-defense mode was activated. After these words, the boy's body became covered in sweat. At the end of the needle, some clots of energy began to appear, and Chan himself mentally asked the nanomachine to stop, explaining that the doctor was doing this for treatment. He asked her, worriedly, if she didn't know the difference between attacking and healing. The needle stuck into the body. Our hero at that moment breathed a sigh of relief, because the nanomachine commented, saying that the self-defense mode was deactivated by the user's order. She also added that without prior information about the actions with the master's body, he would consider the damage as an attack, with which our hero agreed, adding that she should not react to actions that he takes voluntarily. Nano agreed with this, and Dr. Beck continued to stick needles into the boy's body. Chan was surprised, because it seemed to him that his stomach began to hurt less, and the machine spoke, outputting information related to acupuncture from the built-in systems. Acupuncture needles enter points on his body, such as the lower sternum, under the heart and arms. 6 specific points are points that enhance regeneration in the abdominal area. The doctor himself began to act strangely, which made Chan tense up. He explained that he was embarrassed by the way the patient was looking at him, and asked the guy to sleep until the acupuncture began to work. Closing his eyes, he thought about how he couldn't fall asleep because the nanomachine continued its explanations. Suddenly, something alarmed him. He asked the nanomachine if it could heal his internal injuries. Would this treatment be faster? But he also understood that if he recovered too quickly, they would all suspect him of something. He wondered if she could heal him in a way that would make it look like he was still injured. As he watched Dr. Beck's actions, he listened carefully to Nano as she explained that after completing his self-healing treatment, he could change his pulse rate, thus creating the illusion of internal organ damage. Hearing this answer, Cheon was pleased, although he only asked out of curiosity, because if he could fool Dr. Bayek for 2 weeks, it would be his chance to learn Nigong with the right bodyguard. After some thought, he asked to cure him and deceive Dr. Beck when he came to check on him. The nanomachine immediately began self-healing mode. At this time, a loud scream from a man was heard in the demonic academy, who shouted at the top of his voice for them to all line up in one row. Those seeing the approaching red-haired man immediately shouted Matto in one voice, starting to line up. Seeing that everyone had lined up, the red-haired man said in a calm voice that he would now explain what the next test would consist of. Until the 3rd test, all cadets will be tested at the same time. In order to pass the 2nd and become a mid-level warrior, they need to have a basic knowledge of tactics and strategy. They had only 20 days to learn all this and show their skills. Hearing this, everyone panicked again, because they didn't know if they would be able to learn and remember all the tactics and strategies in such a short period of time, because there was too little time. And the smug red-haired man with a smile on his face said that in exactly 3 weeks, only 10 groups will be able to move on to the next stage. Everyone lost even more motivation, because half of the cadets would be excluded, and in some groups there was not a single strong cadet. The weaker clans also thought that the 6 higher clans had an undeniable advantage. The left bodyguard started laughing loudly, saying that this was the first and last test that required teamwork, so if they wanted to compete with each other as a group, they could just fail together. As he began to leave, he also added that this was the end of their schedule for today, so they could return to their dorms and rest. After all, starting from tomorrow, they will be trained under the guidance of the mentors who stand before them, who will kindly teach them techniques and tactics. At that very second, everyone began to remember how these same mentors beat up the other guys who didn't make it through at the first stage. Their faces spoke for themselves. They were terrified, because they could do the same to them. Red shouted loudly at that, "They are all free." Each mentor also repeated this to his group. The cadets began to disperse, but their mentors continued to stand in place, waiting for everyone to leave. The instructor of the 8th group, Impyun, stood and looked at one of the cadets with a puzzled expression. Realizing that he was not going to leave, he turned to the cadet number 3, asking him why he was still there. This cadet was Jungmu Geum from the Brook clan, who wanted to ask the teacher something. To this, Impyun immediately replied that he could not answer questions regarding training, but Jungmu understood this perfectly well. He said that he was almost certain that he would become the leader of group number 8. Hearing this, the mentor thought that the election of the leader would only be tomorrow, but the 6 clans, as usual, consider the rules a joke. And the 3rd cadet continued, saying that cadet number 7, who was assigned to their group, was now lying in the infirmary. Due to his absence of one person in the group test, there will be fewer of them. He would not want the whole group to fail. Since he was not at the ceremony, the cadet does not know about the upcoming events, so he wanted to enlighten him about everything he learned today. Hearing this, Teacher Impyun was quite surprised, and the 3rd prince himself thought that the low-born bastard, in the same group as him, he thought that luck had finally abandoned the guy because he was going to personally come to the infirmary and finish him off. He was torn from his thoughts by his mentor, who hit him on the shoulders, joyfully hit him on the hands, saying that it was a great idea. Because the boy had immediately mastered the basics, he began to congratulate the boy. The teacher was personally going to the main building to convey all the information to the 7th cadet. Hearing this, the prince began to say anxiously that it was not necessary for the teacher himself to do this, because he could do it. At that very moment, the mentor glared at the cadet with a menacing look, saying in a rough voice that cadets had no access to the main building except in special cases. Hearing this, Changmu panicked, because he couldn't even imagine that he wouldn't be able to get into the main building. Everything went far from according to plan. Clenching his fist in anger, he thought that he was a candidate of the Brook clan, however, even he couldn't use it here, so there was no other way. Bowing, he thanked his mentor, who, as he left, waved his hand, telling the cadet to go to his dormitory. But the cadet interrupted him again, turning to him. The teacher turned thoughtfully, asking him what he wanted to add. And Chanmu asked if he knew and could even tell when his cadet would join them. I started to leave again. He replied that it was no problem. He was going to answer him this question tomorrow. The 3rd prince himself thought that if things turned out this way, he would have to wait until he returned to the dormitory. With a terrified face, he thought about how the boy would recover quickly and return. He was going to make him suffer so much that he would beg for death. It was already late at night when the mentor arrived at the main building of the Demon Academy to inquire about Cheon. Standing there with a puzzled expression on his face, he couldn't believe that the boy would still be here for 14 days. And Dr. Beck explained that his internal injuries were severe, so he would have to stay here for at least 14 days. The teacher sighed heavily, saying that if he stayed here for so long, it would not be easy for him to reach the highest level, and he asked if there was any way to speed up this process. The doctor himself asked this question, because the boy didn't have a Nigong, so he himself didn't know for sure. And the mentor himself was thinking tensely about the fact that the 2nd test was in 3 weeks. He couldn't believe he was hospitalized for 2. He didn't want his group to be expelled just because of this guy. After thinking about it for a while, he asked Baek Chun if he could talk to cadet number 7, as he had something he needed to tell him. After thinking for a while, the doctor replied that he was sleeping now, so it would be very difficult to talk. He could wake him up, but the mentor refused, saying that he would come tomorrow. After saying goodbye, he began to walk out the door. He was puzzled by something. Casting his gaze at the fabric behind which our main character lay, he exhaled heavily. He felt sorry for the guy. He angrily clenched his fists, starting to walk away. After all, the 7th prince barely managed to pass the 1st test, but that was probably where his luck ended. Our hero himself actually fell asleep, not hearing that someone had come to see him. It was deep night, the streets were quiet because everyone was asleep. Suddenly a loud cracking sound began to be heard, and it seemed as if some dark shadow ran across the roofs. Someone was approaching the main building of the Demon Academy at an incredibly fast speed. Jumping from roof to roof in dark clothes, he held something in his hands. There was silence in our hero's room. Only the sound of exhalations and inhalations could be heard. In his sleep, he made some strange sounds, similar to muttering. Suddenly, someone burst into his room with great force, breaking the window. Due to the loud sound, Cheon woke up, jumping out of bed and immediately looking in the direction of the sound. That someone was the right bodyguard, our protagonist's teacher, who looked at him with a smile. Seeing him, our boy breathed a sigh of relief, even looking at him joyfully for a moment. But a second later, the smile disappeared from his face. He began to plug his nose because he could smell a strong fumes. And the drunk teacher himself mockingly asked if the student was going to greet him. At that very second, the boy jumped up from his bed, began to bow and say that the student wished the teacher a good morning. Smiling, the right bodyguard asked if the student had completed the homework he had received from him yesterday. Hearing this question, Chan was confused, looked in his direction in surprise, and asked again, "Does he mean the breathing of a Nigong?" Cheon asked, and at that very moment goosebumps ran through his body, because that was exactly what his mentor was asking about. At that moment, our hero thought that he had only been taken to the hospital for treatment yesterday, but he already demands that he learn it. This guy right in front of him was very impatient. He thanked Nano for healing him, folding his hands and bowing again. He replied that he had learned everything. The mentor himself could not verify this, starting to sweat, because if this was true, then he had learned everything while he was sick, and he only wanted to provoke him with this. The right bodyguard praised his student in a somewhat worried manner, but Chan was interested in why he came to him so early. The man replied that he was very glad that the boy looked much better because he had something to tell. He told the boy that he could only teach him for 2 weeks, which shocked our boy. He explained that he could visit him while he was in the hospital, but as soon as he returned to the dormitory, he would not be able to contact him. Naturally, upon hearing this, Chan was very upset because he was offended, but his mentor began to brush it off, asking him not to be too upset. After all, he can teach him all day long, and he came very early so that people would not suspect anything. Our hero understood all this perfectly well, because in the demonic academy, it is forbidden to train with outsiders, and if he is caught, he will have even more problems. The mentor himself at that moment thought that Chan would be stubborn, but surprisingly, he obediently listened. At that moment, the main character again folded his hands and bowed, thanking the man for warning him. The right bodyguard waved his hand and told him that they were starting right now, and Cheon awkwardly asked if they were really starting right now. But the expression on the mentor's face changed abruptly, angrily. He began to point his finger at him, asking if he hadn't heard him when he told him that they had little time. And then he ordered the guy to turn around and sit on the floor. Our hero did not understand this, asking again. But the teacher was not going to stand on ceremony with him. He repeated his order with a shout, telling him to hurry up. At that very moment, the main character turned around in fear. Falling to his knees, he thought that he wanted to hear an explanation of what all this was for. The mentor also began to sit down on the floor, saying that the boy was a good boy, that he had memorized the breath of 1,000 martial arts. And then, starting to stretch his hand towards the guy's back, he put it down. Our boy immediately turned around and asked what the man was going to do, and he explained that since they had little time, he was going to push him into the traffic. Hearing the word shove, the boy's whole face became covered in sweat. He did not understand what his teacher meant. An angry smile appeared on the right bodyguard's face. He said that this difficult path was created by his great-grandfather. He asked the guy not to worry, because his teacher would do everything for him. And then, raising his hand, he began to concentrate energy in it. He asked the guy to clench his jaw, because if he screamed and the guards came here, everything would be over. After these same words, the boy's whole body was filled with anger. He barely clenched his teeth to keep from screaming. The mentor himself told him several times not to dare open his mouth. The system began to analyze, indicating that immaterial energy had been incorporated into the user's bloodstream. So an analysis was started based on the available data. The energy was detected and identified as chi or chakra, and she continued to analyze the effects on the user's body. And our hero himself, covered in veins and trying to restrain himself, thought that he understood everything because the teacher's Nigong made his veins bulge, but it was too much. At this moment, the expression on the right bodyguard's face was strange. After all, he could not believe that he really had not been trained in anything, since there were no obstacles or hindrances in circulation. His muscles looked trained, although as far as the teacher knew, the boy had not trained at all. The silhouette of the Lord began to appear in his head, and the man's face itself began to break out in sweat. Besides the Lord, he remembered the silhouette of the woman who stood next to him. It was the mother of Cheon, his student, who was smiling happily as she looked at the boy's father. The man thought that out of all his 7 wives, his lord only cared about Lady Hua, so he suggested that he secretly take care of this child. But he liked it. His thoughtful face was replaced by a smile. He thought that right now, everything was going great. After all, with such a state of the body, it will take only 7 days to create enough Nigong. At the same time, in the dormitory of the Demon Academy, loud cries of battle were heard. One of the guys got hit right in the face, causing him to lose concentration on his legs. And then, with incredible force, he flew into the wall, breaking it. This someone was the prince. Several guys immediately rushed towards him, asking the prince to come to his senses. They started shouting at the boy to control himself because he was a prince. And the guy who had just beaten up the prince of the Poison Clan was asking whether it mattered whether he was the prince or not. After all, the Demon Academy is based only on strength, and from now on, he is the leader of the 12th group, Baek Gi. Quite a long time passed, and the right bodyguard seemed to begin to compress the energy he had collected. Opening his eyes, he exhaled heavily several times, his face covered in sweat. At that very moment, feeling relief and our boy exhaling, starting to breathe heavily, the man with a smile on his face asked if the kid remembered the flow. And he, wiping off the sweat, replied that he remembered, because he remembered everything perfectly. Opening the bottle and starting to bring it to his mouth, the mentor, breathing heavily and laughing, said that the first time it probably hurts, but this is the best way to knock down knowledge in people like him, without Nigong. And he had only 7 days, during which time he needed to collect enough of it. Wiping the swill that had spilled from his mouth, he asked the boy if he understood everything, and he, still sweating profusely, thought that, judging by how tired he looked, he must have used quite a lot of Nigong himself, and he needed to be able to withstand at least that much of a load. Turning to his mentor, the boy bowed again, thanking the man for his concern. Standing up and starting to leave, he put his hand on the guy's shoulder because training was over for today. He asked that Chan not forget the breathing and flow method, because he must know everything perfectly. And it was time for him to go, said the right bodyguard, swirling his bottle. Our main character thanked the departing man again, bowing to him. Looking at the setting sun, he was thinking about something, but only one thing was clear. He was going to save up more Nigong this week than anyone else could. At the Demon Academy's training ground, all the cadets lined up in groups. Red, having come and looked at the groups, thought that everything was as he expected. After all, the children from the 6 clans became leaders of their groups. This was expected. Although there were so many children standing here with their faces ruined after yesterday's elections. After all, the reason why the instructors were not in the dorm on the first day was to give the students the opportunity to compete among themselves to determine their ranks. Suddenly, something unusual caught his eye, which even made him surprised. After all, in group number 12, the leader should have been a candidate from the Poison Clan, but their leader is Cadet 18. Although looking at them, it is clear that they both had a hard time, however, it was not the member of the 6 clans who turned out to be stronger. This amused the redhead, because to dare to attack the prince with a black name badge, this boy not only knows what's what, but is also not a coward. A senior teacher appeared behind him and said that it was time to begin training the cadets. The left bodyguard agreed with this, and the old man shouted loudly for everyone to listen carefully. For 7 days, starting today, every morning in the classroom to their right, they will be taught basic tactics and strategies, and in the afternoon after lunch, training will take place on the training ground. He asked if everyone understood what he just said, to which everyone shouted motto in one voice. They began to move around the auditorium, with group number 1 being the first to move. While they were standing there waiting, someone approached the cadet who was supposed to be the leader of the 12th group. And just a few seconds later, he called him a stupid bastard. The one who called him names was one of the princes, who mockingly asked how he could have fallen in rank. With the same expression and delivery, he said that he knew it, because the Poison Clan is nothing without its poison. They angered the candidate from the Poison Clan. He became filled with rage. And a few seconds later, he looked away, looking in the direction of his leader. He thought that this freak from the top of the clan, Baek Gi, he considered himself greatly insulted. Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought about them all having fun playing a stupid game of who was boss, but he promised them that they would all wish they were here. Already in the evening in the dormitory of the Demonic Academy, everyone was busy with their own business. Cadet number 3 was walking with his comrades when he was suddenly addressed. Seeing his instructor, he immediately bowed to him, and the instructor replied with a smile that he, the boy, had shown himself very well in group training. And then he added that cadet number 7 would remain in the infirmary for 2 weeks, which the prince could not believe. The mentor began to reason out loud that even if he managed to remember the theory, in practice everything would be difficult, so he was going to visit him again today. As he began to leave, he wished the cadets good luck in their studies and training. And the third prince himself clenched his fist in anger. He could not believe that the seventh would not appear for 2 weeks. Once inside the building, he smashed everything that came under his hand or foot. This anger was noticed by others as well, and everyone wondered what had happened. And Chongmu himself, clenching his teeth in anger, continued to destroy everything. His comrade, approaching him, asked him to calm down, because he had a bad character, and everyone would find out about it. But Chongmu didn't hear this, shouting throughout the room, asking affirmatively how he could stay in the infirmary for 2 weeks. "Cadet number 80, Jahyun," said in a calm voice. "If the doctor said it, then it's not a lie." But the third cadet found it hard to believe. Turning angrily, he said that here it was obvious because the bastard was just pretending to be sick. He started kicking the column, angrily shouting nasty things about the seventh prince. Jahyun asked his prince to calm down. Leaning towards his ear, he told him instead of getting angry for no reason, "How about an idea?" When the prince heard this idea, he smiled, because he thought it was really excellent. 4 days passed, and Dr. Beck walked into the protagonist's room, yawning heavily. After examining him, he sat down at the table, sighing, because 5 days had already passed, but not a single patient had arrived. He was very bored. As he began to fall asleep, he sadly said that Jung Ye-woon would be his last patient. But he was awakened from his sleep by a powerful explosion that occurred right behind him. Not understanding what was happening, he immediately turned towards the explosion. His heart seemed to sink into his heels. That someone was an instructor who was worried and breathlessly saying that his cadet had gotten hurt while training with real swords, and he hadn't pulled it out in case it made things worse, but had brought it in as is. Seeing a new patient, the doctor's face lit up. He immediately pointed out where the patient should be placed. After watching Dr. Bayek finish his work, the instructor, In Pyun, said that he was really good at what he did. Baek Chun also explained that the child would be fine, since fortunately no vital organs were damaged. At these words, Instructor In Pyun exhaled, calling the guy a real lucky guy. The doctor was surprised, because Mentor Ying was really worried about his students, and he explained that until the second test, they were all under his responsibility, but 2 of them were already in the infirmary. Baek Chan, while collecting his medical instruments, said that although he had stitched him up, the wound was deep enough that the patient needed to be hospitalized. With a cool expression on his face, he laughingly said that they wouldn't keep him as a cadet for as long as 7. 3 days would be enough. With a heavy sigh, the instructor began to leave, saying that he would come later when the evening training was over. He asked to take good care of Cadet 23. Walking along the corridor of the main building, he was angry, because on the very first day when it came to real swords, an injury occurred. He definitely couldn't do without an explanation. Night fell, the sun hid, the moon rose, and Dr. Beck lit a candle in the room. On the next bed, behind the curtains, some movements of a silhouette were visible. The boy, who was literally brought in during the day with a sword wound, got out of bed. Approaching the table on which medical supplies were lying, taking the knife, he began to swing it from side to side, standing there, deep in thought. He considered whether to begin with self-mutilation as he began to pull back the curtain that separated him from the 7th cadet. Taking his leg, he reassured himself, saying that he was doing this for the sake of survival. He began to slowly bring the knife to the leg of the lying guy, asking him not to blame him. Suddenly, as soon as he touched the knife to his leg, a powerful electric shock occurred. The guy dropped the knife from his hands, screaming loudly in pain and starting to lose consciousness. The knife began to spin from the electric shock and fell to the ground. And because of this noise, our main character gradually began to wake up, who, looking to the side, saw a bald guy lying unconscious on the floor. Looking in his direction, he thought that it was all obvious because they wouldn't just leave him here. There was silence in the main building, but it was interrupted by a sharp cry that resounded throughout the entire floor. This cry was made by the same boy who woke up. He didn't understand anything. After all, he understood that he had lost consciousness, but he could not understand why this happened. But a couple of seconds later, he realized that he was lying on the bed tied up. As he began to try to untie the ropes, he wondered who could have done this. Hearing that the boy had woken up, our main character immediately pulled back the curtain. With a satisfied face, he said that he did it, calling the tied-up guy a bald man. The guy's face was covered in sweat from fear. He started screaming and asking how this happened. Achun explained that while he was unconscious, he tied him up and sat him on the bed. Looking at the guy's smug face, he wondered how he passed out, but he was also concerned about the guy's condition, because he should have internal injuries, but he looked completely healthy. He was also very concerned about why he was constantly calling him bald. At that moment, the 7th prince brought the mirror to the boy's face, and he looked at it and screamed even louder. It was hard for him to believe it. Immediately, his face became covered in tears because he realized that he could not feel his smooth, beautiful hair. He began to rock from side to side in hysterics, screaming that this couldn't be happening. Our hero, unable to bear this, dealt him a powerful blow on the street, interrupting his screams. The boy ordered the hysterical woman to shut up, but he didn't answer him. Starting to examine him carefully, he saw that the boy had passed out again. Sometime later, he began to come to his senses. This time, his mouth was already tied. As soon as he began to rise, our hero asked him if he had calmed down, and the bald man answered in the affirmative. He began to nervously look away, showing his displeasure with his whole appearance. But our hero was not going to put up with this facial expression either. His face showed all his anger. He asked the bald boy what he was trying to tell him with a gag in his mouth. Goosebumps ran all over the tied-up guy's body, because he seemed naive to him when he first saw him at the ceremony. But this look shows him from a completely different side. Looking at that terrifying expression as well as that terrifying aura, he wondered who this guy even was. Waving his face near the gagged guy's face, our hero asked him why he thought he was still alive. But before he could even begin to think, he said that scumbags like him were always trying to kill him. And then, swinging the knife, he asked the moaning man in the same terrifying voice how many such attempts he thought there had been. But without giving him time to concentrate on the question, he made a swing, straight towards his throat, but stopped at the last moment. Our protagonist mocked him, telling him that playing with such dangerous toys could actually kill someone. Naturally, the seventh prince was interested in who forced him to commit this sabotage. At that very second, the bald guy started jumping from side to side, trying to say something. His mooing could be heard throughout the room. Seeing these actions, our hero laughed and pulled the gag from his mouth. Swinging his knife, the seventh cadet ordered him to speak, otherwise he must understand what would happen. The bald man himself sighed heavily, and then, with some rather strange intonation, he asked what this guy was talking about, which our main character did not understand. Lysick continued to say that he didn't understand what he was talking about, because if he cut him in the infirmary, wasn't he afraid that he would be accused? He explained this by saying that there were rules regarding training and duels in the Demon Academy, and outside of these classes, students were forbidden from hurting each other. Hearing this, the seventh one exhaled, saying that he was telling him this so easily, and the bald one began to shout that it was obvious, because even if he tortured him, he would not tell him anything. In his mind, he laughed at the prince. He wondered what he was thinking, because he couldn't do anything to him. He was amused by this, because even if he had lost his hair, he was still a tough nut. With a satisfied face, our hero clapped his hands, saying that it was all good, because they just needed to check whether he would open his mouth or not. Having started to tie his mouth tightly again, the bald man began to moan loudly again, because he did not understand what was about to happen. With a creepy voice, the prince told the boy to wait here, which scared the tied boy quite a bit. And then, returning with something in his hands, he began to say that where he lived there was little, but here there were many interesting things. The tied-up boy himself, looking at the jar of needles, wondered what this bastard was going to do with him. But seeing the expression on the seventh cadet's face, he understood that nothing good should be expected from him. He immediately fell into a panic, because although he was prepared for a lot, in the current situation he was overcome with wild fear. The tied-up boy tried to escape, but our protagonist grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly. And after twisting him, he asked in the same creepy tone why he was clenching his hands, and he himself, tied up, was covered in cold sweat from fear, thinking that a boy without martial arts skills could not be so strong. He also didn't understand why he was trying to open his hand. It also scared him a lot. And our hero, taking one needle out of the jar, said that it would be very painful now. A moment later, he stuck it right under the boy's fingernail and a strange sound was heard. A second later, a painful moaning sound began to be heard throughout the room, and the bald guy's eyes filled with tears. Having taken out a new one, the seventh prince asked him not to replay it because he believed that it was not so painful. Having stuck in another one, the tied guy's legs twisted in pain. His whole body seemed to be twisting. With tears in his eyes, he mentally asked for this suffering to stop. He understood that he would not be able to endure it for long. His hands gradually began to be covered in blood, and our boy, laughing, told him that it was his own fault because he said that he would not tell anything. Taking out another needle, he mocked him and told him to think of it as revenge. Painful moaning could be heard from the room for several more minutes. But after a certain period of time, it stopped again, just as quickly as it began. As soon as the boy opened his eyes, our main character laughed loudly, and he immediately understood what was happening and jumped up because he had already passed out twice from pain. With a satisfied face, the seventh cadet said, since he had already come to his senses, they could move on to the other hand. The tied-up boy began to moan loudly, waving his head from side to side. Seeing this reaction, Zhang asked if he was willing to talk to him about who ordered him to attack. Seeing a positive reaction, he removed the gag from his mouth, and the bald boy immediately began to sigh heavily, trying to take in as much air as possible. He thought that this prince was a real psycho, because he would have died or gone crazy after all this if he hadn't told anything. Seeing these doubts from the tied-up boy with a smile on his face, he asked him, "Was it Young Mu Geum?" "Yes." Hearing this name, the guy was extremely surprised and asked him how he found out about it. And our hero just smiled. He asked again if it was true. He wanted to know how he had guessed before, to which he heard a positive answer. He explained that it was all thanks to the caring care of the great Chan Mu Geum, because their instructor came to give him lessons every day. So he knows exactly which group he is in and who else is in it, because he guessed right away but wanted to hear confirmation. The eyes of the crippled, tied-up boy began to fill with tears. He mentally asked himself who said that this guy was a complete and utter nobody. Because it was far from true, he was a real monster who hides his power, pretending that he doesn't have it, because he can't even imagine what he will become when he has real power. And then, suddenly switching over, our hero said that since he had found out everything, now he could go to bed, which surprised Cadet 23 to the greatest extent. Naturally, he immediately began to promise that he would not tell anyone about this. He banged his head on the floor, begging the seventh prince not to be angry with him. The tied-up boy felt that the boy who had recently tortured him had stood up. Raising his head, he saw him raise his 2 fingers above his head. But before he could understand, they seemed to have sunk into his head, and he didn't even have time to notice his movements. He immediately realized that this was a technique that, by targeting specific blood flow points in the body, would neutralize the enemy. He gradually began to lose consciousness, thinking that the guy shouldn't have Nigong. But the bald boy realized everything, gradually losing consciousness. However, everything was different. He had it. The seventh prince deceived absolutely everyone. The right bodyguard laughed loudly as he jumped from one roof to another. His speed was incredibly great, and his face showed all his satisfaction. After all, he didn't expect his student to learn everything so quickly. The day before, they were busy infusing energy into the boy's body. This time, our hero looked much better than the previous time. Every day, the main character's mentor was more and more surprised by him. After only 5 days, he was able to gain Nigong, although usually it takes 2 to 3 weeks, in some cases a month. And this kid was able to exceed all his expectations. The right bodyguard initially planned to help him get Nigong within 2 weeks, and then teach him the basic techniques of the breathing method. But he will have to change his plan to a more accelerated program. Arriving again at the protagonist's chamber, the seventh prince immediately greeted his teacher. Bowing, he wished good morning to his teacher, who greeted the young boy shyly. The right bodyguard asked where he got it, and our hero replied that he hid it under the bed. It was a black dragon stone, a healing stone given to students who passed the first test, produced by the Demon Academy from medicinal herbs, and after proper use, it could gain 20 years of accumulation of Nigong. However, after absorption, the body acquired resistance and became less susceptible to subsequent doses. Both of our heroes almost suffocated from this terrible smell. But the man with a satisfied face thought that if this child accepted him, then he should get a maximum of 20 years of Nigong. And in this case, he will be able to take care of himself. At that very moment, something knocked him out of his thoughts and he glanced to the side. He asked the student what kind of child was lying there since he had not been there before. He came up, pulled back the curtain, and saw a rather strange picture, because the boy was lying tied up and exhausted. Looking at him, the right bodyguard said out loud, "Did he really do something to his blood flow points?" And the seventh cadet himself began to explain that he tried to attack him when Dr. Back left. These words surprised the teacher as much as possible. The protagonist continued to explain, because he heard that they started using real swords, and he believed that he deliberately allowed himself to be hit in order to get closer to him. After listening to his student to the end, the mentor naturally became angry, starting to emit energy. He asked how he dared to act like that in the infirmary of the Demonic Academy. Wasn't he afraid that he would be thrown out of here? And after thinking a little, he began to reason, because he had a different reason than simply not being afraid of such a scenario. Someone most likely ordered him to do this. At this point, Chan became wary. Noticing this, the right bodyguard told his student that his reaction was giving everything away for him. He asked him who did it, and the main character answered that the bastard from the Loyalty Clan ordered him, because they are in the same group. Having heard about this clan, the bodyguard was surprised, saying that in this clan he had never met normal people. He himself thought that this was a problematic family because they had a lot of rebels, but it was clear to him that he could not go against their will. The young lad replied that he had already gotten used to this kind of life, so he asked not to worry about his mentor. The man felt uneasy, thinking that his reaction made him very sad. And then he hit him on the head. These actions puzzled the boy quite a bit. The right bodyguard explained that if he poked at his blood flow points for a long time with Nigongam less than a year, the effect would disappear after a couple of hours. After all, it will take at least 10 years of Nigong to do everything properly. For a while, the right bodyguard encouraged the boy and then told him to take this stinking ball. He said that now it was possible to use the Black Dragon Stone. Looking at it, the 7th cadet's face grimaced. He asked if it would be enough for him to just swallow it. But his mentor's answer made him panic. With a smile on his face, he said, "No, it needs to be chewed properly and then swallowed, because this will increase the healing effect." As he slowly put it in his mouth, he thought that this thing had a very disgusting smell, so the taste would be disgusting. But as soon as he put it in his mouth, he felt all the disgustingness, which turned out to be much worse than he thought. He barely restrained himself from spitting it back out, and the teacher, laughing, told him to swallow it and immediately begin using the breathing technique. Placing both his hands on his back, he said that they were beginning. The boy's body immediately began to be covered in aura, and a moment later it was completely covered in it. The mentor himself was also concentrated, pressing more and more Nigong into the boy. The nanomachine immediately responded to these actions, saying that a substance had been introduced into the body that supported vital energy and activity. The substance was reacting and increasing the flow in the body. The machine also asked whether the master agreed to assimilate the substance by accelerating metabolism. Naturally, after hearing this question, our boy did not understand everything, but allowed her to do it. Feeling this incredible absorption, the right bodyguard couldn't believe how this was possible. Was this child really born with the body of a war god? The man thought that he was assimilating the medicine to the last drop and enhancing its effect. He should have absorbed only 80% of the stone. However, he does it much better. The man worried about him in vain. The sun began to rise. The huge burst of energy that was oozing out stopped. Looking at his body, our main character felt something unusual. When the man started drinking again, he asked how he felt, but without waiting for an answer, he praised the boy because he did a good job, even made him sweat. He also said that the guy managed to master and increase the effect of Nigong by 1.5 times. These words shocked the young guy because he was able to increase it by 30 times. Almost falling asleep, he also added that this was an approximate figure, but other students would be taking the medicine on their own, so it was not a fact that they would be able to absorb even half of it. Our young lad immediately began to thank the teacher with embarrassment. He shouted that all this happened only thanks to him, but the right bodyguard poked at him, saying that it was all just his luck. And at that moment, the young boy thanked the nanomachine for its help. Looking out the window, the Lord's right bodyguard said that it was already late. It was time for him to go back, so he began to say goodbye to the guy. Seeing his mentor leaving, our hero called out to him in bewilderment. He asked to be taught blade fighting skills starting tomorrow. Hearing this unusual request, a smile appeared on the man's face. Slapping his fist gently on the boy's body, he agreed to this request. He also said that he would have little time for all this, so he needed to prepare. At this time, at the training ground, one of the princes laughed loudly, saying that today was a great mood. He thanked Yahello because it was good only because of him. But a second later, he was laughing, because while they were all standing there, the 7th cadet must have been suffering from broken limbs. These thoughts gave him goosebumps. He liked this feeling. Dr. Beck entered the room and laughed loudly, starting to point his finger at the bald boy. Laughing, he asked him where his hair had gone, but he could not answer him. Thinking that he couldn't even yell at him because of his neighbor, these thoughts made him very angry. As he began to draw the curtain, he apologized for his behavior, continuing to joke along the way. Passing by our main character lying there, he stopped and looked at him. It seemed to him that the boy was lying there somehow tensely. It was all strange. The doctor thought that something had happened during the night, but he was not going to pay attention to it. So he went on about his business, thinking that his teacher had said that he needed to concentrate only on the treatment and not ask unnecessary questions. 2 days passed, and there was tension in the dormitory, in the wing of the 8th group. After all, the leader of their group angrily asked if he should have been excluded from their group, and the young man said that he was going to cut the tendons of Cadet 7. But probably because of numerous injuries, the doctor stood over Cho Ye-um all night, without leaving for a minute. These words made the prince even more angry. He angrily asked if the doctor had not slept and that these were all his excuses. Looking away nervously, the boy explained, saying that he had left at night, as ordered. But the doctor woke up, and at that moment the prince did not let his subordinate finish speaking. He kicked him hard, shouting if the doctor's hearing was that sharp. The bald boy could not have expected these actions at all. He screamed from the powerful blow. The prince did not stop there and began to insult and beat the boy lying on the ground. The negatively disposed guy was approached by his subordinate, who asked him to stop. The prince listened to him, and then he bent down to the bald man lying on the ground and asked the doctor's name. With a trembling voice and closing his mouth, he replied that the doctor's name was Baek Chung Myun. Turning to his leader, he said that he had heard that name before, adding that he was most likely a disciple of Dr. Baek Yung Woo. The direct heir of the Lord could not believe these words, asking again in surprise, thinking that this is the same person who left the Poison Clan, taking preference to engage in treatment, or perhaps sending, and then became the personal doctor of the Lord. And he is also among the top 30 best in the Demonic Academy, although he is a doctor. The boy continued to tell his leader that if this was truly his student, then his martial arts must be amazing as well. This made the prince even more angry. He shouted that sending him there was just a waste of time. He again dealt a powerful blow to his body. While continuing to beat him, he also told the guy not to even dream of helping his clan. And the guy lying on the ground remembered how a prince came to him with a smile on his face and asked him to do something for him. He also told him that he was the direct heir of the Brook clan, so he promised to help his small clan. The bald boy thought that if he had kept his promise, he would have told him the truth. But in that case, he would not do it. Time passed. The already completely beaten guy thought that as soon as that guy returned, it would be the end for him. The prince was embarrassed that he was covering his head by grabbing his bandana. And then with a quick movement, he pulled it off his head, asking why it was on his head. What he saw shocked him. He didn't even know how to react to it at first. But when he came to his senses, he began to beat him again, asking if he really thought that if he came with a shaved head, he would forgive him. The group members who were watching all this thought about it, because everything should have been under control. But the wing was noisy again. Once the prince got tired of beating, he immediately started to leave, telling Jae-hyun that he was coming with him. The bald boy, who was lying barely conscious, thought only about the fact that Chonmu Geum would soon come to an end. Meanwhile, in the demonic infirmary, our main character asked the doctor if he knew martial arts, who immediately answered that he only studied medicine. Time passed. 7 days passed. Some noise began to be heard in the infirmary of the Demonic Academy. In addition, a loud hum, similar to the stamping of feet, was heard throughout the room. Our hero stood in a fighting stance, concentrating for a powerful attack. And then, sharply moving one of his legs to the other, he made the floor break. His movements seemed very powerful. Each time his movements seemed to become more and more distinct. The right bodyguard, who was watching all this, thought that this guy was a real genius. After all, I only demonstrated the butterfly technique to him a couple of times and corrected his body position over these few days. But his movements are smooth and natural. And if he trains constantly, he will not have problems with mastering the elements. Suddenly he shouted loudly that right now they would be practicing the elements. At these words, the seventh prince exhaled heavily, beginning to twist his hands. He recalled how he used a nanomachine to scan his teacher's posture so he could reproduce it exactly. But that would be too suspicious, so he needs to do everything a little slower. Just a moment later, he showed some pretty fast elements that even surprised him. Again, his teacher was surprised, thinking that the transitions in the Nigong technique consist of 24 elements, and the first 3 are counted as 1 and create 8 elements. Because it took too long to teach him the basics, he was unable to teach him the links. If they had a month or 2 with him, he would have been able to learn everything completely, but they had too little time. After some time, the mentor said that was all, praising his student. He immediately bowed to him, saying that the teacher was flattering him. He was not as good as he thought. The right bodyguard didn't respond to this in any way, only holding out the wrapper in his direction. He said that these were the first elements of the butterfly technique and the methods of controlling the Nigong, because his teacher would like to teach him this himself. But today was the last day. So with the help of his mind and intelligence, he would easily master the basics. The man also said that he would definitely check when they met him next time. He asked his student not to be lazy. Embarrassed, almost crying, our boy thanked his mentor, saying that he would not let him down. Hearing these words, the man was pleased, stretching out his hand towards the sword. And then he pulled it in, starting to swing it from side to side. Opening it slightly, our hero immediately felt a powerful energy, and the bodyguard explained that this was his wild blade. Having taken it out completely, he tossed it towards the boy, telling him to try it. Taking it in his hands, The seventh cadet examined it carefully, saying that it was not as heavy as he thought. At this point, he drew his sword, saying that ordinary swords weighed 2 or 3 kins, but the priceless swords of their clan, the ideal battle swords, only weighed about 1.5. The right bodyguard began to show off the power of this sword, swinging it from side to side. He accidentally cut off a sharp corner of the table, and our hero, picking it up, thought that if the doctor saw this, he would be very angry. The mentor himself did not pay any attention to this, continuing to talk about how even if it was narrow and light, he made it from the best metal, and its sharpness and strength earned this sword its name. He ordered his student to step back, because right now he would demonstrate what his student wanted to see. The right bodyguard asked his boy to watch carefully, because this was his teacher's butterfly technique. With a smile on his face, he asked the nanomachine to prepare for scanning. The machine itself immediately responded to this by saying that scanning had begun at the user's request. The sun's rays illuminated the houses and leaves, and I felt the warmth. As usual, the right bodyguard was moving along the roof at an incredibly fast speed. The redhead told the head bodyguard that the right bodyguard was leaving, who was happy because he had to watch how he appeared, hiding in his mouse hole. The chief bodyguard responded to all this by saying that they needed to change the guards on the second floor because they would have enough time to rest. And then he started to leave. The red-haired man stopped him, turning to him. He asked what was the reason for his concern about the seventh prince, and he, turning in his direction, replied that it was only fair. This answer amused the red-haired man, and in a strange tone, he said that there was a finger that wouldn't hurt if you bit all 10 of them. The man in the mask responded strangely, suddenly disappearing into a circle of wind. This also amused the red-haired man, who added that this was all in the spirit of the Wind King, because you never know where he will rush off to next. If he decides to run away, it was already pointless to catch him. But in any case, he has 10 days to put everything in its place. Dr. Beck began to carefully examine the boy's body, looking at him incomprehensibly. He usually always woke up when he came, so why is he sleeping now? After all, this is the last time he sleeps so peacefully. As soon as he is discharged from here, he will have to go through a lot. So he began to close the curtain again, letting the boy sleep a little more. But if you looked closely, all of his muscles were tense, because the nanomachine changed the user's muscles to match the level of the butterfly's technique, as well as the Venus system. There was only 1 hour left until it was 100% complete. While waiting for the boy to wake up, Dr. Beck fell asleep without noticing it. But he was awakened by a sudden scream which made him jump nervously, immediately rushing into the patient's room, asking him what happened. The young boy's whole body was shaking, and some kind of liquid was coming out of his mouth. Putting his hand to his forehead, he didn't understand why the guy's body was shaking, and he was also feeling sick. He asked the guy to lie down as soon as the attack subsided a little. Putting his hand against his to feel his pulse, he began to listen carefully. But when he realized what it was like, he couldn't believe it, because the boy had been lying down all this time, but his pulse looked like he had been training. Our main character was breathing heavily, lying in sweat, he said. The nanomachine said that his body's reaction to the changes that had occurred had stabilized. Immediately after this notification, the trembling went away and the face stopped writhing in pain. Watching all this, Dr. Beck did not understand what was happening because he suddenly began to tremble and just as suddenly stopped. He had never heard his teacher mention anything like this. After observing his body for a little while longer, he realized that everything was over. He was going to let him sleep some more, and he himself would go have lunch. After some time, the boy's eyes began to gradually open. As he rose, he felt extremely strange, as if he were not in his own body. He raised his hand, beginning to gently swing it from side to side, and then he squeezed it with all his might, and he immediately realized that the strength was much greater than it had been before. She had distinguished herself much more, which made him happy, because he thought he would have had to go through a lot of teachers to get such a body. Remembering his teacher's movements, he thought that he would be scared if he knew how much his body had changed in 6 hours. At the very moment when the teacher showed the butterfly, his movements were incredible. After all, creating so much pressure from just the initial elements, even without Nigong, was frightening. He didn't even have time to really see everything, asking if the nanomachine had managed to see it, and it replied that the scan was complete. The satisfied right bodyguard asked the student if he had looked carefully, to which the answer was yes. The mentor also added that he was sad because he was supposed to teach him the basic elements properly, but today was the last day. Our hero immediately began to thank him, saying that without his lessons, he would not have achieved anything. And the right bodyguard said that as soon as the young man returned to the academy, it would be very difficult. Therefore, he asked his student not to fail and then disappeared, jumping to the side. Looking out the window with embarrassment, Our hero was happy because someone who cared about him had appeared here, so he had to justify his expectations. The nanomachine announced that the motion analysis was complete. It also explained that the muscles and veins would have to change significantly, so the whole job would take 6 hours. These words surprised the guy because 6 hours is too long a period of time. But there was no other choice, so our hero agreed to the changes, which he was trying right now. He was moving at incredible speed, demonstrating incredibly precise and fast movements that cut through the air. He thought that this was great, because this was only one initial element, and he was already the same as the teachers. Just as he was about to try the second one, he felt something, immediately looking away. He could clearly feel someone walking down the corridor, slowly stepping. As he suddenly began to examine his hands, because he was not so sensitive, he realized that his perception had become sharper. This made him very happy, because all the preparations were completed. Suddenly, Dr. Black appeared right from behind the door, holding something in his mouth. He asked when he woke up and what would be completed, but our protagonist did not answer these questions, saying that he was ready to be discharged. Having changed his clothes and secured his dark name badge, he placed his hand on it. Dr. Beck exhaled heavily because he didn't know what to do. There were no other patients here, and the only one needed to be discharged. But our hero responded to this by telling him not to worry, because they would appear here soon. After talking with the doctor for a little while, our boy bowed to him, thanking him for the treatment. Beck Chun smiled happily, saying that he would pray for him, and then our heroes said goodbye. Already sitting alone, doctor. Beck thought he had nothing to do and was about to go to bed. And our guy, walking out the door, began to think, leaning against it. He thought that if the doctor hadn't pretended not to know that Sabmen had taught him martial arts, the infirmary would have been extremely uncomfortable the entire time. With a smile on his face, our hero thought that he would never forget the doctor's care, and he was also going to send the patients that Beck Chun wanted so much to him. At this time, the prince and his comrade, who were walking to the training ground, wondered why they had goosebumps all over their bodies. They did not understand it. Consistent group training took place at the training ground. The members of the group that our main character was a part of looked at him askance. They were worried, and the leader of the group himself looked at the approaching boy with a smile. He was happy. After all, he was finally here. The boy was approaching his group. The first thing his mentor greeted him with was asking if his body had fully recovered, and the boy answered positively. He also said that he felt much better than before. After chatting a little more, the mentor asked if he remembered the theory and his position, to which he also heard a positive answer from the young lad. Throwing him a sword and shield, the instructor was happy, telling him to go to the rest of the guys. Passing by the leader of the group, our hero noticed a smile on his face. He couldn't resist saying that the 7th cadet was so scared that he could only show up today. The third prince also called our protagonist very dirty for this place, but the boy walked past him without reacting to his taunts. This angered him because how could this lowborn ignore him? Seeing this reaction, she amused our boy, he thought, so that he would not rejoice prematurely. After a while, the instructor shouted that they would begin their practice using real swords, asking everyone to pay attention. He also added that if a similar incident to the last one occurs, they will be expelled. At that very moment, the entire group shouted loudly, "Mado!" And each time this shout seemed to become louder. Everyone took their position, and after a while, a red flag was raised, which gave the signal. Immediately, the entire crowd rushed to the side, starting to move among themselves. The instructor who was watching this thought that Youngmu Guillaume was incredibly arrogant. He was controlling the members of his team, as the heir of the clan should. The problem was with Zhang Yewoon, because he put him in a position with the least amount of movement on purpose. But he most likely made a mistake when he started looking at our main character. He couldn't believe that he was keeping up with the rest of the team. Was he really a fast learner? Cries could be heard throughout the line that they had leveled their shields and were holding their ground. A shout was heard which ordered them not to move until further orders were given. 15 minutes later, everyone was standing tensely, sweating, their bodies feeling too heavy. The question was raised whether they really thought they could beat the other groups in the next test this way, since they were all failing. Looking at his students, the instructor thought that training was much easier for them than before. He also began to be interested in Zhang Yewoon, but when he looked at him, he was surprised because he didn't move at all. Raising the yellow flag, the instructor shouted that they were changing position, but he himself was thinking about the need to properly assess the man who had recently arrived from the infirmary. The group commander immediately gave the order for them to surround the enemy in a semicircle. Following this order, everyone shouted out loud that they needed to move forward half a step. Everyone took half a step at the same time, which caused a fairly loud sound. The commander praised them, while everyone was barely standing on their feet from fatigue. Our boy felt great. The third cadet, looking at the seventh, did not understand why he was not making mistakes. This angered him. He understood that he could not give it to him. Take it and achieve success. He needed to act. Not far from Zhang Yewung, Jia Hyun stood and was called by someone. He immediately realized that the leader of the group was calling him, who asked him to nod if he heard. Naturally, Hen immediately nodded. The prince told his subordinate to do as he was told for the third row. Seeing the smile on leader Jia Hyun, the third prince knew that he agreed. A loud order was given for them to change ranks, and everyone immediately began to move quickly, eventually building up 3 layers of shields to hold back the attack. Our hero himself thought that everything was easy thanks to the nanomachine, because it downloaded a video simulation for him. As soon as the shields were lined up and positioned correctly, sharp weapons emerged from them. A loud voice shouted at them to be careful and speed up. Behind our main character stood Jia Hyun, who, with evil thoughts, thought that he could see his back right now. He understood that the low-born offspring must crawl on the ground. Touching his waist with his foot, he was about to push him with all his strength. But our main character immediately looked in his direction with that same frightening look. Seeing this, Jia Hyun became frightened, anxiously asking himself if the guy had noticed him. There was no other way. He had to act right now, so he was just going to use a little bit of Nigong, but now he was going to use everything to strike. At the moment of contact with the guy's body, he hit something and a huge electric shock began to rise. Who at that very second threw back the attacker? He could not stay on his feet. But it didn't just fall, it flew back several meters, spilling right onto the ground. Seeing this scene, the group leader couldn't believe his eyes because Hen jumped back. The man lying on the ground did not understand what had just happened. After all, at the very last moment he was simply thrown back. He could not believe that this lowborn's Nigong was so much stronger than his. But he was distracted from these thoughts by a shadow that blocked out all the rays of the sun. An angry instructor approached him and asked him if it was really him again. Seeing this strange picture, the bald boy immediately tried to get up. However, as soon as he stood on his leg, he felt incredible pain in it. He thought about the pain he still felt in his ankle, and it scared him. Gradually beginning to raise his head, he noticed that the 7th cadet was standing and looking at him. With a mocking smile on his face, he was laughing at him right now. This made the bald man very angry because this peasant laughed at him. But he was distracted from these thoughts again by the instructor, who, seeing his face, asked if he still couldn't come to his senses. Jia Hyun tried to justify himself by placing all the blame on our main character. But he was interrupted by a powerful blow to the body from the instructor, which interrupted all his words. In a low tone, the instructor asked, "After all, it was he who had hit number 23 in the back last time." His mentor also said that he would not be able to rest for the next 4 days because he would be undergoing hellish training with his leader until lights out. Naturally, Jia Hyun tried to revive him, but the instructor's terrifying expression prevented him from doing so. The other kids started to discuss it heatedly. They were happy. After all, while Chanmu Geum was covering his back, he was walking around all arrogant. The leader of the group himself heard absolutely everything. Every word he heard made him more and more angry. He could not contain his anger. The right bodyguard watched this whole scene from the side. Looking at the 7th cadet, he thought that his Nigong was much stronger than he expected. Although even if the right bodyguard taught him, it was still very strange. After all, this bald guy has a Nigong that is about 30 years of training? How could Zhang Ye-un have more? The red-haired guy asked himself. He didn't even know how to imagine that this drunkard bodyguard could teach the boy properly. Having immediately noticed the good teacher on the right bodyguard's side, he guessed that the 7th prince had the natural ability to absorb the benefits of the medicinal stone to the fullest extent. A smile appeared on his face, because he remembered the proverb that even if he was a half-breed, he still came from a tiger and remained a tiger cub. He was also amused by the fact that the heirs were opposing each other in one group, because he considered it entertaining. Sometime later, everyone went to the large hall located on the main training ground. Sitting in front of the delicious food, the instructor wished them a pleasant appetite and also gave them permission to partake of it. Everyone shouted motto loudly as they began to eat, because today's food was truly delicious. With his mouth full of food, the protagonist's face looked satisfied, because everything here was very tasty. Before that, for 2 weeks, he ate only porridge. But when he opened his eyes, he immediately saw a displeased face. He felt this displeased look all over his body. Looking towards the leader of his group, he found it hard to believe that he was going to look at him like that for the entire dinner. Our hero didn't know why he hated him so much, but he also wasn't going to forgive the actions of the 6th clan. After all, he will never understand what it is like to see your mother die and not be able to do anything. He mentally told them all to be careful because he was going to surpass them all. A little later, the training was over, and everyone except number 80 was allowed to leave. The instructor led him somewhere to the side, and the cadet the teacher took with him looked very tired. But our main character liked this picture. He watched all this with a smile on his face. He also followed everyone to the hostel because he now had free time. On the way, he thought that his room 8 was the room of the 8th group. It was easy to remember because of the unusual coincidence. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by a voice calling him, stopping and turning to him, asking where he was going without permission. That someone was their group leader, who was looking towards the 7th cadet with a satisfied face. Our hero himself, looking at him, mentally insulted him, also thinking that such actions on his part were expected. There were also 2 guys standing behind him, to whom our main character immediately paid attention, thinking that the prince wanted to look like a gentleman wherever he went. Another group was passing by the gathering crowd, also led by an heiress, and she turned her gaze to it. Hearing the conversations, the girl from the Sound clan thought that they were talking about the 3rd and 7th heir, and Chan Mu Geum himself, looking around, smiled, because a lot of people had gathered. His only thoughts were that right now everything was going well, just as he wanted. Approaching the 7th cadet, he called him a low-born scum in a tone that everyone could hear. In the same tone, he asked the silently standing guy if he was very tired of lying in the infirmary while they were all training. And then he insulted our main character several more times, but he immediately answered him as soon as he finished, asking if he was insulting the Lord himself. Hearing this question, the 3rd heir did not understand and asked again. Our hero explained to him that by calling him a low-born scum, he was insulting the Lord. Seeing the confusion on the leader of the group's face, our boy asked him if his status was so high that he could insult the Lord, who was like a god to them. Seeing the reaction of those around him to these words, the leader of the group began to become confused. Standing tensely and watching the others' reactions, he thought that he was going to humiliate him in front of everyone. But right now, he was being humiliated. The heiress of the Sound clan, watching this whole scene with a smile on her face, said that the bastard from the Stream clan was really stupid. Watching all this, Jung Kyung-woong of the Sword clan also did not understand. Why does this stupid idiot get so mad over such simple little things? Unable to bear this tense situation, Jung Moon-geum grabbed our main character by the clothes. Shouting that he was an arrogant chatterbox, he swung his arm and was about to hit him. However, he didn't succeed. Our boy got ahead of him and delivered a direct blow right to his face. Without waiting for a response, the 3rd prince fell to his knees, clutching his face. Hearing the boy trying to say something, our young lad laughed at him. Pulling his hand back, the heir of the Stream clan saw blood begin to drip onto his hand. This made him even more angry. He couldn't believe that his own family dared to hit him so basely. At that very second, he began to use Nigong, disappearing at a fairly high speed. And then, appearing right in front of our main character, he was about to deliver a powerful blow. However, our boy was not so simple. He was able to easily dodge the attack. Jumping to the side, the 3rd prince couldn't believe it, because he should be faster than him. But a second later, our hero jumped onto one of the roofs, continuing to laugh. Both princes stood in shock, because they realized that he was using the weightless skill. They couldn't believe that he could do such a thing. At that very moment, the leader of the main character's group shouted to everyone to help catch him. They immediately obeyed the order of their commander and set off in pursuit. And the prince himself, adjusting his nose, thought how this bastard dared to hit him first and run away, because if he left it like that, then they would no longer consider him a human being. At this time, our hero himself was moving through the forest at a fairly fast speed. The others couldn't catch up with him, asking each other what was going on. One of the guys thought it was all very strange, because it seemed to him that he was running at just the right speed so that they couldn't catch up with him. Sometime later, their commander caught up with them, shouting at them to ask why they were so slow. He was going to catch up with him on his own. As he began to speed up, he thought that he would first destroy the guy's face and then break all the bones in his body. Gradually, he began to move closer and closer to the 7th cadet. It seemed that our main character did not notice the pursuer who was right on his heels. But having stopped, almost immediately a 3rd cadet appeared, who immediately began to pour out a bunch of insults in the direction of the one who was running away. Hearing this, our protagonist, turning around with a terrifying expression on his face, asked him which of them had escaped. He began to laugh loudly, disappearing from the place where he had just been standing. Seeing this picture, the 3rd prince did not even immediately understand what had happened. But as soon as it all dawned on him, it was already too late, because our main character appeared right in front of him. He waved it and said that there was no point in showing it to others, but he would show it to him. With incredible strength and speed, The boy's hand, with a huge amount of energy, began to approach the boy's head. Trying to close himself off, he couldn't believe he was in this situation. He was unable to dodge such a fast attack, so he took the full force of the blow. Because of this, he even had to use all of Nigong's power. But even so, he was thrown aside. Standing with his mouth open and looking towards the seventh, he thought he had closed himself off by using the 7-star defense skill, but he was still thrown back. He couldn't believe that his strike was so powerful. But a second later, surprise was replaced by anger, which changed his face completely. Looking at the 7th prince's stance, he angrily asked him where he knew martial arts from. And at that moment, he himself thought that his weightless movements were quite fast, although he also remembered that the guy didn't have any Nigong on the first test. Seeing this reaction, our main character smiled, because he saw how nervous his direct enemy was. He was going to stretch this moment out as long as possible. It made him laugh. The 3rd prince's approaching wards, seeing this picture, called out to him anxiously. After all, right now, right in front of their faces, their commander was being pushed back. Our main character used the 2nd position of the butterfly dance. Our hero's contented face suddenly disappeared. He couldn't believe his eyes. After all, right now, this bastard was able to dodge his direct attack. After the heir from the Brook clan dodged, he immediately went on the attack. Having dealt a fairly powerful blow to the body of our main character, the boy did not have time to dodge. He fully felt the power of the attack, grimacing in surprise, because he did not expect such a quick counterattack. But our main character's enemy was not going to end there, and he took another swing. After dodging, our protagonist realized that this idiot was using the 2nd position of the first technique of the Brook clan, a prolonged fist fight. The attacks rained down like hail, but our hero was not going to expose himself to them again, dodging all the fists. These actions on the part of the 7th prince amused the attacker, and he suddenly accelerated, due to which he was able to strike at the 7th heir, but Jung Woo was able to block the attack. However, the power was high. It threw him to the side several meters at once. The boy's hands were shaking. He thought that he still couldn't match his Nigong, because his was higher than everyone else's even before he was accepted here. And because he took the healing stone, it only increased. But even so, the main character was not going to give up. Having rushed from his place, he thought that he had to attack him without giving him time to counterattack. And in that case, he would have a chance to win it, the 7th heir continued to think, starting to circle around the guy at incredible speed. Seeing this, everyone was very surprised, because right now this guy was using a glowing trail. No one could believe that this freak could use this kind of martial art. In one of the movements, they saw a smile on the boy's face, and then a raised hand, which began to approach the 3rd prince's body with incredible speed. However, at the last moment, he was still able to dodge her, intending to counterattack. Barely managing to dodge the blow of our main attack, he couldn't believe that he could move so fast. But immediately coming to his senses, he kicked the boy right in the face. Due to the unexpected blow, our hero was unable to dodge, which is why he immediately flew to the side. Looking at the 7th cadet lying on the ground, he thought that he really was good at short attacks, but he has no idea how to respond to the enemy's attacks. The 3rd prince continued his thought with a terrifying smile on his face. Our main character himself, holding his head, let out heavy groans, thinking that he was only thinking about his blows and did not foresee any such attacks. The 3rd prince started the dialogue first, saying that he was quite surprised that he used skills that were not suitable for him, but now he can say that he only improvised. With the same smile on his face, he said that the boy lying on the ground was simply trying to copy others, not knowing his own limit. And that was what he expected. The 7th prince, beginning to squeeze the earth in his hand, began to rise, thinking that he did not know whether he understood or not, that he had only learned 2 positions, and that he did not have such experience. But he understood the enemy standing in front of him very well. He understood Chan Mu Geum. After all, no one knew that having experience would create a huge difference in strength between them. Clenching his fist, young Mu Geum loudly shouted that he didn't know where he learned martial arts. He was going to ask these questions later. The long-haired man shouted, using the 5th position of the first technique of the Stream clan, Roar of the Stream. Seeing the attacker using the 5th position, our hero did not understand what he should do right now and what position to use. At the same second, the nanomachine was activated, which indicated a fall from external forces. It increased the visual ability to react to the threat, and also operating the defense mode from training battles, analyzing the attack of the 3rd prince. At that very second, our main character seemed to be able to dodge the attacker's attack with maximum ease. And then, standing in a stance, he was about to strike back, beginning to gather all his energy in his hand. In that same second, he regrouped and redirected his weight, sending his fist towards the shocked boy's face, who did not expect the seventh to be able to dodge his blow. Unable to dodge, he took the full force of the blow, causing blood to even flow from his mouth. As soon as our boy struck, without realizing it, he stood there in shock and looked at his hand. Chon Mu-geum took advantage of this opportunity, immediately grabbing his mouth and starting to jump to the side. The nanomachine at this point notifies our guy that a combat self-defense option has been built in. For this training fight, the training fight mode, boxing style, was used. Listening to this, our hero mentally asked her again, and the nanomachine added that this was an indicator of independent learning. They created the result based on the analysis of the opponent's movements every 0.0 hundredths of a second. Raising his hands and standing in a stance, he asked the nanomachine if he could use the butterfly dance instead of boxing in this situation, to which he received an immediate positive answer. She also said that the analysis was completed. She asked if he wanted to accept this analysis, to which she also received a positive answer from her master. The prince of the Stream clan himself, clenching his teeth in anger, could not understand where the guy knew fist techniques from. He did not expect that the seventh would have aces up his sleeve. But after shouting that this would not work on him anymore, he immediately attacked his opponent. The nanomachine once again notified that the change of defense mode from boxing to butterfly dance had been successfully completed. Our boy dodged one blow after another without any difficulty. With a smile on his face, he thought that he saw each attack perfectly. The third cadet began to speed up, realizing that these normal blows were not reaching him. But a moment later, his face changed. He didn't understand how this bastard was dodging all his blows. As soon as our main character saw that his opponent was taken aback, he immediately went on the counteroffensive. As he began to strike his opponent with numerous blows, the Stream clan prince did not expect this, so he began to take blow after blow. At that moment, memories from long ago began to emerge in his head, where a woman was crying next to him, loudly shouting about something and asking him. He remembered how his mother, sobbing, asked her son to become stronger, because if she did, he would return to her. She asked him to win and become stronger so that he would be their pride. She stroked his head tenderly, sobbing. He understood that if he lost now, he would let his family down. He remembered his mother in hysterics, screaming that he was bad at everything and it was because of him that the Lord had gone to that bitch. She screamed that it wasn't her fault, it was all because he couldn't cope. She strangled her own son, who was crying. The third prince heard his own mother telling him that he was her mistake. Standing on his feet and bleeding, he asked himself why these memories had appeared now. He looked at the seventh prince's face, which made him more and more angry with each passing second. He couldn't lose. These thoughts wouldn't leave him. He angrily clenched his teeth, looking straight ahead at the guy standing in front of him. As he began to spread his legs, taking a fighting stance, he came to only one thought. He shouted menacingly that he would never lose to such low-born scum as him, and began to concentrate mana in his hand. But our main character dodged this blow as if nothing had happened, delivering an instant blow to the prince of the Stream clan. Grabbing him by the head, he slammed him into the ground with all his might, causing a loud bang to be heard. Because of this, he lost consciousness, and blood began to flow from his mouth, scattering in all directions. There was silence, only the sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves, swirling and lifting them. Sometime later, the third prince came to his senses, starting to cough loudly. Looking at Chan standing above him, he spoke more restrainedly about the fact that because of such a vile offspring but our hero did not let him finish, saying that he deserved all this, and he immediately covered his face, starting to hide his tears. All this was observed by the rest of the pursuers, who were heatedly discussing the victory over our main hero. They couldn't believe that just 10 days ago he had no Nigong at all. They didn't understand what they needed to do right now and what was the best way to proceed. At that very moment, our hero responded to all these discussions. Glancing in their direction, he asked if they wanted to try to defeat him, to which they immediately began to shake their heads from side to side. And then they rushed towards the Prince of the Stream lying on the ground, shouting that they would help him now. Our hero watched all this. Suddenly, the third prince screamed with anger. He shouted that he would go himself. He did not need anyone's help. He was very angry at everyone. Having risen up, he immediately cast his gaze towards the seventh prince. Starting to insult him, he asked him why he did not finish him off. After thinking for a bit, our protagonist replied that if it weren't for the group task, he would have broken his head, but he couldn't do it yet. Clenching his fist and raising it, our protagonist made a face, saying that he would really do it if he continued to attack him. Cheon Mugeum began to shake, screaming for him to do it right now. Turning around, the boy said that it was time for him to leave because he was not going to listen to this useless chatter, powerfully jumping into the sky. And the third prince himself, lying on the ground, writhed in anger, clenching his teeth. He thought that this idiot really was speaking seriously. Moving at incredible speed through the forest, our hero thought over the moments from their fight. After all, it was really dangerous, and if it weren't for the nanomachine, he would have definitely lost. He learned martial arts faster than anyone. However, he cannot discount experience, because he could not compare with his teacher only because he perfected the butterfly dance position. He knew that if he wanted to achieve a higher status, he needed Nigong and experience. But the sixth clan would not leave him alone while he got into shape. So first he needs to learn how to use what he already knows. Our main character continued to think, landing on a cliff above the river. Looking at his reflection, he turned to the nanomachine, asking how many of its functions he had used so far, to which it responded that it was starting a status check. Some calculations started in the boy's head, and the nanomachine's final answer was that he had only used 3%. He couldn't verify this, and the nanomachine continued to say that its master used 3% out of 100, convincing that the functionality was enormous. After thinking for a while, he began to talk about the possibilities that the machine offered, and he asked her to tell him in detail about all the functions that it provided. The manual on the functions of the 7th generation of the nanomachine will be downloaded into the brain of the master, the nanomachine responded, to which it immediately received a positive response from the boy. He could not wait for this. She was also going to download an additional language to understand the contents of the manual. It was English. Our hero was a little embarrassed, remembering how she spoke some incomprehensible words in the same language. After a short pause, Nano replied that she was starting the download, and our main character closed his eyes, ready for the data to arrive. Just a second later, his whole body began to be overcome with pain, especially his head, because the incoming information was incredibly huge. A few minutes of suffering passed, the pain subsided, the transfer of information was complete. Our boy tried to catch his breath, thinking that this was much more information than usual. But he was also surprised that he felt only a slight discomfort. He didn't even feel sick. After moving away a little, he used the search functions. Immediately after this command, windows with a huge amount of information began to appear around the guy. When he started studying this information, he couldn't believe that he could use all of this. He was very surprised. After all, judging by this data, he could do what no one else in this world was capable of: repeated battles in an alternate reality. Because if that were the case, then he could make up for all the experience that he lacks right now. The nanomachine at this point noticed that the motion analysis had to be completed in order to create a simulation. He immediately asked in surprise if he could get the one with Jung Mu Geum. She replied that there was not enough information, but she could recreate the avatar, taking into account the previous battle. Jumping back into the depths of the forest, he was going to use this function right now in order to test its functionality. Interest got the better of him. Looking around, he carefully examined the surroundings so that there was no one nearby. He told the machine to recreate the avatar. The activation of the assimilation avatar in the user's visualization began. Seeing this, our protagonist could not believe his eyes. After all, this was something magical. If she hadn't downloaded all this huge information, he would have fainted when he saw it. He asked the nanomachine if he was the only one who could see it, to which it replied that the simulation settings change until the avatar is fully formed. It asked to set the percentage of interaction between the avatar and the user. Explaining that this was the amount he would receive from the avatar's attacks, our hero easily replied that she should use all 100%. The third prince's avatar took a fighting stance and shouted for the low-born brat to attack him as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the boy's face tensed up. He couldn't believe that this stupidity on his part was also part of the stimulation. And the avatar continued to insult the boy, which made him quite angry. But later he was glad about it because he would be able to crush his head. After waiting a little longer, the avatar could not stand it any longer, shouting that in that case he would attack first and rush towards our main character. He immediately used the 5th position of the first technique of the Stream Clan. It was the Roar of the Stream, that same powerful attack. Seeing these movements, our boy was amazed beyond measure. Because this was truly an exact copy, he couldn't believe it. But he also had no intention of exposing himself to attack, and began to use his combat equipment. Just as he was about to deliver a powerful blow straight to the avatar's head, our boy smiled for a second. But the smile immediately disappeared from his face, as the third prince's avatar was able to gracefully dodge his direct attack with a smile on his face. And then, delivering a powerful kick straight to the stomach, he asked if he really thought such a pathetic attack would work on him. Not expecting a counterattack from the avatar, Cheon was unable to block the blow, taking the full force and being sent flying to the side. As he twisted in pain, he couldn't believe that he was feeling pain. And the nanomachine explained that it had transferred to him the same amount of pain that he felt in a real fight, using the information it had collected earlier. She asked her master if he wanted to change the percentage of impact, to which she received a shy refusal. Our guy was going to continue everything as it was. And the Avatar himself continued to provoke the seventh prince, speaking in exactly the same way as Jung Geum himself had spoken. These actions on the part of the virtual fighter angered the master. He understood that this was not a real person, but he could not calm his anger. Having recovered a little from the blow, he immediately rushed towards the Avatar with a shout, intending to deliver a powerful blow. For a few more minutes, loud sounds of blows and some screams were heard in the depths of the forest. But a little later, the screams and sounds of battle completely died down. Silence fell. Only heavy breathing and the howling of the wind could be heard. Our boy was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. His whole body and clothes were mangled. He was very tired. Looking up at the sky, he asked the nanomachine what time it was, to which it replied, between 9 and 11 o'clock at night. Starting to rise with difficulty, he was angry, because out of 15 fights with the Avatar, he was able to win only once, and that was the last one. He analyzed the fights, thinking that the first battle ended after 5 positions. He couldn't even defend himself properly just by using his body. Wiping the sweat from his face, he smiled, thinking that if he had fought Jung Geum properly, he would not have gotten close to his head and would have simply lost on the spot. The nanomachine itself said that his skills would increase with the appropriate experience, and the frequency of his use of the butterfly dance position would also improve. But these words only made the guy angry, because he lost to a guy who used the same 3 positions and a few basic moves over and over again. A malicious smile appeared on his face. He thought that he should just wait, because in 7 days this Avatar would be nothing to him. After resting a little more, he went to Mado's house, namely to his group's dorm. Entering the building, he loudly asked which of all these beds was his. He was going to rest. Everyone immediately began to disperse in confusion right in front of him, afraid to even look in his direction. The boy was quite surprised by these actions, because he had only beaten the heir of the clan, and they were already dispersing in front of him. But he was knocked out of these thoughts by some joyful cry. The boy who ran up to him addressed him joyfully. Pointing with both hands that his bed was in that direction, our hero was also surprised by these actions. The people around him couldn't understand why this guy was behaving like this with the 7th cadet. They were perplexed. Our hero himself stood there in surprise, because this bald guy's attitude towards him had changed very much. He immediately asked him what he wanted from him, and the bald boy himself, swallowing his saliva, thought that everyone had abandoned him. He had no other choice. Folding his arms and falling to one knee, he shouted loudly that he was Cadet 23 Ho Bong. Clenching his hands in a show of respect, he shouted that he wished to serve the 7th Prince, Jung Ye-un, as his master. The surrounding crowd couldn't believe what they were hearing, because this guy had just sworn allegiance to the 7th Prince, who had no powers. A little taken aback, our main character immediately asked again if he really intended to serve him as his master. And he, in response, shouted even louder that he was extremely sorry for his past terrible manners and repented for it. He begged to accept him as his servant. After hearing all this, our protagonist looked at him, thinking that the servant was for him, a man who always had trust issues. And the boy himself, pressing his lips together, was covered in cold drops. He mentally begged the prince to accept him. Naturally, our main character didn't immediately respond, continuing to silently look in his direction. But a few seconds later, he smiled, which surprised the guy who was kneeling quite a bit. He saw a slight positive nod, after which the guy's face lit up with joy. He loudly thanked the 7th prince. The 3rd prince, who came in, laughed loudly, saying that he had left this place for only a short time, and now this was happening. The prince's subordinate standing nearby angrily shouted towards the bald guy, asking with displeasure to whom he was expressing his loyalty. The boy himself, kneeling, was trembling with fear. They frightened him very much, but he should not show fear in front of them. The 7th prince stood up to defend his new subordinate, turning to Jung Geum's subordinate and asking who gave him the right to call his servant an insect, which angered him quite a bit. But our boy wasn't going to let him speak, expressing all possible displeasure on his face. He said that he was the insect at the moment, because he was kissing someone's ass. The subordinate of the Prince of the Stream could not believe these words, and asked again what he had just said. This amused our guy. With a smile on his face, he asked him why he stuttered. Was he afraid of him? These provocations from our main character only made him even more angry. He could barely contain his anger. But as soon as our guy said a few more provocations, He immediately rushed towards him with loud insults. Naturally, this attack was very slow for the seventh prince, which he was able to dodge with utmost ease, and then deliver an instant blow right to the back of the attacker's head, causing him to scream in pain, and to fall on the floor, wiping the floor with his whole body. This bald boy was very surprised, because this guy was very strong. Under his breath, our guy muttered that this big guy was not even close to the avatar he had recently trained with. As he began to wipe his hand, he glanced towards his new servant, which scared him quite a bit. But after his face began to turn red, he was glad, because he, as he thought, made the most correct choice in his entire life. After looking around for a bit, our hero looked towards the dissatisfied third prince, asking if he really wanted more. He turned around with the same displeased face and began to leave, telling him to rejoice while he could, but overall nothing much had changed. Young Ye was quite surprised by all this, because this prince simply left without saying anything to him in response. The others were also surprised, because everyone understood that now the Brook clan would have much less authority than it had before. Everyone began to look around at each other, simultaneously glancing in the direction of the departing prince of the stream. And after looking at the 7th cadet's side, they all thought of one thing, because this guy can bring changes to the Demon Academy. A week passed. The day of the second group test arrived. It took place at the main training ground. The instructor of our protagonist's group loudly shouted that he had taught them everything they might need, but now all the responsibility lay with them. They shouted motto loudly. They understood everything perfectly well because everything in the truth now depended only on them. Before they started, they had to draw lots, because as already mentioned, groups 1 through 4, 5 through 8, and so on, draw lots among themselves to see who they would be fighting. First, the leaders of the 1st through 4th groups were supposed to approach the left bodyguard. Immediately, the leaders of the groups began to come out in his direction, which surprised the red-haired man. After all, the leaders of Group 2 and 3 have changed, but the leaders of Group 1 and 4 have remained the same. It amused him, because this recruitment to the Demonic Academy never ceased to amaze. With a smile on his face, he looked towards the approaching group leaders. The first one reached his hand into the box with the hole, starting to try to find the piece of paper, and after taking it out, he examined it carefully, and the others repeated after him. The first match will be between Groups 1 and 3, the second between 2 and 4. The stronger groups were happy that they had come across a weaker opponent, but naturally, the members of the weaker group were upset. Red didn't intend to let them linger, so he urged the leaders of each group on. Each of them began to look around. Alarm appeared on their faces. They could not believe their eyes, as well as the red-haired one himself, because the leader of the 8th group changed. No one could even imagine this. On behalf of the 8th group, the 7th heir, Zhang Ye, came out and walked towards the box with a proud face. The girl standing nearby glared discontentedly at the 7th cadet, not understanding how the 3rd had given up his place as leader to him. She mentally insulted Youngmu Geum, thinking that she had warned him several times, but he did not listen to her. Already after the end of training on the last evening, heated discussions could be heard among the participants of the group stage. The 3rd prince, who was completely absorbed in his thoughts, observed all this. He thought that they were all idiots because they continued to discuss and engage in group training. He was even a little amused by the fact that they didn't understand that their strategies were visible to everyone else. To him, they were all pathetic. As he began to leave, he realized that he had nothing more to look at because he had already seen everything he wanted. But a girl called out to him. This one was also a direct heir who looked at him with a satisfied expression on her face. Turning around and seeing her, Chan Mu-gyeom was surprised because he didn't expect to see her here. Judging by the expression on his face, he wasn't exactly happy to see her. Therefore, immediately turning away, he began to leave again without answering her, which made the girl quite angry. She immediately appeared right in front of him with the same smile, not allowing him to go any further. These actions on the part of the princess angered the guy, and with a dissatisfied voice, he asked her what she was doing. She asked the guy if he would continue to ignore her, even though she called him, and the prince asked with displeasure what she wanted from him. Puffing out her cheeks, she said that she had called him after so much thought, and he was talking to her in such a displeased tone. As he started to walk further, he said that she herself said that all the guys from the Brook clan were idiots. He asked her not to talk to him. She began to shake her head in displeasure, saying that he really was an idiot. She shouted at him to listen to her carefully, and after the tricks, she showed that her entire arm was bandaged, which surprised the boy quite a bit. He asked her warily if she was hurt, asking again what had happened. And she replied that she had it since yesterday, and Chan Mu-gyeom asked in surprise what happened yesterday. She said that when she was training alone last night, someone attacked her and left this mark on her arm. He immediately began to question the girl. He was interested in who had the courage to attack her. Gritting her teeth in hatred, she replied that she couldn't say anything yet because they were wearing masks. The princess immediately squeezed her wounded hand, nervously beginning to squeeze it harder with each passing second, while her interlocutor continued to question her. Because of this, the girl, even more angry, said that the guy did not look for meaning in her words, because she was careless with these masked bastards, but next time this will not happen. And then she added that she came to warn the prince of the stream, because if she was attacked, he could be next. These words greatly amused the boy. She also said that they were already in the same group, so she warned him, which made the guy quite angry. The princess, explaining, asked him why he thought they were divided into fours when they could have simply made them fight each other. Naturally, Chon Mu Geum understood absolutely nothing of these words and began shaking his head. She continued, saying that the guy really wasn't that smart. She asked him to think about it, because they were told which teams would be in which group, so everyone knew exactly who they would be up against. After thinking for a bit, the guy assumed that the girl wanted to say that they had announced it in advance for a reason, because in that case, the leaders could become the main target. Hearing this answer, the princess smiled, because it was the right answer. If there is no leader, it will be difficult for the team to maintain their positions. The interlocutor of the Prince of the Stream continued to reason. And then, turning around and starting to leave, she added that in any case, she was just telling him to be careful. Since there was a test tomorrow, she told him not to go to practice alone. After all, she wouldn't want to hear shameful stories about the clan's heir getting his ass kicked without even the opportunity to pass the second test. After looking around a little more, the girl gathered energy in her legs and jumped to the side. As he watched the princess walk away, Young Mu Geun thought that he had just received a warning from the weakest heiress. She had crossed all boundaries. She made him feel like shit because he started thinking about his recent loss. He asked himself if he should have at least brought Ja Hyun with him. At this time, right on the branch of a nearby tree, sat a man in a mask who began to bare his weapon. Darkness fell. The moon rose high into the sky, beginning to illuminate the earth with its dim rays. Our main character was panting from fatigue, and the nanomachine warned him, because it was already late evening. Chongye himself anxiously asked what percentage of matches he won against the Avatar, and she answered that this percentage did not exceed 60. The nanomachine also noticed that his practical skills and positional perfection had improved significantly after the 106th training session. She also encouraged her master by saying that in just a few days he would be able to defeat the Avatar without any difficulty. Naturally, upon hearing this, our main character was happy, but it was really late. It was time for him to return to the hostel. Moving at quite a great speed through the forest, he headed towards his dormitory. However, something confused him, which he focused his attention on quite strongly. The guy stopped immediately, sliding several meters due to his high speed, while continuing to look at that very point. He began to listen carefully to the sounds. He could not believe that here at such a time, he heard the sound of a fight. Suddenly something confused him even more. The sounds became louder and louder. He immediately rushed towards this sound, intending to check what was going on there and who was fighting between. Hiding in the bushes, he saw someone's silhouettes, but he could not look closely because of the darkness. He did not understand who was there. He also noticed that there was a boy lying on the ground. His uniform looked like the uniform from the Demon Academy. Summoning the nanomachine, he ordered it to use night vision mode, and it immediately activated this function. As soon as the function was activated, he immediately saw the guy who was barely standing. It was the Prince of the Stream, Young Mu Geum, who fought with some guy in a mask. The prince's opponent's sword was covered in blood, and the heir himself was quite badly wounded. The masked man was going to finish everything quickly, so he immediately rushed to attack the heir, who stood dumbfounded, not moving. He barely managed to dodge this rather fast attack with his last breath. He jumped to the side, trying to get as far away from his opponent as possible, but he was not going to let him go. Our main character watched this fight from behind the thick bushes and was surprised, because this masked man was able to suppress Young Mu Geum. He wondered who this man was. He knew perfectly well that he should not be underestimated, because at this very moment he was pushing back the third prince. At the moment of landing, he felt a wild pain in his leg. From fatigue, he could not properly strain his leg. A painful sound came from his mouth. He barely contained himself, forgetting for a second about his masked opponent. He, seeing that the guy was not paying any attention to him, immediately prepared for the next, as it seemed to him, final attack. In an instant, he approached the prince, who was barely standing in one place, intending to deliver the final blow to the neck. Seeing this, our protagonist thought that he didn't want to help this jerk, but he couldn't let the team leader get hurt the day before the test, so he rushed towards him. He shouted loudly for him to stop, and naturally the man in the mask, taken aback, immediately turned toward the sound. Seeing how, right at that very second, someone was approaching him at great speed, also about to strike. Having regrouped, the man moved his blade towards our main character, but it didn't work. The boy dodged. And then he immediately gathered the Nigong in his hand, preparing to deliver a precise blow to the attacker's torso. The attack failed to achieve its goal, as the man with the blade was able to dodge, jumping back a few meters to the side. Our main character himself, having taken a fighting stance, thought, because this man increased the distance between them just before his attack hit, he could not determine his skill level. Having carefully examined the guy from head to toe, the man in the mask mumbled something and then exhaled heavily. And just a moment later, he jumped into the air, not intending to continue this fight. Watching as the masked man began to gradually move away, our protagonist realized that there was no need to pursue him. He was distracted from his thoughts by the heavy sigh of Young-moo Geum, who was holding his head, and the 7th cadet asked if everything was okay with him. Naturally, he was not happy that it was our main character who helped him, but they went to the hostel together. As soon as they entered the dormitory, everyone standing inside was surprised because they saw something incredible. Right in front of them were the 2 leaders of the group who were crippled, and they were dragged in by the 7th cadet. Immediately, subordinates ran up to them and started asking about their condition. Our boy asked to take care of them, and then he was going to tell them what had happened. The bald boy also ran up to his master, almost crying, asking if he had been wounded, to which he received a negative answer, as well as words that the boy was not worried. Approaching John, our boy asked the nanomachine if everything would be okay with him, and it began scanning the patient. And then she gave an answer that a wound, presumably from a sword blow, was discovered. Because of this wound, there should be no problems if the lesion is stitched up after disinfection. He was pulled out of these thoughts by a scream again. Behind him, a boy was screaming that Prince Young-moo Geum was bleeding. Our hero immediately approached the 3rd prince, thinking that he really didn't pay attention to him because of Jahyun. The prince of the stream himself, clenching his teeth, writhed in pain, and our hero himself, looking at him, thought that the guy was really very pale, assuming that it was due to loss of blood. Prince Young Ye immediately ordered Hoban to call the leader, asking him to do it as quickly as possible. The boy immediately rushed to call the leader. Sometime later, the leader had completely treated all the wounds and began to wrap the bandage around Prince Young-moo Geum's leg. Our main character asked their leader about the condition of the 3rd heir, to which he received the answer that they were able to cure him with what they had on hand at the moment. However, they had a problem, the leader added, continuing to carefully examine the lying Young-moo Geum. He explained that because of this wound, he would not be able to move normally and freely for some time, which almost killed the prince of the stream himself. It hurt him to realize that because of one masked bastard, he might have to miss one of the stages. The others, having heard the leader's words, began to heatedly discuss among themselves what to do next, since tomorrow's test would be failed due to the fact that Chon-moo Geum was not with them. The leader knew he had to do something quickly, so he used his Nigong to land 2 precise blows to the head of the lying prince. And then, having picked him up and placed him on his shoulder, he was about to carry him to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, our hero immediately told the leader that they still had a victim. The bald boy immediately began to approach his master, asking for permission to take him to the infirmary, but was refused, since the 7th cadet was going to take care of him personally. Already on the street, our boy was running, trying to catch up with his leader, carrying Jahyun on his back. In a hurry, he gradually began to catch up with the walking man, who at first did not react to his cries. However, once they had gotten a sufficient distance away, the leader stopped, smiled, and said that he knew he would follow him. After a short pause, the 7th cadet asked if he had done it on purpose, to which he received an immediate positive answer. Naturally, our main character wanted to know the reason why their leader did this, and he said in a strange voice that there was nothing special here, because there was a test tomorrow. He didn't want the team to get hurt. He asked to hand the injured man over to him. Young Ye obeyed, starting to place him on the instructor's other hand. He asked his student to return to his quarters, since it was already late, when ordinary cadets were forbidden to move around the streets. Our protagonist hung his head and folded his arms in respect for his leader, wondering how this could have happened. When he suddenly realized something, he asked the instructor to wait a second, so he tried to call out to him immediately. But there was no one in front of him anymore. The instructor disappeared from our main character's field of vision, leaving behind only a strong breeze. Our hero thought that if this was absolutely one of the opposing teams in tomorrow's test, then it only meant one thing. It would be a dirty way to pass the test, without any need for getting his hands dirty. These thoughts haunted him. They united to kill the most dangerous enemy without suffering any serious losses among themselves. Zhang Ye continued to think. As he suddenly understood something again. He began to remember the moments from the drawing of lots, when the red-haired man and the senior instructor stood smiling. Because in that case, maybe they specifically wanted them to think that they were rivals, because that meant only one thing, all to give them the opportunity to choose the best tactics to pass this stage and move on to the next one, because it was then that the redhead smiled all the time. With this realization, a terrifying smile appeared on our protagonist's face, as he realized that this would only mean one thing. There were no rules here that they had to respect. There was a lot of tension in the dorm itself, because each of them thought that they were finished. Their team had completely lost hope of winning. Some of them even started to cry. Everyone understood that in this case it would be easier and safer for them to simply surrender rather than fight. They could not even hope for victory. The main character came in and turned to his comrades, who hysterically began asking him what he suggested they do in this case. And he explained, because everything was obvious here, they needed to choose a new leader for tomorrow's test, so there was no point in them continuing to whine here any longer. Almost every one of them started shouting that this made no sense, because only Prince Guillaume had experience in this. No one else could lead them. Suddenly one of them asked the others to shut up because they had a chance and one candidate. The others did not understand these words and began to look towards the guy. And he continued to speak in a defiant voice that he knew of an excellent candidate for this role. This guy was a bald kid who pointed his finger at the 7th cadet and shouted that his master would become their leader. Immediately after these words, the room where whining had recently been heard fell into total silence. Everyone stared at one point, without taking their eyes off. And then they started looking at each other, discussing the fact that he really was a prince. Many of them understood that there was no other choice. So they immediately started voting by raising their hands. As soon as the first hand went up, the rest also started raising theirs. With each passing second, the number of positive hands raised increased, and they remembered how Prince Zhang Ye-woon had won the fight with Prince Mu Guillaume. Some, even saying that they did not believe in their own victory, still raised their hands, because they had no other option. Our hero, having observed their reactions for a while, said, "I see that you all approve of my candidate for the role of leader." He liked the idea, and a smile immediately appeared on his face, as he became one step closer to his goal of revenge. After pacing back and forth for a bit, he smiled again and said that he had the perfect plan for winning right now. It was late at night, about 3 in the morning. The whole area was silent, all the cadets were sleeping, gathering strength for the test. There was also silence in the room of the 8th group. All the cadets were sleeping, but someone's shadow was walking around the room. With every step, there was a small ringing crack of wood, but it was not enough to wake anyone up. Our sneaking protagonist asked the nanomachine to activate night vision mode. The nanomachine immediately activated its functions, and at that very second, our main character began to see perfectly in the dark. He exhaled anxiously, because he understood perfectly well that now he was faced with a rather difficult task. Starting to jump from one support to another, rising higher and higher, he tried to do it as quietly as possible. Having reached his final destination, he landed quietly, starting to look around, because he did not want to be noticed. He thought about how he hadn't expected to find the main window of the 7th room open, which was strange since most likely someone was still awake. After these words, the nanomachine began to conduct a detailed analysis of the room as if scanning it. After scanning, she replied that all 20 people were sleeping in their beds, which made Zhang Ye happy to hear. He jumped from the window, landing on the floor, continuing to look around carefully. He immediately asked the nanomachine if it saw the person who attacked Mu Guillaume. The facial recognition process started immediately. A few seconds later, she responded that no matches were found here. In that case, it's time to start my work, thought our protagonist, starting to collect Nigong at the end of his fingers. At first, he began to touch the weaker members of the group, since they obviously would not feel anything. Gradually moving to stronger ones, his movements were fast and careful enough that they didn't feel anything. Just a few minutes later, almost all the members of the group, except for the leader, were hit by our main character's Nigong. Approaching the leader, he began to look at him attentively. He gradually began to open his eyes, looking around, as he felt something was wrong. Noticing the masked man standing in front of him, he was quite surprised, screaming who he was, which also scared Zhang Ye because he didn't expect him to wake up. But without even giving him time to move, he instantly delivered 2 searing blows, one to the neck, the other to the head. This immediately made him pass out, and our boy himself breathed a sigh of relief, because just now this guy almost woke everyone up. Time was limited, so he needed to get to work right now, thought the 7th cadet, taking out a needle, with the help of which he was going to partially solve their problems. He began poking at what seemed at first to be random parts of the body, but these were 20 vital points that would make him immobile for several days. Our hero didn't want to hurt them, but he was definitely going to pass this test, so they had no other choice. Looking back once more, he was about to crawl out of this hole and head to the 5th room. If he was wrong, their leader was Chun-Won Ryu. The man in the mask was definitely not a girl, so he'd better go to Team 6 to check. He wondered if he could find the masked man among them. He also wondered who it was. Our hero continued to think, moving towards the next room. Upon entering, the nanomachine immediately began scanning. All 16 members of the group were asleep. The fact that there were 16 people here greatly puzzled our main character. He began to look around, because even 3 girls who were sleeping in the women's section, even taking this into account, one person was missing. He immediately asked the nanomachine to start recognizing faces, but there was no positive response from it. Clenching his hand in anger, he thought that the man in the mask was the leader of some group, but this was not the case. He did not understand what to do next, because when he thinks about it, he remembers that there are no rules against hurting the group leader. He was going to find that bastard. Our main character stuck his hand into the box during the day to find out who they would be fighting against today. The left bodyguard standing nearby watched all this, thinking that if Jung Ye-woong was the leader, it meant only one thing. Jung Moo-geum was injured. He liked this outcome, and a smile appeared on his face, because the second stage promised to be definitely interesting, much better than in previous years. Gradually, 4 leaders lined up in front of him. The red-haired one with a satisfied expression on his face asked them if they were ready, to which he received an immediate positive answer. Suddenly his face changed dramatically. With a frightening face, he said that he knew that they had prepared for this test and hoped that they would follow the rules. He wished good luck to all the cadets. They began to think anxiously about the words of the left bodyguard, because they did not immediately understand how they should follow the rules. After a while, they started to go down the stairs, each on their own wave. They understood that each of them was an enemy. They looked around at each other, trying not to take their eyes off each other. Our main character, noticing a guy walking behind him, thought that he was behaving rather strangely, which really bothered him. Looking at him, he saw that he was very fussed. He asked the nanomachine to activate the facial recognition mode and check with the man in the mask. She immediately activated the facial recognition protocol, starting a comparison with the one who attacked Jung Moo-geum. A few seconds later, the recognition was complete. The machine responded that the target's profile matched the identity of the man in the mask 100%. Having heard this answer from the nanomachine, our main character was happy, because finally, after such a huge amount of time, he managed to find it. Second test, round 1, team number 1 versus team number 3, the team that beats the opponent is the winner. Red, having collected as much air as possible in his lungs, shouted as loudly as possible that the second stage was beginning. Everyone immediately shouted. They understood that right now their fate could be decided. One of them would go further, and the other would return home. They began their clash with loud shouts. No one was going to lose today. Everyone wanted to snatch victory. The leader of the first team, Chung Moo-yeon, immediately gave the order for them to form formation number 3 and then go on the attack. Seeing how the first team was reorganizing, he was surprised and began to play out in his head what it would look like. After all, this was the most unconventional, unusual strategy that could have been chosen right now. Gradually, a collision began to occur between each other, and a loud ringing sound began to rise from the gun. Some attacked, some defended. Everyone listened to the instructions of their leader because they played a key role in this stage. The first team was on the offensive. Immediately starting to press the third, they were going to take a quick victory. The leader of the first team shouted loudly for them to continue the attack, and a painful cry began to rise. Gradually, the first line collapsed from this brutal onslaught. The screams became louder and louder. With each minute, there were more of them. Blood from the blows began to fly in all directions because the third team's formation was broken through. The leader of the third team was watching all this. In fear, he shouted loudly for everyone to retreat right now. Their captain was scared. At the last moment, he noticed that a blade was approaching his body at an incredibly fast speed. He couldn't dodge it. The blow hit him right in the shoulder. Blood flew in all directions. He started coughing from the pain. Falling to his knees and dropping his weapon, he struggled to stay conscious as blood began to drip onto the ground. The leader of the first team stood in front of him, raising his sword above his head. He said that he had put him in checkmate. He asked him to surrender before he suffered any damage. Holding his shoulder, bleeding, clenching his teeth in helplessness, he said, "I give up." The left bodyguard, who had been watching this stage with sadness, exhaled. because the match ended too quickly. Their strength was incomparable. And then he shouted loudly that the team number 1 had won this stage. He congratulated the guys, and they raised their swords in response and began to shout loudly and joyfully. The second competition was beginning. The team number 8 was fighting against the 5th. Our main character was anticipating the start of the battle with a smile on his face. Looking at his team, he saw that each of them was scared. He didn't understand why they were all so scared. After thinking for a bit, he boldly asked them if they were all afraid, and the others were surprised by this question. But without waiting for an answer, he added that he knew they were worried about what had happened earlier. But everything was changing too quickly. Clutching his weapon, he said that he intended to pass the test, otherwise they would be expelled from the Demon Academy, and he was not going to allow that. He shouted loudly that he was going to become one of the strongest in this academy with a mysterious history. After a short pause, he asked them if they dreamed of it. The fear disappeared from the faces of our protagonist's comrades. They looked at him attentively, listening to him shout about how they could not afford to lose today. Raising his sword, he shouted for them to shout with him. Victory would be theirs. The red-haired man also watched all this with a smile on his face. He thought that the 7th cadet managed to raise the team's morale, but he believed that this would not be enough. Looking at the cold-blooded face of our protagonist, he really wanted to see who he would become, a hunter or a victim. As soon as he saw that the teams were lined up and in fighting stances, he waved his hand, announcing the start of the second stage, and a loud roar of shouts began to rise. Team 5 leader Jongwon Ryu, pursing her lips in nerves, thought about fighting Jongmu Geum. But she would have to fight this mixed-blood bastard because even if he didn't have a Nigong, she wasn't going to hold back. The girl continued to think. Raising her hand forward and pointing at her opponents, the leader of Team 5 shouted for everyone to attack. At that very second, Team 8 immediately raised their shields, and Chang Ye asked the nanomachine to activate the training battle. She, naturally, immediately obeyed the main character's order, activating the training battle as the master ordered her. After waiting a little while, he gave the order to his team to remain in their places without any movement. The girl, seeing that her opponents were not moving, ordered hers to line up in formation under number 2. They began to reorganize in a hurry. It seemed that their formation resembled some kind of arrow because only the leader was in the center. After analyzing, the nanomachine explained that the opposing team had changed formation and the 5th team was preparing for a spear attack. Holding his shield, our protagonist awaited the clash. He was completely satisfied because he understood perfectly well that there would be no easy victory. They couldn't lose right away, so they couldn't attack head-on. They had to do something. After thinking for a moment, he shouted to his men to form into formation number 6. Those on the increase suddenly stood behind each other. In the center of their formation stood the leader. Our main character was preparing to accept the attack. The left bodyguard, who was watching, did not quite understand why they had chosen this particular tactic, since it was a linear formation. He thought that this was the most stupid choice on the part of the young man, because this formation was allowed only in one case. If the leader was unarmed, he assumed his mind was clouded. If he thought the kid had trained with the old drunk and learned something. Seeing this formation, the girl got angry, shouting at our boy, asking how he dared to meet her, and along the way uttering several insults. And just a moment later, she delivered a powerful blow with her shield to the shield of the standing leader of the 8th team. There was a powerful explosion, as it seemed at first glance, and from this collision of the two leaders, a powerful gust of wind arose. The straight red-haired heiress couldn't believe that the boy was able to put up a block. After all, just a moment before the collision, he began to feed his shield with Nigong, which is why it received a strong recoil. The red-haired man couldn't believe it either. His mouth even dropped open in surprise. He didn't understand how the guy could keep the heiress for so long, and the hero himself thought that if everything was correct, then he had absorbed the Dragon Stone, which meant that his Nigong was higher than that of Jongwon Ryu. At that very second, a smile appeared on his face. He was glad about it, because everything was going exactly according to his plan. The red-haired girl herself couldn't believe it, because the team's structure would be destroyed if things continued like this. Sweating from nerves, she did not understand how the boy had become so strong in such a short period of time. Jumping back, she thought that they needed to retreat right now, otherwise they would lose the game dry. Approaching her own people, moving away from the opponents, she began to run, shouting that they were leaving. They needed to change formation to the 1st. After analyzing, the nanomachine informed its master. As soon as our protagonist heard this, he shouted to his team that they were changing formation to the 3rd. She immediately stopped and began to observe the change in the opponent's positions. She wanted to understand what formation Choe Ye had chosen. As soon as she realized that they were lining up in third place, a malicious smile immediately appeared on her face because she had every chance to win right now. She mentally called them idiots because did they really expect to defeat them the same way the first team defeated the third? Because even with his Nigong, he would not be able to go against his attack. The red-haired woman ordered her people to stop and form formation number 6. She knew that with this tactic, the opposing team had no chance, because if they couldn't move freely because of their friends on the other sides, their movements were limited, and going straight at her was a very stupid move, the girl continued to think, watching as the 8th team rushed towards her. Our main character's face was satisfied. With a smile on his face, he approached the opponents. Each ally of our main character was in a confident mood. They began to move somehow incomprehensibly. What shocked the girl? She didn't understand what was happening. She didn't understand what she should do right now. Team 5 members also didn't understand what Team 8 was trying to do right now. But each of them understood perfectly well that they were now changing their formation right on the move. The red-haired princess asked her team not to panic, promising that they would definitely win because they were an easy team. Suddenly, our main character shouted loudly and sharply for everyone to change formation to the second one right now. She couldn't believe her ears, and in fear, she began to turn around and look around. Her rivals did the same, because the formation under the second number looked like an arrow, and our main character moved with incredible speed. He began to concentrate energy to strike. The opposing team didn't understand what to do. Everyone was shouting. They were being attacked from their side. At the very end, they noticed that they were surrounded. The princess herself, clenching her teeth in anger, did not understand what they were all thinking about. It was difficult for her to make decisions. Some time passed. There was total silence, and a column of dust stood in the air due to the huge crowd. Our protagonist's comrades stood in a circle, raising their bellows and weapons. They surrounded their enemy. Our boy looked towards the team number 5 with the most cold-blooded look. In turn, the girl could not believe that they were able to take her into the circle. She was very angry. Each member of the 5th team understood that this was most likely all, because they had no escape routes. They would lose right now. The girl herself, drenched in cold sweat from nerves, thought that the situation could not be worse. And besides, the 7th cadet was making fun of her. Last night, our hero asked everyone to listen to him carefully, because tomorrow they would have to use the knowledge of all the formations they had learned to gain an advantage. He explained that when he called the number 2 formation, they would surround their opponents, and they would become confused because the team would not have time to react to it. Barely holding back her anger, the girl could not believe that she had been so absurdly fooled right now, and she had fallen for it. She did not understand how the guy dared to do this to her. Raising his sword and pointing towards his opponents, our hero ordered everyone to move forward. They immediately raised their weapons and began to approach. The 5th team did not understand what to do. They were drenched in sweat, shaking with fear, looking around. Because right now they would be defeated, the smell of fear began to rise in the air. It was the fear of the princess's team. They saw how the first team dealt with the third, how they inflicted wounds, heard those painful cries. They wanted no part of it. There was a loud sound, followed by similar ones, but in greater numbers. Everyone began to gradually release their shields. The direct heir did not understand what they were doing, shouting, asking what they were doing. She ordered them to raise their shields immediately. However, they did not listen. They lost all confidence. Right now, they had already resigned themselves to defeat. She began to feel what she had tried to forget. She began to be overcome by fear. She thought that she did not want to listen to the voices of men, who laughed at her just because she was a woman. Clutching her sword, her hand trembled because of these thoughts. Seeing that the girl was gradually beginning to change, our main character tensed up, knowing full well that she would not give up easily. And she, looking towards the 7th prince, mentally called him names. With every second, her hatred grew more and more. She eventually couldn't contain her anger and began to shout menacingly that she would never give up, and she rushed towards the leader of Team 8 who was standing there. Shields continued to fall behind her. None of her team was going to get hurt. Everyone had already given up except for the leader. She threw back her shield, preparing to fight with swords. She screamed at the boy to die as quickly as possible. Our main character also accepted this challenge. Throwing away his shield, he was going to defeat her only with the help of a sword. Swinging his sword, he began to collect Nigong in it. He liked the girl's mood because before that, as it seemed to him, it was quite boring. There was a powerful clash between 2 swords charged with Nigong, and a powerful pillar of wind arose. Almost immediately, a scratch appeared on the girl's face, from which blood began to flow. She was unable to block this attack. Following her, literally a second later, her leg was also injured. She couldn't believe that this bastard had become so strong. Because right now, his movements were very fast. So fast that she couldn't keep up with them. After making one of the attacks, the 7th cadet appeared behind the girl swinging his blade. Everyone who watched this could not believe their eyes. Because right now, our main character did something that could only be seen from the outside. Everyone froze in anticipation. But literally the next second, a huge amount of blood began to flow from the girl's hand. Her hand, along with her weapon, were in the air right now. Our protagonist was aiming straight at her hands in order to cut them off. She didn't immediately understand what had happened and began to watch as the ground became covered in scarlet, looking in horror towards her hand. For literally 3 or 4 more seconds, she looked away, not believing her eyes. But pain began to pierce her body. She screamed in pain throughout the stadium. She screamed that her hand was cut off. She couldn't come to terms with it. It was very painful for her. The instructors immediately rushed towards her, asking her not to move. They wanted to stop the blood flow. And our hero, listening to her bury herself in pain, looked at his bloody blade, wondering if he had done the right thing. After all, his goal was to block her blows and force her to surrender. He didn't have to do exactly that. He didn't even understand whether he did it on purpose or by accident. The boy continued to think, listening to the princess hysterically throwing up in pain. The end of the fight was announced, but our hero's face was sad. He thought that he should train with the sword even more. Sometime later, the red-haired man announced that Team 8 had won this battle, and the cadets of this group had passed the second stage of the test. Everyone immediately began to surround our boy with joy. They could not believe that they had done it, and gradually a smile began to appear on our hero's face. The left bodyguard himself, looking at him, thought that the guy really wasn't bad. It seemed that in addition to his high nigong, he used really interesting techniques. Remembering his friend, he laughed, because the drunkard really was able to teach him something in such a short time. After all, the guy managed to improve his nigong while he was in the hospital and recovering his body after the first stage. Besides, he managed to learn all the strategies on his own. He thought that he had greatly underestimated the guy. It amused him. Standing there pouting, he exhaled heavily because he regretted that he couldn't take this boy as his student, because the boy was possibly a martial arts genius. He wondered how far he could go with this. The redhead continued to think as he watched the team praise their leader. Some time passed. He shouted loudly that the third battle was about to begin. He asked the teams to come forward. Gradually, everyone began to line up. The team of opponents of our main character walked discontentedly. Their leader was more displeased than the rest, because he would never have thought that the guy would be able to dodge his attack. Remembering their last meeting, he was not only able to dodge his attack, but even counterattacked him in return. This made him extremely angry, because he thought the guy was playing with them. Gritting his teeth in anger, he looked towards the 7th prince, thinking that the boy was keeping his true potential a secret. He was also very much annoyed by the smirk on his face, which was right now on the face of our main character. The leader of one of the teams himself, with a satisfied face, shouted for everyone to listen to him, because he believed that if they attacked them directly, they would be able to win easily. He immediately shouted for them to line up in the 6th formation and then rush into the attack. The team that attacked Youngmu Geum stood waiting for the order, and it was also hard for them to believe that they were rushing towards them at full speed. Their team leader thought they were complete idiots and ordered his team to line up in 2nd formation. Everyone lined up at maximum speed, taking their positions, and the leader continued to order. He ordered that they maintain their position. As soon as the opposing leader noticed that they were lined up in the 2nd formation, he smiled. Because if they lined up like that, they would die right now. But the one who attacked Youngmu Geum with a terrifying aura was expecting a collision, swinging his weapon. A moment before the collision, he swung his sword, intending to deliver a precise blow to the enemy leader, but he continued to smile, because the shield is more powerful than the sword. But a second later, the satisfied smile disappeared from his face, because the blow was so powerful that it knocked the shield out of his hands. He couldn't believe it. He flew up a huge distance, hitting the hand of the one holding him. But the guy himself, a gloomy guy, was not going to let him come to his senses, preparing to deliver the next powerful blow. The blow was successfully delivered. He pierced the body of the enemy leader with his sword. A loud sound of pain was heard, and blood began to flow in all directions. A huge amount of blood began to flow from the boy's mouth, and he coughed, the amount of blood only increasing. The team of the guy who had just pierced his opponent looked at him in confusion, and he shouted, ordering them to move forward. After standing for a while, they rushed into battle, screaming as blood flew in all directions. The team, which recently felt great, could not believe that right now they were being squeezed and thrown back. Right in front of them, their leader was bleeding out. They didn't know what to do. What was the best thing to do right now? The others were watching all this. Screams of pain were heard. They didn't want to lose, but the team with the red aura was cruel. The senior instructor and the left bodyguard watched this in surprise, because they did not expect this outcome of the fight. Sometime later, the same one who had recently beaten up young Mu Geum was standing there covered in blood. Victory was theirs. He glared at our protagonist, looking straight at him with his bloody face. Thinking that he would be the next one, he couldn't afford to lose because he wanted to go further. Our main character watched all this without any fear. He noticed this annoying look, which seemed to be about to burn him with it. Smiling, he thought that he had a very annoying enemy right now, but he liked it. They started to announce the next round. Sometime later, all the fights were over, and there was a meeting in the main hall of the Motto House. Red and the other instructors were sitting at a table on the first floor in the teacher's office. The old man approached the left bodyguard and handed him a pile of papers, saying that this was a list of failed participants and their scores up to the 5th team. After a short pause, the red-haired man said that this time a lot of people failed. The senior teacher did not understand this, asking again if he really meant the senior clans. And he explained that clanless people strive to become guards of high or middle-class clans. There shouldn't be any problems here, but the heirs of the high clans will feel that something is wrong, because they reached the 3rd round if it weren't for the group test. He was bored going through all these papers, exhaling heavily. He also said that nothing like this would have happened if they had followed the old set of rules of the Demon Academy. The old man replied that if they had re-evaluated the failed participants and duties based on their performance, the higher clans would have rebelled against them. Red understood all this, saying that the heirs of the high clans would be fine with their own martial arts systems. However, unfortunately, the middle and low clans would not have access to the healing stone and the sacred library. Although on the other hand, everyone who passed the 2nd test should be gathered right there now, it amused him. Right now, everyone was heading towards the sacred library, the one where there were numerous books on martial arts. Seeing its size, our boy was very surprised, because it seemed to him that it looked more majestic than the main hall of the Mado House. Looking around, he thought that the other candidates had already been on the 1st floor while he was in the infirmary, so he assumed that today would be the 2nd floor. He recalled his teacher's words about devoting himself entirely to swordsmanship and the stream dance breathing method in the butterfly dance, without wasting time on other useless things, since he needed it to move on. The left bodyguard had a secret library under the useless things, which surprised the guy quite a lot. He also recalled how his mentor said that he was already studying the art of the 4th and 5th floors, thanks to him, so he asked him not to be upset about not getting to the 1st floor. And then he began to praise himself in a rather awkward manner, saying some strange things. Of course, he would have done exactly as his teacher told him if he didn't have the nanomachine, but he was going to scan everything possible on the 1st and 2nd floors. Once inside, he took the illuminated lamp with him and began to wander around the 1st floor. There was no one here anymore, but this huge number of books made him very nervous. As he walked past the bookshelves, he thought that he only had 2 hours for the 1st floor, so he had to hurry. Taking the book, he addressed the nanomachine, saying that he was leafing through the sacred books. He asked it to continue scanning, and it naturally agreed with its master. The nanomachine started scanning, and at the very end, it spoke the book. The first was the book of the 5th art of blade mastery. Scanning the books took little time. He tried to take as many books with him as possible. So I took one after another and leafed through it, sometimes even asking the nanomachine to speed up this process. Time passed, and our hero continued to turn over a huge number of pages. Taking one of the books, he began to examine it carefully. It seemed strange to him, but he did not attach any importance to it. The machine announced to the master that there was 1 hour left. Hearing this, he asked how many books he was able to scan. She replied that in an hour, including sword mastery, blade mastery, breathing techniques, and others, 55 books were scanned. Thinking that this was a huge amount, he asked not to send the information to his brain yet, because it seemed to him that he had only looked through the outer row of books. As he walked further, he asked himself whether he should check the inner shelves of the rack. Suddenly, right in front of him, a huge, high stone appeared, next to which sat a man with a weapon. Taking a closer look at the seated man, our boy thought that he looked like an expert. He also assumed that this was the warrior who protected and controlled the 1st floor of the library. But his attention was drawn to the stone that was in the very center. He was going to examine it carefully. The man began to carefully examine the guest who had arrived. His gaze was very stern. He noticed the black stripe, which meant that this youth was a prince, albeit the 7th. The man said that this stone was a tombstone left by the main founder of the library, the ancestor of the heavenly dragon. This intrigued our protagonist, especially since it was left behind by the ancestor of the heavenly dragon. With a satisfied expression on his face, he explained that his ancestor had carved it on a sapphire, something our hero did not really understand. Thinking that it was similar to that, carved on top, although other thoughts gradually began to overcome him. Suddenly it dawned on him. He couldn't believe his eyes. His mouth dropped open in surprise. He asked in surprise if he had really carved this with his own fingers. And the guard replied that it was truly amazing, because the ancestor concentrated his nigong in his finger to carve it on the sapphire, which is difficult to scratch, even with a sword and a huge amount of nigong. People are usually busy reading books and don't pay attention to such things, but he was able to find the great trace of the ancestor, perhaps because his blood flows in him. The guard of the first floor said. Our hero said that he also almost passed by him without noticing anything, and the man replied that this was entirely expected. After all, who would pay attention to the tombstone on which the ancestor carved therefore, when there are so many books around? He protected this place for about 20 years. But no one looked at it, including the descendants of the heavenly family, the man continued. And then he abruptly switched over, saying that he had already taken up a lot of his time, so he wished the young man good luck. Our main character, having begun to look closely at this very trace of the ancestor, noticed something. He saw some scratches on it from something sharp on the backside, suggesting that they were trying to hide something there. Having called the nanomachine, our boy asked it to analyze these traces. She naturally immediately carried out the master's order, beginning to analyze the surface of the tombstone. After some time, the analysis was completed. She replied that according to the analysis, these were traces left by a sharp sword, which was hard for the main character to believe at first. However, after standing and thinking, he began to reason, asking himself who would do such a thing on the tombstone of the ancestor of the heavenly dragon. The nanomachine began to answer this question, saying that according to the analysis of the depth of the traces, there were only 2 people who could have left them. As he began to rotate the lamp from side to side, he thought about what was difficult for him to say just by looking at these traces. He asked the nano to show the sword marks in 3D augmented reality, and she immediately carried out the master's order. Looking at these marks, Young Ye thought that there was a huge difference in the force and angle of the sword strike. Now he could see it, because it was easy to miss the fact that the marks were left by 2 people. He also suggested that perhaps someone had tried to cover up the original scratches that were there by leaving random ones on top. Swallowing the saliva that had accumulated in his mouth from the tension, he had an idea. Our hero asked the nano to separate the traces into 2 types and leave only those that were here initially. She immediately began to conduct her analysis, gradually painting over the scratches in 2 different colors. As soon as the first ones were left and the mongrel ones were removed, the face of our main hero changed. After all, as he thought, they were not ordinary. Right in front of him now were great sword movements. He believed that they were formed by an unknown connection that no one had noticed before. This shocked him, because he could be the first to learn it. It was difficult for him to determine what these movements were. He lacked the understanding for this, but he was sure that it was something important. Looking at her carefully, he asked the nano if she could analyze the traces and create a simulation in augmented reality. The nanomachine paused for a moment and replied that it was entirely possible. But before that, the hardness of sapphire was a way to measure a person's strength. Our main character did not understand these words of the nanomachine. The man standing behind him, holding his weapon in a strange way, asked if the boy hadn't read books. After all, he saw that everything was quite disorderly behind him. The ground floor caretaker continued asking, not letting the guy answer the first question. With a somewhat satisfied expression, he continued to talk about how there were rumors that the ancestor of the heavenly demon had left his insight into sword techniques here. But then he started shaking his head awkwardly, saying that they didn't know who or why they did this. It was hard for him to comprehend this. He assumed that it might be because, wanting to be the only ones who could use the ancestor's legacy, our protagonist listened carefully to every word. Our boy couldn't believe that these marks were just vandalism left by someone specifically to prevent him from learning this technique. Turning around and starting to leave, he said that he needed to make his rounds, so he asked to inspect before he left. Young Ye exhaled, because fortunately the caretaker was leaving. The nanomachine immediately began to say that the hardness of sapphire could be measured by placing your palm on the surface, thus telling the guy to do so. He approached her and looked around carefully to make sure no one was nearby, put his hand on hers, and immediately nothing happened. However, a second later, something incomprehensible began to happen. It seemed as if his body was being absorbed into the standing stone. The machine notified that the hardness measurement was completed, and if the hardness standard was set to 10 units, then this sapphire had a hardness of 7. Hearing this, the boy thought that it was really hard. He wondered who had destroyed the real marks of the sword with his own. This question did not leave him. Nano continued to say that, using the analysis of the sapphire's hardness, the sword marks were recreated in an additional simulation, starting to create some kind of silhouette. Looking at him, the main character did not understand why he looked exactly like that. For him, it was something new. He began to carefully examine him from all sides. Not understanding what and how, he tried to talk to him, but nothing came of it. Sometime later, the silhouette assumed a fighting stance, and the nanomachine announced that the sword mark simulation was beginning. He began to produce simply colossally fast and powerful blows that cut through not only stone, but also, it seemed, the air. Watching these incredible movements, the boy could not believe his eyes that someone was actually capable of such a thing. And he continued. It seemed like the movements were random, but this was not so. The 7th prince silently watched his movements with a surprised face, trying to see at least something. Squeezing something in his hand, he asked the nanomachine if it was really one movement, to which he received a positive answer. Hearing this, he couldn't believe his eyes. His face started to sweat, just looking at it. He found it hard to breathe. He couldn't imagine how much hard work, training, and number of fights this man had gone through. After all, even the butterfly technique consists of 8 ligaments and is complex enough that it would take 6 months to perfect. But it was not even comparable to her. It was impossible to cancel this technique in any way. He didn't expect much from the first floor of the library, but faced with such an opportunity, with a terrifyingly interested face, he asked Nano to save these movements because he was going to translate it later. He might have missed such a treasure because of the chaotic tracks above, however. He didn't know who it was, but he was sure that it was someone evil. After all, he had only just gotten this movement, so he should be grateful. Our boy continued to think. As he left, he listened to the nanomachine say that according to the analysis of the sword marks after removing the surface marks, 45 interconnected, intertwined movements were discovered. Hearing this, he could not believe her, and immediately began asking her to explain what she meant. And she explained that the analysis showed that 45 movements were carved at different times. Our main character asked again, weren't these really traces to hide the technique? But they were all sword movements. After pacing back and forth for a bit, he asked the nanomachine to create additional stimulation in the order of the sword's movements. She began to gradually produce stimulations, starting with the first movement of the sword that she detected. Standing in one place and stuck in one spot, he tried to see as carefully as possible the movements that were happening right now in front of him. Starting from the first, the movements gradually began to increase, showing the highest skill. With each increase in the number of movements, they became more and more perfect. On the 45th movement, the silhouette stopped, and the nanomachine announced that the reproduction of the additional stimulation was complete. The boy's whole body was wet, because even watching he was very tense, not to mention trying these movements. Turning to the nanomachine, he asked if it could originally save the sword's movements and the 45 movements copied right now, and present them as a battle in an alternate reality. She, as if reasoning a little, answered that such an option was possible, and began to reproduce 2 different silhouettes. They stood opposite each other, taking their fighting stances, preparing for battle. The nanomachine announced that the battle stimulation would now begin, and a few seconds later, the battle began. The 7th cadet couldn't even really see their incredible movements, because they weren't just fast, they were unsellable to the human eye. Suddenly, he began to notice something. At first, not understanding what was happening, he tried to see everything in as much detail as possible. And then, in surprise, I began to ask myself if the movements had really become simpler. After all, the first movement, which seemed perfect to him, with a distinction in the first sequence, was not an attempt to get rid of the original movements. The 45 marks of the sword were a record of a long process of simplifying the original movements, our protagonist thought. Approaching the caretaker, he turned to him, asking if this first floor was the only one with a sapphire tombstone. And he replied that he only worked on the first floor, so he didn't know the answer to this question for sure, but he heard that there was one like that on every floor. Hearing this, our boy's eyes lit up. He was happy to hear this, telling the nanomachine to cook, because they were heading to the next floor. Entering the 2nd floor of the Mado House's sacred library, he noticed that there were a huge number of students there. Looking around, he thought that they were not finished yet, assuming that it was because they were given 2 hours for the first floor and 3 for the second. Noticing the guy sitting on the floor, he mentally laughed, seeing how hard he was trying to remember something. He looked at the guy from the Blade clan, Zhang Yu Chang, one of the direct heirs. Because the other clan heirs didn't even come here, they were too confident in their clan martial arts. The boy thought that the prince must be cautious since he was studying low-level arts. He needed to be wary of him more than others. He awkwardly began to try to walk unnoticed among the others, but he failed. Everyone sitting paid attention to him. After walking a bit, in the same place where he had been on the first floor, he discovered a standing elevation stone, and as he began to walk around it, he looked at the other side. Looking behind it, a smile appeared on his face. He was glad, because as he thought, it was here. The surface of the tombstone was completely cut with sword marks. He immediately asked the nanomachine to analyze it as it did on the first floor. It immediately began to analyze, saying that the first movement of the sword was a movement of 24 ligaments. The sword marks left on the second man consisted of 56 movements, which was much more than on the first. Our protagonist paused, thinking that they were clearly studying how to modify the first movements carved here. He wanted to check right now. He asked Nano to select only the sword movements and save them. After all, he had received 4 incomparable movements. He couldn't wait to translate them into his brain and his body. He told the machine to start scanning. The rest watched the 7th heir with a sullen and angry expression, clearly not understanding what he was doing. Everyone was distracted by him, trying to understand what he was doing, but because they couldn't understand, it made them angry. They mentally called him names because it was difficult for them to understand, and they were also angry because not everyone could understand from the books, while the 7th prince was simply flipping through the books. A little angry, they realized that they needed to concentrate on themselves. They didn't have time to pay attention to the 7th bastard. While they were trying to study one book, our protagonist scanned the books one after another, a smile never leaving his face. The rest tried to concentrate on their textbooks, but they couldn't. After all, the noise due to the rapid leafing of books created quite a loud noise. Over time, the prince, who had previously tried not to pay attention to the 7th cadet, also noticed this. At this time, our main character did not pay any attention to the others, continuing to scan. A strange smile appeared on the prince's face. He thought that the guy didn't understand anything, so he was leafing through them. And at that moment, the nanomachine announced that 156 books had been scanned. Our main character asked to save these books in the database. After thinking for a while, he decided that this should be enough, because now he only had one thing left to do. He was confident that the original butterfly technique was one of the top 10 martial arts in the academy. He couldn't be too self-confident no matter how good you were. His understanding was that in order to be able to achieve martial arts mastery, he needed to practice the ligaments and movements hundreds and thousands of times. And for all this, experience gained only in battles was precisely of no small importance. He recalled his teacher saying that his teacher also had to go through many hardships and battles with enemies to understand martial arts. So the academy was a great place to gain experience fighting with everyone. He understood that all he had to do was try out the nano-augmented reality ability, and if everything went according to plan, he would be able to get a wide variety of experiences. Sometime later, he approached the floor supervisor, who began recording him. He said that the boy was not late, praising him for this, to which our main character thanked the floor supervisor. The caretaker also said that someone asked him when he would leave the library. Our main character asked him again, but he continued writing something and told him not to pay attention. Looking at the caretaker's indifferent face, he wondered who could be waiting for him, although right now that was not the most important thing. With a smile on his face, he started to leave. Thinking that they said that the individual training rooms would be opened after the second test, he wanted to get there as soon as possible and translate all the special movements. As he approached the Mado House private training building, he couldn't wait for the training to begin. Stopping and looking around, he began to rejoice, because right now he would be able to try everything. As soon as he took one step, someone appeared in front of him, saying that he had been looking everywhere for the 7th cadet, since he was not in the room. That someone was a guy, namely the team leader at number 6 in the second test. Our hero asked why he was looking for him, and he, making a terrifying face, replied that he was really asking because he knew everything. He asked our boy if he really thought he wouldn't notice anything. After all, it was on that very night that he noticed everything perfectly, those very needle marks left by him. On the feet of his comrades, he turned to our boy with a terrifying aura. He asked what he had done with the legs of the other members of his group, because he understood perfectly well that it was he who had done it. Exhaling heavily and turning away, Young Ye thought that he was really busy right now and this was bothering him. He stood with his arms folded and a smirk on his face, thinking that looking at him wanting to quench his bloodlust, he assumed that this guy was trying to fight him. With the same grin on his face, our boy asked the leader of the sixth team, who told him to leave his comrades alone. Immediately after these words, the leader of the sixth team smiled, taking a fighting stance. A drop of sweat ran down our protagonist's face. He thought that this guy didn't react to provocation the same way as Jungmu Geum. He knew this guy wasn't weak, so he needed to take him seriously. The seventh cadet thought, as he also assumed a fighting stance. Just as they were about to start the fight, a loud cry was heard behind them. But they didn't pay any attention to him and began to concentrate the nigong around their bodies. The guy standing behind him exhaled heavily, saying that these people didn't even notice him. And then, a moment later, he appeared right in front of them with a smile on his face. The leader of the sixth team was angry and started shouting insults because he had interfered with them. But our main character was more reserved. He was surprised because this guy, from the Blade clan, young Yu Chang, the boy started laughing, praising both of them for their good concentration, as befits the leaders of the groups that passed the second stage. Turning towards the leader of the sixth group, he apologized, saying that he would deal with the seventh cadet first. And then, folding his hands and bowing slightly, he said that he asked for this very kindly. The leader of the sixth group gritted his teeth, thinking that the heir of the clan was bowing his head to another cadet. He couldn't believe it. A little taken aback, after a few seconds he was able to come to his senses, asking what this all meant, because he had been looking for this freak all day. And the prince of the sword clan himself thought awkwardly, because he was waiting for him because he wanted to see him. These ridiculous words angered the leader of the sixth group, who began to concentrate the nigong in his hand. He was angry that this bastard from the sword clan dared to look down on him, so he attacked the boy standing in front of him. And he just thought with a smile on his face that this was very impudent for a person from a clan below. Only by raising his hand, seemingly as simply as possible, was he able to repel the attacker's attack. And then immediately regrouped. His movements were on a completely different level. In that moment, his gaze changed to a terrifying one that thirsted for blood. But he stopped right next to the attacker's neck, continuing to emit a huge amount of energy. With a satisfied face, he turned to the leader of the sixth group, asking how he liked it. Our hero himself, watching this with a surprised face, thought that he had only slightly modified the movement that he had seen for the first time, which meant that his skills had advanced so much. The leader of the sixth group knew that he was in a dire situation, because this guy was able to suppress him so easily, even with the wrong stance. The prince of the sword clan began to say that the guy had no balance. His arms were too tense when he lunged forward. He asked him if he had a bruise on his ribs. And he, pouring out his tears, then thought that this bastard was definitely not on the same level as the other cadets, because even if his body was normal, he would not be able to cope with him. The prince, with the same smile on his face, began to dodge strangely, telling him to wait until he was here. Naturally, the defeated one was not going to listen to this. He turned around and began to walk away. And after telling him to do whatever he wanted, he began to quickly leave the place. The prince, seeing this, began to laugh loudly, saying that the guy was very impatient, while Chang Ye watched all this, not understanding what business he could have with him. He assumed that the guy wanted to knock him out of the next test. He knew that he wouldn't be able to handle him with his skills. He asked the nano to activate augmented reality, and it immediately activated everything. Only in an instant did her hands appear in front of our hero, which he barely managed to dodge, and the sword prince asked why the guy was so tense. And then, thinking about it, he asked if it was all because of his current situation. He spread his hands and asked the guy not to be so wary, since this was just their first meeting as brothers from the same father. Our main character couldn't believe it, seeing how the prince standing in front of him folded his hands to show respect. The guy, with a smile on his face, said that he was very pleased to meet his brother. Looking at all this, our main character could not believe his eyes, asking himself what was happening here. He began to get angry, clenching his fists, because he thought that this guy standing right in front of him was now laughing at him. He, noticing the guy's reaction, began to laugh awkwardly, saying that he had too much aggression towards him, although he also said that he could be understood after everything that the sixth clan did to him. Naturally, our main character began to respond to him angrily because he could not have had any other reaction. And he explained that he just wanted them to get to know each other well because he liked him. Jung Ye did not understand this, asking again what he meant. The sword prince explained with a smile on his face that he liked him because they were walking the same path of the sword. After thinking for a bit, our main character asked again if it was really for such a trivial reason, to which he received an immediate positive answer. The prince said that he was very surprised when he tore off the hand of the heiress of the laying of sound, because it was after this that he became his fan. Having listened to this nonsense to the end, Our boy began to angrily shout at him to stop talking nonsense and tell him about his real intentions. There was an awkward silence between them as they looked into each other's eyes for several minutes. And then the prince exhaled, saying that it was pointless, because it seemed to him that they would not be able to get closer right now. A smile began to appear on his face, but now it was not as pleasant. He said that he would not offer twice. A moment later, his face changed from good-natured to terrifying, and he spoke in a condescending tone for the seventh prince to work for the Blade clan. Seeing this pressure and this offer, our boy was at a loss for a couple of seconds. The Prince of the Blade himself understood that the guy would be shocked by such a proposal. But our main character quickly came to his senses, asking if he was serious. The prince explained that he did not know how others felt about him, but he did not consider him an enemy, because he wanted him to become part of the Blade clan and protect them with him. Our protagonist's face changed. He was furious. He asked, "Do you want me to give up my status as heir?" And his face immediately changed to that same good-natured one, and he began to laugh awkwardly, asking if it really sounded that way. At that moment, he suddenly changed again, saying, "Even this is difficult for you." Our boy didn't understand this expression and asked what he meant by it. Starting to wave his hands, the prince said that the boy should have heard him. For if he goes the way of the sword, he will have to face it, and he will have no other choice. He also added that he has become his passionate fan because his brilliant future is guaranteed if he follows the same path with him. Looking at this strange behavior, Young Ye thought that this guy standing in front of him did not see him as a rival. After a short pause, our boy exhaled heavily, and then said that he would probably refuse this offer. Hearing this answer, the heir of the Blade clan did not understand and asked again. Clenching his fist, our protagonist said that he would not be able to handle him, so he asked not to block his path, and then he would allow him to hold on to life. At that moment, there was silence between them. Each was on their own wave, thinking about something and not clearly expecting what from each other. The prince's face changed with every second. It was clear from it that he was furious. The nanomachine informed that the boy had strong energy quickly focusing in his right hand. She asked to use the second position of the butterfly dance, a slight circular motion after a half-step shift to the left. Immediately after this notification, Zheng Ye prepared for battle, taking a fighting stance. The guy didn't understand this, and somehow stupidly began to look in the direction of the seventh heir, incomprehensibly. And then he began to laugh, holding his stomach. At that moment, the nano notified that the strong energy focusing in the enemy's right hand was dissipating. She also added that the enemy's intention to attack had completely disappeared. He explained that at first he was angry, but after thinking about it, he found it funny. After all, those words about him not blocking his path, that was pretty cool. Our hero, looking at the prince's face, thought that his mouth was only smiling. Exhaling heavily, the heir of the Blade said that he had only wasted his time here. He also added that they will meet again, since they are following the same path. Suddenly, his face began to sharply gather energy, which covered his entire hand. Our guy began to be informed by the nanomachine that a huge amount of energy was being formed in the prince's hand. He understood that he would not have time to react. At that very second, right in front of him, with just one wave of his hand, a huge line formed. A pillar of dust rose into the air. Rocks began to scatter in all directions. Zheng Ye couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he finally saw, right in his hand, the chi of the blade was formed. This technique was very difficult to learn. And the prince himself said that the seventh cadet was not even close to threatening him, because the difference between them was huge. Our hero himself at this time thought that the guy in front of him must have already reached full maturity, since he could only spread the blade key to his hands. The rumors about him Dak with Changmu Yan from the Dark Clan for the position of heir were not an exaggeration. Gritting his teeth in anger, our protagonist realized that they were indeed on different levels. As the blade suddenly began to disappear and the energy in his hand began to disappear, he turned to the seventh heir. He said that they would see each other again, and then turned around and started to walk away. Our protagonist watched him go, clenching his fist in anger. He thought that he was on the same level as them after he beat up Young Mu Gyum and Young Won Ryu was expelled from the academy. However, this was far from true, and it made him very angry. He mentally asked himself not to rush. After all, his goal wasn't to compare with them. He was going to become cooler than all of them put together. The Prince of the Blade himself thoughtfully, without any fear of an attack from behind, moved to the side. Completely lost in his thoughts, he thought that this guy had calculated his attack in advance. After all, he was going to cut off his right hand in one move, but he moved out of the way before he even released the blade. At that very moment, a smile appeared on his face, because this cadet was different from the others, and this amused him. As our hero had planned, He went to the room for individual training. Opening one of the doors, he looked around carefully because he had no idea what she looked like. And then, having entered and closed the door behind me, I asked myself if it was really her. After all, the width and length were about 2.5 meters, and it itself was square in shape. There was not enough space here. To practice positions using shadow steps, and the wall was stone, quite strong. Sitting down, he continued to think. After all, he could study here calmly without being distracted. After all, even if he managed to gather internal energy here, it should be enough for him. He asked to activate the additional reality nanomachine. It obeyed its master, starting to translate everything into his eyes. The guy also asked to create a simulation of the position scanned from the sapphire tombstone on the second floor. She immediately began to carry out her master's orders, showing those very unique movements. Seeing this, he was once again very surprised, because it is faster and more difficult than on the first floor, because even if he uses the last position of the butterfly dance, he will not be able to block any movement. And in general, he was interested in how many people would be able to block this connection. At that moment, the nanomachine interrupted its master. Having said that, a simulation was created of the positions left by another person in ascending order. Seeing all 56 positions, our hero's body trembled, because this was real madness. It was simply impossible to improve without having the obsession of the sword. He thought in horror that it was all obvious, judging by the process of practicing one position, a rough and unnatural position that became so perfect by the 56th movement that it even gave him goosebumps. He asked the nano to create a battle with the initially carved 56 positions in order, and it immediately activated the battle mode. Chaos began to break out in the room, and it happened right before the eyes of the boy sitting on the ground. Young-ye watched every movement with utmost attention, trying to see each position as best as possible. He wanted to understand it. The stimulation was complete, and our hero thought that, as on the first floor, the absolute positions, carved first, had been modified with a difference of one movement. He began to run through various thoughts in his head, when one of them seemed to dawn on him. After all, he went against this absolute position by using the butterfly dance, and the sword position initially could not block any movement from the absolute positions carved on the back. By all this, he meant the easy circular motion of the butterfly. It was also difficult to use. He was going to try it right now, interest getting the better of him. There had to be a way to counter this with the butterfly dance. The boy began to concentrate Nigong into his weapon, preparing to withstand this martial art. His opponent was his clone, who used the same style from the tombstone. The opponents watched each other's every move, waiting for their opponent to take action. However, none of them began to attack first. It seemed that even the guy's clone felt this tension. Suddenly, in one instant, they jumped up from the place where they were standing, heading towards each other. Each of them tried to get closer to each other as quickly as possible. Their movements were incredibly fast. The nanomachine explained that neural activity in the user's brain was rapidly increasing. They rushed past each other as quickly as they had approached, their blades slipping past each other. Quickly regrouping, they closed in again, locking their blades. From the rush of their colliding energies, it seemed that everything around was breaking and disappearing into nothingness. It was all happening in our boy's head. He was emitting a huge amount of Nigong, due to which his body quickly got tired. The energy began to ooze more and more from his body. It seemed like the whole room would be covered in it now. Suddenly he screamed, opening his eyes, and the energy began to gradually disappear. He was scared. Not understanding what just happened, he screamed. The guy thought that he was definitely focused only on the fight, but he didn't understand how he entered a state of trance. Looking at his trembling hand, he thought his body felt different somehow. Having come to his senses a little, he immediately folded his hands, beginning meditation and concentration of energy. As soon as he reached a certain point, he opened his eyes again in surprise. After all, his internal energy was 30 years old, but it suddenly increased to 40 with a smile on his face. He assumed that he had reached realization. As he began to rise, he thought that he might be able to accumulate strength using nano, because these positions really deserved the title of the best among the Marima martial arts. A smile appeared on his face, as he was now confident that he could use the butterfly dance. Having started to move, he thought that the movements now allowed the air to flow in a much different way. He was sure that the achieved awareness had not only increased the internal energy. Suddenly he interrupted himself, seeing on his hand something he had not expected at all. Stopping, he began to examine it carefully, because he was absolutely sure that it was a materialization of ki. He couldn't manifest it into a transparent sword form due to the lack of internal energy, but he was able to have energy that was 6 years long after taking the medicinal stone very soon. When this happens, the difference between him and Jung Yu Chang will rapidly decrease. He asked Nano how long he had been in this state, to which she replied that he had been in this state for 2 hours. He understood that it would be difficult to translate this into his body, and he needed to return to the rooms. He turned to the nanomachine again. Nano, transfer the positions that were originally carved on the sapphire tombstone on the 1st and 2nd floors, as well as the 45th and 56th positions to the brain, our hero thought, after which the transfer began. He felt a sharp headache, holding his head. He thought that this pain would finally end. He asked his comrade how long it would last. The nanomachine replied that according to the analysis, the process of changing his muscles and the flow of energy would all take about 10 hours. Hearing this, our hero was surprised, because it was too long compared to the butterfly dance. He knew there was nothing he could do here, so he would have to leave earlier. He was heading back to the dorm right now. Entering the dorm, he was surprised that not all the students were there yet, assuming that they were still in their training rooms. The bald boy who came up showed respect to his master, saying that he had returned first. Looking at Hoban's hand, the boy noticed that he was holding some kind of sheets of paper in it. Having looked at them, he thought that they were still studying the materials they had memorized in the library. Our protagonist asked if he had found anything interesting. Hoban smiled and said that it wasn't much, since it was only 2nd grade martial arts, explaining that he was learning the step technique because he wasn't strong in pure fist techniques. Hearing this answer, Young Ye smiled, thinking that this was the moment when everyone devoted themselves entirely to work. After all, the 4 days given for rest were also not something he should waste. He understood that if he wanted to move forward even a little, he could not stop in one place. The next day, in the personal training room, the process of transforming the user's muscles and energy flow was underway, and a few hours later, it was successfully completed. The nanomachine canceled the sleep mode. The 7th prince immediately jumped up, trying to grab as much air as possible. But a second later, his mouth was full. He couldn't hold back. He was sick. He felt very nauseous, and the machine explained that this was stabilization of the body's biological reaction to the transformation. Having come to his senses a little, he wiped his face, trying to catch his breath because it was already possible to exhale. The nausea began to pass. Looking at his hand, he said that he could not get used to it. Although he had already been through a similar state several times, suddenly he clenched his fist with all his might, and a very loud clap was heard. The guy continued to look at his hand in surprise for a few more seconds, thinking that the strength in his hands was on a completely different level. It seemed to him that he had become much stronger now than when he was perfecting the butterfly dance. Gradually, he began to look at other parts of his body, realizing that most likely his body had changed. He took off his outerwear. Looking at his body, he couldn't believe that these were his muscles, because they had become much larger than they were. For a few more minutes, he awkwardly poked his fingers at it, because it seemed to him that it was a completely different body. And after recovering from this state, he understood that right now there was an opportunity to try everything. Slowly beginning to move his body into a fighting stance, he began to produce powerful bursts of breathing. For a few seconds, it seemed as if steam was beginning to appear from his mouth just from his breath. Every muscle in his body tensed as he began to concentrate energy in his body. At this time, in the next room, the leader of the 6th group was also working, trying to move on to the next stage. He sat tensely because he knew that his skills were not enough. He was too self-confident when he injured Young Mu Geum. Knowing the terrifying difference between him and that guy from the Blade Clan, he needed to learn so much to regain his honor. The leader continued to think. First, he had to forget about Zheng Ye-woon. At that moment, his energy began to concentrate more strongly. He knew he was aiming for more than the bastard in 7th place in the line of succession, when a cracking sound began to occur in the wall next to him. And then there was a powerful explosion, which in an instant destroyed the wall in the room. The explosion even startled the instructor sitting on the street, as debris and recoil burst through the roof. The leader of the 6th group, who was sitting in maximum concentration, was pelted with stones with debris from the rocks until he bled. Barely opening his eyes, he tried to make out what had just happened, because he didn't understand anything. Everything had happened too quickly. Gradually, the dust began to settle, and a bright light began to appear in his eyes. Looking at the silhouette of a naked guy standing in a fighting stance, he asked himself who dared to do this. His whole face was covered in blood. He was barely holding on, trying to stay conscious. Looking closer, he saw a rather familiar face looking straight at him. He recognized the 7th heir, Zheng Ye-woon, who had destroyed that concrete wall. Having started to lose consciousness, he mentally insulted the main character several times. Our boy himself tried to wake him up. The instructors who came running yelled at the 7th cadet. They understood everything perfectly well, but these actions of Chang Ye could lead someone to death. Grabbing Cadet 108, one of the instructors shouted that the boy was very lucky to still be alive, because if he had died, Zhang Ye would have been expelled from the academy. To all these statements, our main character stood, bowing and asking for forgiveness. The instructor forbade Cadet 7 from training on the first and second floors, allowing him to use the rooms in the basement. But they warned that if he did anything like that there, he would be banned from those rooms. Zhang Ye thanked his mentor and then headed towards the door, with the mentor watching him go. He thought that if this guy had broken through a wall of stone that had stood for decades, then his internal energy had exceeded the permissible limit. Walking down the corridor, the seventh prince asked the nanomachine why he had suddenly become so strong, because he never thought that he could punch a hole in the wall of the training room. And she explained that this was all because the muscles and energy flow had reached their maximum, explaining that the muscles and energy flow in his body had been greatly transformed to the point where he could leave marks on the sapphire with his physical strength. Looking at his hands, he thought that the simulated data was created by analyzing the marks left on the tombstone, and the movements themselves were not shown, suggesting that the emphasis was therefore on the ability to leave marks on the sapphire stone rather than on the perfect reproduction of the position. The nanomachine also added that the limit for his muscle transformation and energy flow would increase once the growth process was complete, and it also explained that it could not speed up the growth process except by stimulating the growth plates. Already located on the basement floor, there are rooms for individual training. Our protagonist, looking at his hand, thought that with the help of nano, a technique that had been practiced for decades was transmitted to the brain, but he was a little worried, because he would be practicing the technique of the ancestor of the heavenly dragon's insight for the first time. As he began to concentrate, he exhaled heavily. Closing his eyes, he thought that it would be better for him to start with swordplay. After some time, the concentration reached its peak. Our hero began to emit a huge amount of energy. His movements were incredible. Stopping in a sweat, he couldn't believe what it was, his eyes almost popping out of his head in surprise. After catching his breath a little, he resumed his fighting stance, intending to try again what he had just done. Repeating the same movements again, he couldn't believe what he was doing right now. But a second later, his face was angry, because this was all wrong. Looking at his hands with a surprised look, he did not understand why nothing was working for him, because this was not what he wanted to do. After standing and thinking for a while, he tried these movements again, which began to work out a little better. He was about to try the first move, starting to demonstrate it, and then he immediately switched to the second, still continuing to move incredibly. Due to the enormous amount of energy emitted, it seemed as if it was about to cut through the air that surrounded it. These movements alone made him smile, because the first and second were simply perfect. But he had a feeling that the absolute sword technique was somehow incomplete, because it was not at all like what he saw in the records, our protagonist thought. And then he immediately asked the nanomachine to compare his movements with a three-dimensional image, and it immediately began to project the movements into an augmented reality. Both silhouettes began to move. At first glance, everything seemed to be as it should be. But already on the next movement, our main character's avatar was a split second late. And then he began to lag behind altogether. Our main character watched all of this closely. Standing there in amazement, he thought that his technique looked unnatural, because he was simply connecting the movements, and the rhythm was lagging at the end. He couldn't figure out what the problem was, starting to think it was just a normal technique, when suddenly he fell to the ground. He felt anxious that he was out of breath, and the techniques seemed to move by themselves. Suddenly, he focused his attention on what he had just said about breathing. Clutching his head, he thought that if he thought about it that way, then the last secret of the arts method also didn't work properly without the rotation of energy. And if that was all true, then it was meaningless. He thought angrily that he had only focused on the sword technique, but had missed the most important thing, which was breathing. The guy began to remember that very tombstone that towered in the center of the library. Young Ye asked Nano if she could show the facade of the stele on the first floor in 3D, but she didn't give her answer right away, saying that she needed to try searching for the saved video. And just a few minutes later, she began to design the facade of the stele, saying that she could only show the appearance of the stone. He read what was written on the stone. It said that a strong wind is rising, clouds are flying high. I have returned to my hometown. How can I become a brave warrior and protect my homeland? Looking at these meaningless words, our protagonist asked himself if there was some hidden clue here. The nanomachine began to say that this was the Tales of the Han State, a poem written by the future founder of the Han State, Liu Bang, when he returned from the defeat of Xiang Yu. After thinking for a bit, our main character happily suggested that there might be some altered lines here, but the nanomachine immediately gave a negative answer. This confidence of the machine made the guy upset. He, breathing heavily, thought that it was all very complicated. He asked to check everything, asking to find her at least a small clue. She immediately began to conduct an analysis. And then she replied that the result of the analysis was that he checked every letter, including the small holes at the bottom. Having zoomed in, our main character really did notice a huge but different number of dots. After examining them closely, he suggested that these small holes could be acupuncture points. Zhang Ye went over different options in his head, trying to figure out what they could mean. He recalled the first time he picked up a book that was related to acupuncture. It was the very first book that was scanned by the nanomachine. And it said that all the points were numbered in strict order. The fourth point was strange, because for normal breathing you need to start from the Giho point, and for this you need to open 7 points. As it suddenly dawned on him, he began to wonder, but at the same time continued to reason further. After all, there were exactly 3 large lines and 4 dots, which added up to 7. Others grew larger. He examined each point carefully, and the last one made his mouth open in surprise, because the 23rd was going to increase. A hysterical smile appeared on his face. He was glad that he understood it right now. He screamed with joy because he had found the hidden airway. These joyful cries could be heard even on the street, as well as cries about how our main character called himself a genius. A few minutes later, our protagonist went to eat and regain his strength. After leaving the building, he thought he needed to go back to the training room and try out the technique along with the breathing. Suddenly, someone called out to him loudly and he turned towards the voice. Our hero saw the guy with folded hands showing his respect to the 7th prince. He introduced himself as Cadet number 200 Empa and asked our protagonist if he would agree to spar with him. A little taken aback by the question, our boy did not answer right away, but quickly came to his senses and asked why he needed it. He added that they weren't in an exam, so he saw no reason to fight him, and after a short pause added that he didn't want to waste time on this. And then, starting to leave, he added that it was time for him to go. But Empa continued to pursue the guy, saying that he was thinking only about himself. These nagging requests angered our protagonist, but he tried not to pay attention to them, when suddenly he heard something that made him stop. After all, the student of the Desti said that if he wins, he will share information about the exam at the 3rd stage and give something as a gift. Sometime later, our heroes were already standing opposite each other, hiding in the forest. Standing with a sullen face, Jung Ye continued to bend his position, saying that he still did not understand the reason for his stupidity, because absolutely nothing was going well. No one in their right mind would exchange information for sparring. Empa replied that he would be honest. He had a great desire to test his strength. He began to praise the 7th prince's moves in cutting off Zhongwan Ryu's arm. And then, taking a fighting stance, he added that he wanted to show him the technique that his clan of power was proud of. The 7th cadet, still standing with the same expression on his face, told the boy to attack. At that very second, Cadet number 200 rushed with great force towards the standing protagonist. But with his first move, he missed. With the utmost ease, Jung Ye was able to dodge this attack. As with the next one, with each blow, the confident expression on the guy's face changed. He began to get tired, and the 7th cadet continued to dodge over and over again. Looking at these pathetic attempts, our protagonist thought that he was moving as slowly as possible. A few minutes later, our Jung Ye got tired of just dodging and went on the counterattack. With just one powerful and fast blow, he sent the attacker flying. He was unable to dodge this blow, and blood began to flow from his mouth. Unable to withstand the blow, still spitting blood, he fell to the ground. The 7th cadet continued to stand in the same position in which he stood at the moment of impact. Sweating, he thought he had put too much force into that blow, and he began to worry about the guy. He, lying on the ground and holding his stomach, tried to take in as much air as possible, thinking that he could not even imagine that he would lose so stupidly, because when he saw his fight with Zhongwan Ryu, he thought that he would be able to use thousands of techniques. As he began to rise, he continued to talk about how this prince was clearly hiding his true powers. Trembling, he told the standing boy that his skills showed that he had the blood of heaven flowing through his veins. He added that he suspected that he had the abilities of a first-class warrior, and then added that he would share the information. But our main character immediately interrupted him, asking why he wanted to fight him, because regardless of the outcome of the duel, he had no benefit from it. And he, exhaling heavily, smiling, said that he knew so well that the prince did not believe him. With the same satisfied face, the boy with blood on his face replied that he was simply going to test his strength. He wanted to test the strength of both of them, because it was all for the 3rd stage. Our main character did not understand this answer and asked again what this fight had to do with the test. And he replied that there was a high probability that they would be divided into teams there. Chong Ye, again, did not understand this, because they were told that there would no longer be division into groups. Empa continued, saying that this was not the second level, because this time they would need to show much more personal abilities. And the goal of the third test itself is to become a high-class warrior, and only the best, who possesses at least first-class martial arts, can become one. After folding his hands and thinking for a while, Zhongye said that among those who had passed the second level, there were very few of them, because that meant that in order to compensate for the lacking skills, they would have to borrow the powers of the Magic Dragon Order. As he began to rise, Empa replied that with their help, a fair number of students would lose a lot of energy. But there was another, more serious problem. Our boy understood what he was trying to say because these were high-class martial arts. Cadet number 200 said that they were the only ones in the library on the second floor. So if this continued, most of the students would fail the exam. Unless the test involved a top-notch invention, there was only one thing left to do. Then on this test, they will give out manuscripts of martial arts. The boy explained that if his father was right, then these manuscripts would contain that. What contains the secrets of the Chilma sword technique, which is mastered by the strongest warriors. Hearing this name, our main character thought that he had heard this name somewhere before. He recalled his bodyguard telling him that there was a rare technique that the swordmaster had invented. This martial art was originally created for the Shaolin school of 18 and 36 Supin. Although it is intended to be the best, there is one oddity in it. 12 people use 12 techniques, and 36 people use 36 techniques. And if a technique is used by 108 people, it will expand to the 108th sword-fighting technique. Remembering this, our boy thought that a martial artist acquires the power to resist, a master of Shulchan, if we are talking about the 12 technique. The boy added that his father said that there were 12 of them in the group at that time, and last time they successfully mastered it. Also, Empa added that whoever mastered the Chilma technique, it is not so easy to master the sword technique. If he is not an outstanding warrior, then it will be difficult for him to understand the basics. Hearing this answer, our protagonist understood why he so fiercely desired a duel. Empa added that he needed to test his abilities to see if he could trust the test. Chongya didn't understand this expression, asked again, and the 200th cadet replied that he hadn't said the most important thing, because in this test, cadets act at their own discretion, starting with mastering martial arts. The group leader may give some advice based on the results of the second test. Hearing this, our main character immediately understood what his interlocutor meant, because the established leader of the group chose the team members himself. The boy also suggested that this test most likely focuses more on those from the 6 higher clans. But our main character no longer listened to these words he was thinking, because it turned out that the third stage was a fight for the place of the head of the school. And if the cadets could not master the sword techniques within a certain time, they automatically failed the test. However, his thoughts were interrupted when Empa said that he could refuse to join the group. And his interlocutor explained that a lot depends on trust, because it is the main prerequisite for assembling a team and preparing for the test. And after finishing, he seemed to start to shine. He said that he would tell you about the gift right now. After a short pause, he pointed his finger at himself, saying that he himself was the gift. Our main character was not happy about this, thinking that the gift was so-so. Naturally, our protagonist replied that he would not be able to become a leader, but Empa was confident of this, adding that he was very experienced and would be much better than many cadets. Looking at his interlocutor, Jung Ye thought that he still seemed strange to him, even if he was right. He asked the bloody guy why he chose him, because judging by his own words, there were candidates for leadership besides him. He began to scratch his head awkwardly and replied that, of course, he did not want to say this, but he had made the same offer to 2 other princes, but they had refused him. Jung Ye said that being a backup option seemed like a bad thing, and then he asked the guy which path they would take with him. After these words, he immediately began to say reverently that he was not asking to be accepted, but he asked that he take him in for a short time, for the sake of passing the test. He lowered his head and asked in a trembling voice if the 7th prince would take him in. After this question, a smile appeared on the prince's face, and he looked towards Empa with a kind look. He, seeing this expression on her face, was delighted, because even without words, he understood everything. At that very moment, he fell to his knee, starting to thank the guy, but Jung Ye interrupted him, saying that he was refusing him. Hearing these words from the 7th cadet, the 200th could not believe his ears and asked again. Already with a rough voice and an angry expression on his face, he said that he was refusing him. Sometime later, the heroes dispersed, each going about his own business. Our boy moved at incredible speed, asking the nanomachine to turn on facial recognition. He thought that he couldn't detect a lie 100%, but if he saw something strange, he immediately turned on the nano. Changya recalled how the machine said that there were slight changes in the facial muscles. The probability of deception on the part of the interlocutor was 45%, and at the moment of important words, the probability of deception reached 62%. He understood that it was only a probability that he could not be sure of. However, he compared these words and his behavior in general with another prince. He was amused by the fact that this freak was able to pull it all off so cleverly. He was amused by this boy. Empa himself met some guy at the wall who asked if he had refused him. Upon hearing the positive answer, the prince immediately began to laugh loudly. Having said that Empa was really funny, even after providing all the information, Young-ye didn't buy it. The boy began to justify himself to the prince, telling him that he would try again, but he immediately called him stupid. All these words amused the prince. He began to talk out loud about how everything was going well because they were his competitors. The 200th student, not understanding anything, immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. And also give him another chance. He shouted that he had other ideas that would help. However, the prince refused, saying that there was no need to try anymore. He asked to find a team for the guy before it was too late. Hearing this answer, his face was confused. He couldn't believe what he just heard. And the prince continued to laugh at him, saying that there were other cadets. With a smile on his face, he began to say goodbye, and then moved away from the kneeling cadet. His departure was interrupted by Empa, who turned to him again and bowed his head. However, at that very moment, the prince's expression changed. He said that he did not need such a worthless comrade as him. He asked cadet number 200 to leave, and these words finished off the boy. With tears in his eyes, he began to leave. And at that moment, the prince stopped, thinking that Young-ye had been able to knock him out with just one blow. With a gloomy face, he continued to think that the guy's level was not that high. He couldn't figure out if it was luck or if his abilities were really progressing so quickly. Our protagonist was in a private training room in the basement. He sat there, thinking about the 11 talents, assuming that it wasn't certain, since the head of the academy hadn't said anything personally yet. But if that was true, Zhong-ye had someone in mind from Group 8. But that wasn't enough, and there was no guarantee that they would follow him. He needed to finish his daytime training as soon as possible and think about this on his way to the dorm. He turned to Nano, telling her to finish analyzing the martial arts books they scanned yesterday on the first and second floors of the academy. He also wondered if it was possible to create a hologram of a specific person after analyzing their QI and body movements, and then make the hologram show the result. The nano machine replied that it was possible. He was going to choose the 5 sword arts, and he already had an avatar in mind. A silhouette began to form, which gradually began to resemble a familiar person. The avatar stood there with a grim smile on his face, immediately starting to call our guy names. It was the prince who kept picking on Young-ye. He was yelling at the boy to attack him. But without waiting, he rushed with shouts towards the 7th prince, who was standing in one place. He swung his sword, intending to deliver one precise blow. However, it was not to be. Our main character easily dodged this attack, and then he immediately assumed a fighting stance, swinging and preparing to strike back. His hand movements were much faster than a few days ago. He became much stronger and faster. With just one blow to the neck, he knocked the head off the avatar's shoulders, and he didn't even have time to understand what happened. A painful sound was heard from the surprised face of the avatar. The nanomachine announced that Young-mu Geum's avatar had died from a wound to the neck, and our protagonist couldn't believe what had just happened. After all, just 4 days ago, the same blow would have merely thrown him back. Standing and looking at the continuing avatar who was calling him names, the boy thought in fear that he had surpassed Young-mu Geum in abilities, because he had not planned this at all. Because even if he determined the avatar to be an average martial arts level, it would not help in any way. Our boy thought about it, starting to go over different options in his head, and then he asked the nanomachine to create 5 avatars of Chanmu Geum. But literally a couple of seconds later, he changed his mind, saying that he would create 10 and give each one a different intermediate level martial art. The nanomachine began to create 10 avatars, and they gradually filled the room. Looking at this huge number, our protagonist wondered if he had gone too far. He was going to cancel a few. But they interrupted his thoughts, starting to insult him again, provoke him, and point fingers at him. This angered our protagonist. He told the nanomachine not to change the number. He was going to kill them all. Just a moment later, a fight began between the avatars and the 7th prince. Looking at this number running towards him, he thought that if they attacked him at the same time, then he had a way to fight them off. With incredible speed, he rushed past them, attacking each one at that moment. Some avatars began to gradually fall apart. This was the first wave. Looking at the others, He wondered in surprise what he should do next. At the last moment, he managed to jump away from the swords that would have pierced him exactly 1 second later. But, having miscalculated the force of the jump, he hit his head on the ceiling quite hard. Because of this, he fell to the ground, breaking the ground beneath him. The nanomachine notified that it had temporarily suspended the additional reality. The guy lying on the ground grabbed his head and began to scratch it, saying that it was quite painful. "Young-ye, I forgot that this room is very small, and all this is because of the augmented reality." Looking at the ceiling, he noticed a huge number of cracks that had formed due to his collision. And at that very moment, he remembered how, just recently, he had been scolded for breaking something. Sometime later, the instructor was already looking at this broken ceiling. His gaze immediately shifted to the 7th cadet, who immediately turned away to avoid meeting their eyes. The instructor, clutching his head, exhaled heavily, asking what he was doing here to do such a thing to the ceiling. And then he immediately started shouting, saying that he had warned him, that he had forbidden him from using the rooms for individual training from that moment on, and our main character apologized for that. As he left the room, the teacher told the student to follow him. They kept walking and walking, starting to go out the gate and then approaching some small building. After entering, the 7th prince began to look around, thinking that although the building was 2 times smaller than the building for individual training, the width of the doors was much larger. Opening one of the doors, the instructor told the guy that he would now train here. Our boy didn't understand this when he asked again, and he answered with a smile on his face that he would simply break the walls again if he used those rooms for training. Starting to look around, Young-ye asked the teacher what kind of room this was. Since there was much more space here, it was much more comfortable than those, and the instructor replied that this was the training department, where those who have reached the expert level and passed the 4th test usually train. Upon hearing this, the young guy was very surprised, and the instructor continued to explain that they understood that he had not yet passed the test. But after another incident, with the consent of the head of the academy, this place was available to him much earlier. Naturally, our main character was interested in the question of how they knew that he had reached the level of an expert, and he explained that in order to break through the walls of the individual training building, he needed to be at least this level. He also explained that these walls were much stronger, explaining that they would not break no matter how much he raged here. And then the instructor asked him not to worry about it, wishing him to concentrate on training, for which Young-ye bowed, thanking the teacher. Already left alone with himself, he thought that with a room of this size he would have no problems using the augmented reality. He asked the nanomachine the time. It answered that it was now about 8 in the evening. This meant that he still had some time. He was going to continue the duel with the 10 Youngmu Guillaumes. But afterward, he asked Nano if he could fight Sobmen Sensei's avatar, to which she replied that it was possible based on the butterfly dance moves he demonstrated in the infirmary. After that, she answered. The boy's face lit up. He was happy, because Sensei would be much more useful than any princes. The nanomachine began loading an additional reality into the user's vision. It asked to choose a martial art. The boy's answer was obvious. It was a butterfly dance. She began to create an avatar of the right bodyguard. With a satisfied face, our protagonist thought that even if there was an avatar in front of him, it was much more intense than Youngmu Guillaume's avatar. The avatar began to point towards the prince, asking if he was really going to go against his own teacher. At that moment, our main character tensed up, getting into a fighting stance, and also added that the nanomachine would make him silent next time. He understood perfectly well that his sensei was one of the 10 greatest warriors of the demonic cult. He couldn't compare to him in terms of success in martial arts, our boy thought, starting the attack first. Young-ye knew that he needed to target his weak points with a preemptive attack. But just a second later, the attack was interrupted. Because his attack was blocked, his face changed. The guy couldn't believe that his attack was blocked so easily, but at that very moment he missed a powerful blow, which caused blood to fly out of his mouth in all directions. He couldn't believe that even an avatar was so strong. But his sensei wasn't going to wait for the guy to come to his senses. Taking out his weapon, he was going to launch another attack. Jumping up, the avatar's face showed a satisfied smile as well as loud laughter. With a satisfied face, the avatar began to use the butterfly dance, 3rd position, 7 flutters of the butterfly. Our main character was unable to dodge these fast and powerful blows. As he pressed himself against the wall, he began to cough loudly and breathe heavily. Looking at the avatar, he thought that he understood perfectly well that he could not compare to him. But it was hard for him to imagine that he would fall after the first single technique. Now he understood what the skills of one of the 10 greatest warriors of the demonic cult were. After these thoughts, the nanomachine asked if the master wanted to change the avatar's martial arts, to which Young-ye answered negatively. The fight between them continued, and his mentor avatar continued to laugh. In his hand, he began to concentrate a huge amount of energy. He was about to use an absolute technique. The seventh prince took a fighting stance. Seeing this, the avatar immediately rushed towards him, asking if the boy was ready. But our main character was not going to wait for him to attack him. He also rushed towards him. The avatar and the boy were approaching each other at an incredibly fast speed, each of them preparing to strike first. They began to circle, trying to hit each other. It seemed like they were both dancing. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from the teacher's face, and his face changed as drastically as possible. Our hero got angry and started moving even faster. He was about to deliver a powerful blow, and he did it perfectly. He began to deliver one blow after another. He thought that he was doing well, and he was going to continue in the same spirit. Already at his last breath, he was about to deliver the final finishing blow. But something didn't go according to his plan, because for a moment it seemed that the teacher sped up, and then immediately launched a counterattack, sending your student on a new flight. From this blow, drool flowed from his mouth, tears flowed from his eyes, and he began to cough loudly. Before he could compose himself, he hit the wall hard and felt pain throughout his entire body. Falling to his knees, he tried to catch his breath and get up, but he couldn't. Gasping for breath, he thought that even with the absolute technique, he still didn't have the strength to match Sensei. But a second later, raising his head, he was surprised, and this surprise sent goosebumps down his body. He saw that his mentor's body was mutilated. It was his first time seeing it. Young-ye wondered to himself if these were sword wounds on his avatar. The guy also noticed that the final blow of the sword also hit him, but all the wounds were superficial. Wiping his face, he understood that in terms of pure sword technique, he could surpass Sensei's avatar. However, he would not be able to handle a critical impact due to the huge difference in combat proficiency. After all, apparently, he won't be able to defeat a real master using only absolute technique. He had 4 years to pass the 6 stages of the Demon Academy, during which time he was going to surpass his sensei. 4 days passed. All those who passed the stage lined up at the main training ground of the Demonic Academy. Everyone stood silently. An incomprehensible atmosphere was in the air. Some were tense, some were scared, some were calm. With his head down, our protagonist thought that he had trained all day yesterday, but he could only fight equally with only 10 of Youngmu Gaeum's avatars. He was torn from his thoughts by the loud voice of the left bodyguard, who addressed them. He asked if they had spent these 4 days of rest usefully, to which he received an immediate, positive answer. Red was glad to hear this. He was going to tell about the 3rd test and hand out the black medical dragon stone. With a satisfied face, the man said that at the 3rd test, 12 people would have to present a formation. Hearing this, all the cadets began to whisper among themselves, because the group stages were about to end. And our main character at this time thought that the information provided by Empa was reliable. Red continued to talk about how the minimum requirement for members to belong to the 12-man formation was to have advanced martial arts. Placing his hand on a stack of books lying nearby, he seemed to be asking for attention to be paid to them, explaining that this is the base for the demonic sword stance that the demonic cult is proud of. The secret books for advanced martial arts, the 7 demon sword. After all, if they take the medicine stone and study it diligently, they will have no problem reaching the advanced level. Listening carefully to these words, our main character thought that so far everything seemed to be not difficult. However, there was a big but. A smile began to appear on the left bodyguard's face. He announced that the 3rd test would be on the 28th and that it would start today. He also added that each group representing the formation will have to fight with the martial arts instructors who are now standing in front of them. Once again, the crowd began to whisper, as defeating the martial arts instructors seemed like an impossible task to some. Listening to the crowd's conversations, our boy heard them discussing some instructors reaching master level, as well as fearful conversations. Our protagonist thought that there was only one thing left for them to do, and that was to announce the group leaders. And the guy kept talking about how the process would be different from the 2nd test, because they were leaving everything to them, so they had to try to get into groups and learn the sword position. After he announces the leaders of the groups, they need to choose. They will give them secret books and medicinal stones. A surprised expression appeared on Young Ye's face. He didn't understand this expression, because the leaders would not be chosen based on grades. He asked if they could see the name tags on the instructors in the front row, paused, and explained that these were 17 martial arts instructors. With some strange, evil smile, he said that the students who could take the yellow nameplates from them within 7 days would become group leaders. Hearing this, the faces of the cadets standing there turned white, because in this case they would simply be kicked out of the academy. They continued to talk heatedly among themselves about how nothing would work out for them. After keeping silent for a bit and listening to these frightened conversations, the red-haired man added that they should not worry, because the instructors with yellow nameplates would not use special techniques, but only the sword of the 7 demons. However, even so, this task was not an easy one. Our hero thought that in order to be able to resist the sword of the 7 demons in a short time, one must have a deep understanding of the sword's movements. He understood that 7 days was a very short time to learn and master the 7-demon sword. He also understood that they did this on purpose to put the cadets into a state of stress and despair. Looking at these frightened faces, the red-haired man laughed to himself, because as he expected, they were all worried he was going to finish them off. Saying they only had 7 days, he asked if there were any cadets willing to challenge them already. Hearing this, the crowd of cadets immediately fell silent. There was total silence. Each of them was scared. And the left bodyguard himself, dissatisfiedly watching this silence, thought that he had hoped for at least one volunteer, because they have skills. He started to say that, as he thought, they didn't have the guts for it, but he was interrupted by a raised hand. At that very second, a smile appeared on his face. He was pleased to see the volunteer, and then the next hands began to rise. The first to raise his hand was the leader of Group 1 and the heir of the Dark Clan, Zhang Mu-yeon. Following him, the leader of Group Number 8, Zhang Ye-wung, raised his hand. And the last one was the one who defeated the heir of the Poison Clan, Baek Gi, who is currently the leader of Group 12. The redhead was very interested in these 3 because he didn't expect them to become volunteers. The leader of the first group watched with a satisfied face as those who also decided to challenge on the very first day. Our main character himself was not interested in the heir, but in the leader of the Group 12. He considered him a strong warrior. The red-haired man himself continued to laugh loudly, saying that he liked their zeal. He turned to the instructors, asking who wanted to fight with them. He began to look at the standing mentors, who did not exchange glances with each other. The red-haired man smacked his lips and thought that he had told them not to place futile hopes on their cadets. The most experienced martial arts instructor was Ho Jin Chang. The left bodyguard noticed that there was movement in the crowd of instructors. The first to step was the senior teacher and the most experienced of them all. The 8th group's supervisor, Im Pen, thought that since he was here, he had no chance to interfere. He mentally told his student that he would now have to act on his own, because whoever his opponent was, it would not be easy for him. The left bodyguard himself, with a particularly satisfied face, looked at the old man and thought that Ho Jin probably wanted to fight with everyone present, except for his former charges, in order to deprive them of the opportunity to become leaders. Just as the red-haired man was about to start announcing the start of the first fight, he was interrupted by the shout of another instructor who also raised his hand. It was Ye Song. The old man immediately glanced in his direction, thinking how this worm dared, since everyone standing here understood perfectly well his interest. The young instructor himself, under the terrifying gaze of the old man, mentally apologized to him, because he understood that the senior teacher would not be able to restrain himself. He wanted to give the leadership to Chang Mu-yeon. Raising his hand, the old man immediately said that he wanted to take on Cadet 18, which interrupted the entire mood of the young instructor standing next to him. The redhead stood with a satisfied face, thinking that the price for ruining Ho Jin Chang's mood would be a duel with Cadet 18, who was once under his command. Sun Moon Ye, who was standing nearby, stood and thought that he originally wanted to fight with Zhang Ye-wung. Everyone lined up, standing in a square, and the opponents began to approach each other. There was silence all around. Both opponents showed respect by bowing, and our main character was not going to miss the moment, telling the nanomachine to watch closely. The left bodyguard, shouting loudly, announced the beginning of the duel between the cadet and the instructor. In an instant, the first heir from the Clan of Darkness immediately rushed from the spot. He was extremely serious. He was going to take the place of the leader of the group. The prince immediately began to concentrate and release the Nigong and show off his refined movements. Watching this, the instructor with a satisfied face thought that this was the same three-finger technique, one of the special techniques of the Dark Clan. For him, it was a great honor. But he also felt sorry because he would have to use the turban technique, not the Dokman. From the very first attack, both attacks were reflected from each other, pushing back the attacker's hands. Watching this, our main character stood with his mouth open because these movements seemed very familiar to him. The prince immediately came to his senses, regrouped and prepared to launch a new attack. He moved much faster than many of those standing around. He was about to attack the teacher again. The instructor himself was shocked. Because he considered this prince gifted, he was able to block his attack with maximum ease. After all, even if you judge by technique alone, his skill is at the peak of perfection, the instructor thought. continuing to attack. He also continued to talk about how, in terms of skills, the first prince was superior to an ordinary cadet. The man was confident that the guy was of high level. He used the second and third sword at the same time, causing the guy to get lost. Watching this, our protagonist could not believe that these were advanced martial arts. This simply could not be, because the techniques are different, but the basic movements are the same as those left in stone. After all, if we talk about the difference, then in Chelm's technique there are only 12 sword techniques, which is half of Pahue's technique. But he was sure of one thing, that these techniques were passed on to him by the Lord. The fight between the instructor and the cadet continued. Their movements seemed incredible. The mentor kept praising the first prince, thinking that he couldn't be treated like an ordinary cadet. But each attack was useless. They only exchanged touches. The heir of the Dark Clan himself thought that his opponent's breath power was similar to his, but was slightly higher. He understood that the mentor had extraordinary experience judging by his blocks. But he also understood that if he lost, it would not be to his advantage at all. Having regained his breath, he again assumed a stance, thinking that nothing else could be done. The cadet's change in position made the instructor wary, and he watched his actions closely. Concentrating his energy on two of his fingers, he assumed that the guy wanted to use the technique and win with it. He would have to use all his strength right now and block the attack of the cadet flying towards him. The prince himself began to concentrate the power in his palm. He was as calm as possible. The instructor thought that he should first use the right-hand technique in order to defend himself. But at the moment of the attack, the prince stopped abruptly, regrouped, and was about to launch a new attack. The instructor did not expect this at all because he was going to block the right hand with his right hand. However, at the last moment, the prince changed his hand to his left, intending to strike her. At the last moment, he still managed to dodge, but it was not easy. Gritting his teeth, he thought that there had just been a similar reception, but also assumed that such a combination of movements is quite difficult to use. He was going to block the left hand. But at that very second, the prince successfully dodged the attack, intending to immediately strike back. He began to concentrate the Nigong. The first heir needed to make decisions quickly. The attack achieved its goal. With his two fingers, he hit the instructor's shoulder, blood flying in all directions. Not expecting such a powerful attack and such fast movements, the mentor was unable to react, as a result of which he was wounded and fell to the ground. The first heir himself, and also the leader of the first group, stood in complete silence. But as soon as everyone came to their senses, a loud, joyful cry was heard. No one could believe that a mere cadet could defeat the instructors. They chanted his name, saying that he was the closest to the Lord. The red-haired man himself stood in sweat, thinking that it was a technique of both sides. An absolute master who uses techniques from both the right and left sides took second place because he heard that no one had yet been able to master this technique. Besides Mu Jin, who possessed the Heinmachan technique, looking at the prince, he called him a real genius. And the instructor himself at that time tore off the yellow stripe, handing it to his opponent with a satisfied face. It meant that the guy was the leader of the group. Everyone started clapping, shouting happily, everyone except our main character because he was next. He thought that he didn't like the expression, like he took it away, and he was also bothered by the fact that everyone could only get one tablet. Sometime later, he stood face to face with his opponent. Standing and looking at his mentor, he understood that now was not the time to think about the title, because this duel would determine the future. He needed to prove his abilities to everyone who was around him right now. Chang Ye also understood that fighting with the instructor in reverse made his fighting spirit burn even more. The instructor himself, looking at the seventh heir, thought that it seemed to him that the boy would not even master the first stage. However, everything turned out to be much more interesting. He was going to finish this fight quickly. The mentor immediately began to use Nigong. With a satisfied face, he thought that this would be the end of the guy's adventures, because he was going to crush him in front of everyone. Seeing this picture, our hero thought that even if he had reached the peak of the initial stage, compared to the instructor's skills, his internal energy was not enough. The proof that he considers him weak is his offer to attack him first. He was going to use the 10 stars technique to determine the winner among them. These incredibly fast movements made the smug instructor take aback. While he continued to stand in one place, our boy had already approached him. The martial arts master himself could only watch the cadet's quick movements. At the last moment, it seemed he would be able to repel this high-speed attack. But his confidence failed him, and he immediately jumped back from his spot. Trying to block the attacker's attack as much as possible, he could not believe that the very same helpless prince was standing in front of him. It was clear from his face that he did not expect such powerful and fast movements. His legs were very tense. It was very difficult for him to take this attack. He thought that he was defending himself with a 7-star attack, but he pushed it away with 5 steps. After all, the internal energy is internal, but the external one is really strong. Our hero himself was also tense because he knew that he wouldn't be able to fool him so easily. The instructor's hands were shaking from this powerful pressure, and he was mentally insulting himself. By putting a lot of energy into his hands, he was able to repel the prince's attack. This action from the mentor caused Zhang Ye to jump back. The instructor, attacking, thought that the kid had not yet reached complete perfection. He shouted and asked the guy if he really thought he could escape. He was going to use the 7 demonic swords, namely the 4th and 6th sword. The 7th cadet remained in one place without any movement, thinking that he could see everything perfectly. After all, even without the help of Nano, he knows that his blade skills are not perfect compared to the destructive attack of Blue Jade. It was just a joke. He was able to dodge this attack with the utmost ease, which immediately surprised the teacher. But he understood that the guy had slipped through with 1 foot. He was at a disadvantage, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After all, there were only 2 positions, and victory was in his pocket while the cadet was in this position. Our hero began to move even faster, managing to repel the attacker's attack, sending him to the side. Absolutely everyone was surprised by this. Not only the cadets, but even the instructors. Even the red-haired man couldn't believe his eyes, because it was very difficult to destroy the master technique of the 7 swords with just a butterfly dance. The instructor himself was very angry about these actions. He couldn't believe that the guy was able to throw him back with his attack. Becoming even more angry, he was about to injure his internal organs. Seeing this, the left bodyguard became scared, because this could really harm the student. After all, this technique was aimed at killing his opponent. Our main character accepted this attack. Already at the moment of contact, he felt incredible pain throughout his body. The nanomachine reported that his internal organs were damaged as a result of the energy penetrating his body. In his mind, our main character immediately began to call the nanomachine for help. The nanomachine reported that accelerated self-healing of internal organs is possible, and then immediately began self-healing, due to which our main character was able to strike back at the instructor. He didn't understand what was happening right now, wondering how this could even be possible. His face was no longer confident, but frightened, because he was absolutely sure that he had caused damage to the cadet. Sweating in horror, he wondered why the 7th cadet was still standing on his feet. Our main character continued to deliver fast and powerful attacks on his mentor, forcing him to retreat. Trying to dodge all the attacks, he thought that he needed to hold on with the help of the energy wall of self-defense. However, the missed attack was too strong, and a loud crack was heard. At that very moment, blood started flowing from his mouth and his eyes rolled back. He couldn't believe it. That the attack was so strong, blood continued to flow from his mouth, and the coughing continued to echo throughout the entire training ground. Everyone who stood and watched this could not believe their eyes. After all, each of them understood perfectly well that the instructor had lost his temper and had started to fight with him in earnest. Grasping the 7th prince's shoulder with all his might, he tried to say something in a trembling voice. These were the words that the guy was a real monster, and then he began to fall. Covered in blood, he fell to the ground without moving. Our guy himself was also pretty badly battered. His face was also covered in blood. There was total silence all around. No one could come to their senses, because right now they were seeing something truly incredible. One of the princes, standing with a dissatisfied face, thought that Empa was telling him the truth, because this guy really was dangerous. The red-haired man himself thought that although this technique consisted of basic movements, it was still incredibly stable and incredibly difficult to destroy. He believed that they had a new, real genius. He understood that the 7th cadet was not inferior to any of the direct heirs, and perhaps even stronger than them. The mentors ran up and examined the lying instructor, reporting to the gentleman that he needed to go to the hospital, adding that his ribs were broken, namely 3 bones protruded. Hearing this, the red-haired man thought that he had completely forgotten to tell the instructors that the 7th had somehow broken through the wall of the Generation Stone. After all, if so, they would not have been so surprised, and then he immediately gave the order to take the instructor to the infirmary. At the last moment, our boy managed to rip the group leader's plaque from the mentor's cape. Looking at her, he was glad, because he had succeeded, although it was very difficult. Looking around, he thought that perhaps now the instructors would not look down on the cadets, since they had already suffered 2 defeats. Watching all this, the senior instructor was angry, because the mentors began to talk among themselves. He understood that with such skills and the natural character of a fighter, one could easily defeat the instructors. Despite the joy of the birth of such young talents, it was not to their advantage. Although he also had no right to condemn them, because he could not recognize his talent and chose the 18th cadet as his opponent. He regretted it greatly as the red-haired man announced the last fight for the day. The final fight was between the senior instructor and the leader of the 12th group. Each of the instructors understood that it was hard for them to even imagine that their old man could lose. And the cadets themselves hoped for victory, because they had already won 2 victories. The cadet, 18, said that his skills were not yet sufficient to fight the senior instructor, but he wanted to get a lesson. The old man praised the cadet for his modesty, wishing them both to give it their all. Both opponents began to take a fighting stance and concentrate their breathing. The old man's body immediately began to emit a huge amount of energy. His look said it all. He was going to win here and now. From this incredible pressure, the cadet's face began to break out in sweat because he did not understand how a person could change so much in a second. Just recently, he was smiling at him, and now it seems that he is ready to kill him. But he wasn't going to regret anything, and immediately after the announcement of the beginning, he rushed towards the teacher. The 18th cadet was about to deliver powerful blows to the senior teacher. Standing in the crowd, Jung Ye scanned the guy's movements, thinking that he would have a new avatar. He was happy about it. The most interesting thing was that Jung Mu Yeon demonstrated a different form with both hands, due to the fact that it was only one form. He didn't know how the analysis would go, but he thought that it would all be useful. By the way, it would be nice for him to compete with Chan Mu Yeon sometime later. Our main character thought as he watched the movements of the leader of group number 12. The old man continued to stand with the same look. These movements seemed very slow to him. Therefore, with utmost ease, he was able to dodge them, preparing to counterattack. The cadet himself thought that the old man was able to easily dodge his attacks with just the upper part of his body, which surprised him. He tried to immediately regroup in order to launch the next attack. However, the teacher had other plans on this matter, and he also managed to change his position. The old man noticed that the boy's leg was open, intending to concentrate on it. At the last moment, the boy tried to group himself in order to avoid the instructor's attack. Right before he hits it, he's able to stand with one foot on his hand and push off. Thanks to this, he was able to rise directly above the old man's head. The senior teacher was surprised by this, because such nimble movements required high skill. But the cadet was not going to wait for the old man to come to his senses. He was going to deliver a powerful blow. At the last moment, he successfully hit the man's body, and there was a loud crash. Everyone around shouted in surprise as the boy managed to hit the target. Just a second later, the lined-up cadets noticed drops of blood flying in different directions. The leg with which the 18th cadet attacked was wounded through and through. Looking at this attack, the cadet realized that the old man used the sword with the help of Nigong. He could barely hold back the pain. But the teacher didn't intend to let the guy come to his senses either. He immediately threw him back, sending him into the ground. Lying on the ground, he tried to get up, but he couldn't. The wound was too serious. He couldn't believe that the old man was able to create a sword in such a short time, because in this case, the old man had achieved the highest level of skill. The standing man with a beard said that he had sealed his right leg using the object shape representation method, and he was curious about what the cadet would do next. After all, this wound, as he believed, was much more serious than fractures of 2 or more bones. But when the boy was able to stand on his feet, he was very surprised. The leader of the 12th group took a fighting stance, hoping for victory by using one of his tricks. The senior teacher, looking at this determination, mentally praised the boy. The guy began to concentrate the Nigong in his leg and lean on it, causing the blood to start spraying again. He wasn't going to give up so easily, so as soon as he managed to gather enough Nigong, he immediately rushed to meet his opponent. Having begun to twist and turn in the air, he was about to deliver another powerful blow with his foot. The martial arts master himself, looking at these movements, continued to praise the guy, thinking that he was really good. Just as he was about to take his blow, the guy stopped right in front of him, falling to the ground and twisting in a strange way. The old man could not believe his eyes, because this was a false target, a trick to deceive the enemy. And the cadet himself had already taken aim at him, attacking from below. He had put everything on this attack. Everyone around them fell silent, because right now they could have had a third victory. The bearded man himself watched this with a smile on his face, thinking that this guy was the best of the best. But the attack of the 18th cadet passed through the old man's abandoned Nigong. Looking at all this, he understood that he had lost because this was an afterimage. At the last moment, the old man managed to dodge, squatting down. He said the guy was good in that fight, but that was the end of it. The man began to concentrate a huge amount of Nigong in his hand. And then he attacked the cadet, causing him to cough violently and fly to the side. The blow caused a loud ringing sound as if something had exploded. The boy's fall created a thick cloud of dust and a painful sound. The other cadets watching couldn't believe that he lost, because he showed real skill. They also thought that the 1st and 7th cadets were real monsters. The 18th cadet himself, spitting blood, thought that this was a perfect defeat, because this attack forced the old man not to spare him and to attack for real. Our main character himself, watching all this, thought that he had chosen the wrong opponent. After all, if he were not fighting against a top-level master, he would have a chance. He thought that the other masters would be freed after this defeat. The bearded man turned to everyone with a smile on his face and said that if they could gain the enemy's trust, they would be able to confuse him even more. He also added that he would look forward to it. The 18th cadet himself folded his hands and bowed, saying that he would definitely remember these words. And then, hobbling, he went towards the crowd. Barely walking, his body seemed heavy to him. Once in line, everyone noticed his grave condition because he was barely breathing. Our hero noticed that the guy looked strangely pale and his neck was also red. He asked the nanomachine to scan him and then immediately prepare a response. Sometime later, the wooden swords for the 3rd stage were ready, one for each cadet. Red asked them to treat them with care, and also, if any of them could get a yellow badge, then they would become the leader of the group. The crowd understood everything. The red-haired man went to leave because it was time for the division. They also received pills for passing the 2nd stage. After our boy absorbed it, he was going to check something. But people started to surround him. He didn't understand what was happening. He had different options for how these events would develop. Their looks were serious. They had clearly already discussed and planned something. Young Ye also looked closely at everyone who was standing in front of him right now. The bald man approached and addressed our main character, saying, "You have business with me, my lord." Behind him appeared more members of his group number 8, who stood directly in front of him. Seeing them, our protagonist immediately smiled, thinking that Ho Bong had arrived on time. Last night, there were some loud negotiations going on in the 8th group dormitory. 3 guys turned to someone with an anxious cry and asked if he thought it was too risky, if he wasn't afraid of the 6th clan. And the boy answered calmly that of course he was afraid. But there was one huge but. Clenching his fist, Ho Bong shouted at the top of his voice that instead of being a weak clan for the rest of his life, he chose to risk everything because thanks to his master, he had hope. The other 3 did not immediately understand this, because they were afraid of the higher clans. Approaching him, they asked if he truly believed this, to which they received an immediate positive answer. They looked at each other and a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. They were going to join this gambling game. They were going to swear allegiance to Mr. Zhang Ye Wung. Remembering this, our main character continued to smile. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he asked him to move. Both cadets introduced themselves. The muscular guy's name was Go Van Hool. He was number 857. He got straight to the point, saying that he was a straightforward person and wanted to be on our protagonist's team. Hearing this, Young Ye's mouth immediately opened in surprise, as he had expected a different answer. The rest of his group began to talk among themselves. They were pleased to hear this. And the jock continued, saying that he was a representative of the highest clan of the Magic Circle and currently occupied the first line. As a member of the team, he would not let the prince down. The 920 introduced himself after him. He was from the Dark Magic clan, Hoken. He also added that his skills were still at the 2nd level, but he promised to try and not drag the team down. After him, they also began to introduce themselves. It was Wan Il, number 97, and his comrade. The others began to get nervous, because out of the 16 people gathered here, 5 were representatives of the higher clans. After listening to everyone, our main character thanked them for their zeal, but also added, but he didn't recruit a team just to pass the 3rd stage. Hearing this, no one understood what the 7th prince meant, so they asked him to explain. And he began to explain that when he left the training camp, he would have to face dangers. So he looked for comrades who would shed blood with him and walk this path back to back. The crowd began to discuss among themselves that they did not wish to interfere while the struggle between the princes was going on. Our protagonist expected this fear from them, so he immediately said that if they wanted to join, it didn't matter to him whether they were from a small or large clan, because at the end of their journey, the size of the clan or reputation would not matter at all. He also added that he was going to change the very basis of the 6 schools. Hearing this, the others were at a loss. They could not believe that he was talking about such stupid things. And Zhang Ye kept telling them to follow him, and they could become the founders of a new school, a heavenly deity. These were the conditions for joining his team. Some were surprised to hear this, trying to come to their senses, while others immediately began to vigorously discuss these words. One by one, the cadets began to apologize and refuse, since most of them just wanted to find a leader who would help them pass the 3rd test. Gradually, the cadets began to move away, continuing to apologize to the 7th prince. The protagonist's bald subordinate gritted his teeth and thought that it was all over, because Jung Ye should have told him about it after he accepted them into the team. However, a second later, he noticed several cadets who continued to stand in their places. It was the cadet 857 of the highest clan of the Magic Circle, Go Wan Hul, Cadet 77 of the Middle Golden Gate clan, Cha Wu Ming, and also Cadet 999 of the Middle Blade clan, O John. The jock turned to Master Zhang and said that he had seen many Sogyeju candidates, but the aura emanating from him was not like the others. He also added that the prince's path was dangerous, where in the process he or his comrades could be confused. After a short pause, he added that he would be frank. He also wanted to give up. Hearing this, the 7th cadet thought that the members of the higher sex should deserve the support of a stronger and more stable candidate. And Wang Hul continued, because people born as warriors must always dream of superiority over others. The moment he heard about Zhang Ye's aspirations, he realized that he was the one who attracted him. At that very second after these words, he fell onto his knee, folding his hands. The boy showed his respect and also swore allegiance to Master Zhang Ye Woon. Wang Hul asked to use it as the master's first sword. He also added that from now on he would not bow to anyone else. The other two standing nearby also bowed before our main hero. With one voice, they repeated the words of their senior comrades, swearing allegiance. Seeing this picture, Jung Ye couldn't come to his senses for a long time because he felt awkward in such a situation. But just a few seconds later, a smile began to appear on his face. In response, he also folded his hands, showing them respect and thanking them for their support. The bald man immediately turned to the jock, saying that he would always be in first place with their master. Sometime later, in front of the private rooms of Mado's house, our protagonist stood in front of his group, telling them to sit down and study Kugyul after taking the pills. It was an ancient writing system. He was going to show them the technique of the 7 swords. Hearing this, each of them thought that they had not made a mistake in their choice because he cared about them so much. At this time, our main character himself thought that he had become just like his teacher. He thought that he would definitely praise him. He said the next meeting would be between 9 and 11 at night. As he was leaving, he was stopped by a jock who turned to him, and our boy immediately asked if he really had any business with him. And he awkwardly began to say that maybe he was wrong, but they would all have to move. After all, he's worried that someone might get hold of the yellow badge. Hearing this, the boy thought that the old man also said that he became a leader by getting that very badge, guessing that the real goal of many was not to learn martial arts, but to get a tag with their name on it. After thinking for a moment, the 7th prince thanked his comrade with a smile on his face. Ambal also added that he uses the room next to his, but Chung Ye said that he no longer lives there. Hearing this, the master's first blade screamed, because if he doesn't live there, the prince uses the advanced level room. The eyes of the main character's new friend lit up with joy. He promised that he would try to reach his level as soon as possible so that they could live in neighboring rooms. Some time passed. Everyone went to their own rooms. Entering it, Chung Ye immediately began to concentrate Nigong. Blue energy began to form on his hand. It seemed like it was about to turn into a sword. As he thought, it was the highest level, even though this technique was more than 60 years old. If this technique was used with a sword combination, it would be possible to increase the depth of the strike. He also thanked the nanomachine, because it was all thanks to it that he absorbed and controlled the body's resistance. Hearing that the nanomachine also replied that it was all thanks to her, the boy's face became not very pleased, and he asked her to shut up. And after joking a little, he asked to show the saved video of the last fight. The machine immediately began to open an extended version of the video recording of reality at the user's request. At the moment where the 18th cadet fell, Jung Ye asked to stop the video and began to look at it carefully. He was interested in one strange moment, so a little later, he asked the machine to enlarge the video. She immediately began to enlarge the cadet. The enlargement was 500%. Seeing how the boy was coughing up blood, he looked at his neck. Out of impatience, he turned to the nanomachine again, telling it to enlarge the area of the face and neck. She immediately carried out her master's order, enlarging her face and neck. Clenching his fist in anger, he thought his face was very pale, but his eyes were red from burst blood vessels and there were these red spots on his neck. He was absolutely sure what it was. But at that moment, he fell silent, because from clenching his fist, blood began to flow from his palm. At this time, some rather loud sounds were heard nearby. A training fight broke out between a cadet and one of the instructors. The man was a martial arts trainer, Hong Du Wei, who, when fighting the prince, thought that his strength was superior to that of many cadets. He understood that he was at a peak, just like he was right now. After all, The boy is not someone against whom you can use the Seven Swords technique. Like the cadet number 7, he is so famous among the Demon Academy. However, he knows how to correctly react to changes in the battle process. The instructor did not think that he would be able to pass the first 2 tests, but nevertheless he did it. Looking at one of the princes, he thought that this guy was as brilliant as the 2 cadets in front of them. That cadet was the number 5 Blade Clan candidate, Zhang Yu Chang. Standing up straight and putting his hands behind his back, the coach said that they no longer needed to continue. They needed to stop. The 5th prince of the Blade Clan asked with a satisfied face what would happen in that case. And the instructor, as if nothing had happened, will answer that he will give him his badge. He also wished the cadet to find good comrades and achieve success with them. Clutching the yellow leader's badge in his hand, the prince thanked the teacher in return. Thinking that he already had the first one in his hand, he angrily wondered who was next. At this time, in the dining room of Mato's house, the 18th cadet was eating. Someone sat down furiously at his table, making rather awkward, loud sounds. It was the Sogyeja candidate from the number 2 Blade Clan, Zhang Kyung-woong, who began praising the cadet right away. But a loud bang on the table with a plate interrupted him, and the 18th cadet began to slowly raise his head. And then, looking at him angrily, he said that he was eating right now and asked not to take him out. The prince thought that the guy was quite harsh. These actions angered him enough. However, he continued to say that the 18th, instead of leading a bunch of weaklings, should join him. But his interlocutor, as if nothing had happened, continued to eat. These actions angered the heir. He thought that this bastard was ungrateful to him. As he left, he tried not to show his anger, wishing the guy a good appetite and for him to think carefully about this proposal. The 18th cadet himself, continuing to eat, thought that this was already the 2nd time. After all, before that, there was that guy from the Blade Clan who also came and asked him to become his right hand. He understood one thing for sure, that the place of commander or a higher position did not interest him, but he definitely did not want to return to subordination to someone. His goal was to become stronger. While he was finishing his meal, another person sat down next to him and wanted to invite him over, as he thought, so he immediately refused him. That someone was our main character, who immediately said that if they didn't talk now, he might die. Hearing this, the guy got angry and asked what he meant. Looking at the protagonist's face, he began to tell him that he was even more impudent than the previous 2, even though he was not the heir to the clans. He asked Young Ye how many people he thought he could recruit into his team like this. Our main character, having lost the essence of the conversation, muttered something incoherently, which the guy misunderstood. And he jumped up and shouted, did he really misunderstand, because he was threatening him right now? With a heavy sigh, the 7th prince said that he didn't mean it that way, adding that he would get to the main point. He said that someone was trying to poison him, and the 18th cadet continued to angrily ask what he meant. Our hero continued to talk about how he saw his fight, and also saw that the guy had a pale face and red spots appeared on his neck. These words made the guy calm down. He remembered all his actions, thinking that he was as careful as possible with the heir from the Poison Clan. Besides, he wondered why he was even telling him about this, because even if they really were trying to send him away, the prince shouldn't have any business with it. He didn't understand what the 7th cadet wanted from him, so he immediately apologized for jumping to conclusions and adding that if they were trying to poison him, he would have noticed it during breakfast. Hearing this, our main character thought, is it really possible to feel poison while eating? He didn't know about it. He also noticed a loud cry that someone was about to eat and that someone was Dr. Peck. Our heir immediately went in his direction, addressing him. Seeing our main character, the doctor was glad to see him and began asking about his health. Dr. Beck started saying something about how he didn't like to eat alone. However, our hero immediately interrupted him, asking if he could examine his friend, since it seemed to him that he had been boiled. Hearing this, the surprised doctor immediately glanced towards the cadet standing and holding his neck. At that very second, they went to the 2nd floor of the Demonic Academy to the infirmary. He prepared something, saying that he needed to inhale the vapors through his mouth. Dr. Beck explained that the more he inhaled, the better the effect would be. Unsuspectingly, he began to inhale, not paying any attention to these words. But after the very first breath, his eyes filled with tears, and almost all the food came out of his mouth. He immediately turned away, starting to cough and try to catch his breath. Immediately, his neck began to turn scarlet as he breathed heavily. Having seen them, the doctor was now 100% sure that he had been poisoned, because these were indeed my toxins. The 18th could not believe this, because before this everything was fine. No one had the opportunity to poison him. And the doctor explained that this poison has a different principle. My toxin, it is not a poison that spreads through the blood vessels, but it is activated over time, accumulating in the stomach and lungs. Wiping away his saliva, he listened in horror as the doctor talked about how, in addition to food, it could be ground into powder and inhaled while sleeping. After all, if you use a small amount, it is almost impossible to notice. Already in the evening, the 18th cadet went to the showdown in the dormitory of his group in order to finish off the prince of the Poison Clan once and for all. The prince's comrades shouted at him to come to his senses. They could not believe that an ordinary cadet could allow himself such a thing. Wiping the blood from his lips, he asked what difference it made where the guy was from. After all, in the demonic academy, everything is decided only by strength. He won, and therefore can take the place of the commander of the 12th group. The others trembled, continued to ask the prince of the Poison Clan to come to his senses. They also shouted that while he could, let him enjoy his fleeting victory. And the prince himself, with a smile on his face, said that even his nails were soaked in poison, and over time, it would only become thicker and more dangerous. Recalling these words, the leader of the 12th group could not believe it. After all, those words of the prince of the Poison Clan, could it really be the pure truth? Dr. Beck himself praised the guys for being able to quickly detect the poison, because if you take the medicine regularly for 7 days, the poison will be completely gone. Our protagonist reminded the doctor about the red spots on his neck, and he replied that the blow to the chest caused pulmonary irritation, which is why the neck turned red. If symptoms of poisoning appear in everyday life, then such people can no longer be saved, the doctor also added. And then turning towards the 7th prince, he asked him how he knew so much about this. A little taken aback by the question, he began to hesitantly answer that his mother had died from toxin poisoning, and that they had also tried to poison him. Hearing this, the recently saved disciple jumped up, starting to thank his savior, because the 7th disciple had just saved his life. Our main character himself brushed off the thanks, saying that he simply didn't want anyone else to die from this vile poison. But the leader of the 12th group did not stop thanking, when suddenly he felt something terrifying, which immediately made him shut up. Looking at the recently smiling boy, he couldn't believe his eyes, because the aura emanating from him was completely different. And our main character, with a terrifying face, said, "I was looking for the one who tried to poison you." But they were distracted from this dialogue by Dr. Beck, who began to open the curtains near the hospital beds and said that the cadet would remain in the infirmary today, explaining that if he returned to the dorm, that guy would probably continue to harm him. The doctor's expression changed, and he also asked if the guy was going to find him right now and take revenge, since his leg also hurt. Dripping with cold sweat, the cadet began to answer in a trembling voice that everything was not like that at all. But from his face, it was clear that he was going to do exactly as the academy's attending physician had said. Our main character himself, starting to leave, said that he needed to remove the poison and have a good rest, and leave Jung Jun-sum to him. Dr. Beck stopped our guy in a loud voice, asking what he was going to do, and the cadet coldly replied that it was high time they had a talk with him. Suddenly, a rather familiar voice was heard, which completely threw our boy off his stride. He said that the guy he was looking for would be in the woods opposite the 5th building, and his voice sounded pleased, cocky, and disgusting. Turning towards the sound, he saw a satisfied smile on the young man standing behind him. She also appeared on the face of the 7th cadet, and with her, he said that if this was true, then in response, he would send him to the place next to that guy. The two people who recently saw our boy off couldn't understand what they were talking about. As soon as the 7th prince left the infirmary, Dr. Beck and the cadet from the 12th group awkwardly began to glance at each other, not understanding who their comrade was talking about. With the same smile on his face, Jung Mugeum thought that he would only be happy if he and that crazy guy from the Poison Clan gave each other a good beating. Having believed the prince's tip, our main character went into the forest, right in which the prince from the Poison Clan was wandering. Walking with a torch, he said with a satisfied face that the instructors lived in the 5th building, so no one would dare to come here. It was an ideal place for collecting poisonous plants. When he started using Nigong, he thought that he had already reached the highest level, which meant that in just a couple of days he would be able to access the 5th floor, and then he would be able to greatly improve his fighting skills. He was going to make that freak Becky kneel before him even without the help of poison. He was going to finish him off with his own hands. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a voice behind him, which asked what made him so happy, why he had a smile on his face from ear to ear. He immediately turned towards the voice with a frightened face, asking who was there. Looking into the distance, he saw only a dark silhouette. He did not understand whether it was an instructor or not, because the light was too weak, he could not make it out. This guy started walking towards the prince of the Poison Clan with slow, languid steps. He asked the cadet if he really enjoyed poisoning people with my toxin. Looking at the guy, he asked where he even came from. when suddenly it dawned on him, covered in sweat, he could not believe that the guy knew about my toxin. And our main character began to answer that those red spots on Baekgi's neck, did he really think that he wouldn't be able to notice them? And the recently satisfied cadet himself couldn't believe what he heard. Standing silently and looking towards the main character, he thought over all the possible options that came to his mind. Suddenly a smile began to appear on his face. He began to laugh loudly because he understood. Trying to close his mouth, he couldn't hold back his laughter because he should have realized this immediately as soon as he saw it. Just as he was about to say that his mother had also been boiled, a powerful blow flew into his face, which did not allow him to finish his sentence. The blow was so powerful that everything flew out of the prince's hands in different directions. He didn't even notice how the 7th cadet approached him. Our main character himself at that moment remembered that satisfied grin on his face, which appeared immediately after he remembered. He remembered how his mother suffered because of the bastards from their clan. This situation amused him because he couldn't even hold back his laughter. This made our boy so angry that he couldn't hold back and immediately hit him with all his might. It seemed as if with this blow he wanted to break his skull so that he would never be able to smile again in his life. Naturally, from such a fast and very strong blow, the heir of the Poison Clan was unable to stay on his feet. The 7th prince couldn't contain his anger. It consumed him more and more with each passing second. A moment later, blood began to fly in all directions, thanks to just one blow. Our protagonist sent the freak flying, forcing him to shut up his disgusting laughter. The blow was really too strong. For a few seconds, he even lost consciousness. Coming to his senses in the air, he couldn't believe that the 7th cadet was so strong. Already falling down, he tried to come to his senses as quickly as possible and group himself in order to soften the fall. However, he failed. Loud sounds of falling began to be heard. The prince bounced off the ground like a ball. More and more blood was coming out of his body with each passing second, and his body was becoming heavier and heavier. No matter how hard he tried, his body wouldn't obey, and with each fall and hit on the ground, he realized more and more that this blow was not simple. He ended up crashing into a huge rock wall that stood behind him, causing tremors to run through the entire forest. His cries of pain also echoed throughout the forest, frightening all the nearby birds, who immediately began to fly away. Blood began to flow from his body, mouth, eyes, nose. From the pain, he again lost consciousness for a few seconds, but quickly came to his senses. When he came to, he began to scream in pain again. Every bone in his body was broken. Coughing, a huge amount of blood came out of his mouth. He could not hold it back. Every part of his body seemed to be torn apart from the inside. Sitting on the ground, shaking, he couldn't even raise his head. Only coughing, he realized that he was still conscious. He couldn't believe what just happened, because an ordinary cadet couldn't have such strength. Our main character, walking towards him with a disgusting, terrifying voice, told him not to put on a comedy act, because at this very second, everything is just beginning. He is not going to let him go so easily. And the heir of the Poison Clan himself, raising his head, thought that this bastard was seriously going to kill him. But he dismissed this thought, because he understood that the guy would not go against the rules of the demonic academy. However, he also understood that his body was not moving right now. It was not obeying him. The 7th prince approached and said in a cold voice that he had gone too far, asking if he understood what he was talking about. The prince of the Poison Clan himself looked at his hands, begging them to move, but they did not obey, but only trembled in pain. He understood that if he didn't move right now, something terrible could happen. Looking up and seeing his opponent swing, he knew things were bad for him. The 7th prince shouted that the boy dared to insult his mother with his filthy mouth, although he did not even allow her name to be mentioned. Suddenly, the hand of the heir of the Poison Clan began to move. He was able to move it. At that very second, he clenched his fist. He understood that there was no time to think. He began to gather all his strength, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy. Starting to move at his own maximum speed, he shouted that the guy was an arrogant scumbag, for which he would pay right now because he had almost reached him. With a smile on his face, he realized that the attack had achieved its goal. He joyfully shouted that the 7th degenerate got what he deserved. However, a moment later, the smile disappeared from his face because he saw something that horrified him. After all, his fist was grabbed by his opponent right at the last moment before it hit. Looking at this, he couldn't believe that the guy was able to stop his punch so easily. But he was distracted from these thoughts by some pain in his fist. Looking at his hand, he saw how Young Ye was squeezing his hand. A second later, he couldn't stand the pain and started screaming at the top of his lungs because his wrist was about to break. There was a loud crunch, which meant that the guy's wrist was broken. Tears began to appear in his eyes. He thought about how in the future he would not leave even a wet trace of the seventh bastard. The Poison Clan prince attacked our protagonist with his palm using Nigong. Because the boy was too focused on his face, he only noticed the approaching hand at the last moment. Immediately covering his face, he realized that he was trying to poison him with one of his techniques. Our hero began to retreat, trying to increase the distance from his opponent. With the last of his strength, the Poison Clan prince began to approach his opponent in order to close the distance. As it got closer, it began to emit even more yellow vapor. Covering his face, our protagonist slid off the ground, realizing that he was starting to feel pain on his face. The guy's skin began to crack at the seams. It seemed like it was about to completely collapse. It began to melt. The prince himself, using poison, laughed mentally, thinking that he had succeeded. It made him happy. Watching the seventh one fall to his knees in pain, he thought that the fourth level skills allowed him to use up to 7 saturated poisons. He used the most dangerous poison he had, even though he was told not to use it on other cadets because of the possibility of murder. He had no choice, because the guy himself attacked him first. The beaten prince continued to think. However, our main character was able to get up, which caused his opponent's smile to disappear in that very second. The nanomachine notified the guy that a toxic acidic substance was trying to penetrate the carrier's body, and the protection mode was urgently activated. The heir of the Poison Clan himself at this moment looked at his opponent, not believing his eyes. His face was in horror. After all, thanks to regeneration, there was literally nothing left on his body. He couldn't believe it. He started loudly calling our boy names, asking him what this was all about. Watching as all the wounds right in front of him disappeared in an instant, it was hard for him to believe his eyes. He thought that these kinds of wounds could not evaporate without some kind of neutralizer. Falling to the ground without any strength, he realized that even the strongest masters could not do something like this. The prince, sitting on the ground, trembled with fear. He began to understand what a huge gap in strength there was between them. Only now did he begin to see the seventh prince not as an ordinary person, but as a real monster. At this time, our main character, clenching his teeth in anger, thought that it was all because of the fucking poison, although he simultaneously realized that such a bastard could only do what he could do: use it. In the roughest voice possible, our protagonist addressed the prince, who was lying and thrashing in fear, telling him what was irritating him. Watch as members of the clan that bullies everyone around them continue to calmly evade the problems that they themselves provoked. At the moment when our main character was saying this, the heir of the Poison Clan began to crawl along the ground, trying to get away as quickly as possible. However, at that very second he received another kick in the face, which once again made him fly back several meters, scattering his blood in different directions. Around his body, the whole ground was covered in blood. He tried to get up, but due to muscle tension, he began to cough, and the cough was accompanied by a huge amount of blood. Feeling something in his hands, he pulled them back to look, but immediately regretted it, because several of his teeth were knocked out. Realizing that he had no chance here, he began to loudly beg for mercy, asking not to kill him. Our main character looked at the pleading prince with utmost contempt, without any emotion on his face, and he continued to beat his head on the ground and beg for mercy without killing him. It seemed like he was slowly going crazy, because the blows to his head on the ground were quite strong. He begged our protagonist, shedding tears, his voice trembling. Just as the Poison Prince wanted to continue bowing again, our boy grabbed him by the shoulder. Leaning towards his ear, he asked in a quiet voice if he really wanted to survive that much. Looking at the swollen, bloody face that was covered in tears, he asked if he was sure he shouldn't kill him. But at that very second, the seventh prince's gaze changed. He said, "So the bastard who made my mother languish in her death throes still dares to beg for mercy." At that very moment, the heir of the Poison Clan began to scream loudly, making some kind of incomprehensible mooing sound, thinking to himself that this was not so. Looking at how the main character was squeezing his hand, he wondered if he was really going to die here. He understood that this guy would never forgive him. Turning towards the forest, he remembered that the master was there, in the camp, and he began to squeal even louder. Cries of help began to slip from his mouth, but at that very second our protagonist struck him right in the neck with a knee gong. The crippled prince realized that his voice was completely gone. He could not make another sound. At that moment, our main character asked him if he really hoped to call for help, if he really thought that the guy wouldn't figure it out before that. Walking around the lying prince, our boy stepped on his hand with all his might, asking if it was with this hand that he had thrown the poison at him. Pain ran through the entire lying guy, and he began to choke on his own blood. He tried to say something, but nothing came out. The nanomachine, having collected information from his lips, told our hero that the guy was saying that this was not the right hand. Raising my leg, Young Ye saw the state of the guy's hand. His entire hand was disfigured, covered in blood. Turning to the lying cadet, our protagonist said that today he would remain benevolent. He did not want to be expelled because of trash like him. At that very moment, a smile appeared on the prince's face. He thought that this meant that he would not die. But these thoughts were interrupted by our main character, who added that he would not have to resort to extreme measures, because under the weight of suffering, he himself would beg for a quick death. The smile disappeared from the bloody cadet's face, and he began to tremble with fear again. Our hero asked where they should start right now, and later added, like, with the limbs. Loud, painful cries of pain continued to be heard for quite some time. Each of the prince's limbs was broken, twisted in the opposite direction. His whole body was covered in blood. His painful cough was barely audible. He didn't understand why. Why did this happen to him? Because why did he deserve it? He didn't understand what the reason was, which he couldn't remember. In his mind, he began to blame the poison for everything. Because once again, it was to blame for his suffering. He remembered when he learned about the existence of poisons, because it was 6 years ago, in the pharmacy. He heard someone asking about the manifestation of the effect. This interested him. He decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. Looking out, he saw his mother handing something rolled into a white ingot to the woman, saying that the effect would occur within a year. If a person has never studied martial arts before, will he really not be able to suspect that something has been slipped into his drink? Asked the woman in the robe covering her face. The boy's mother replied that everything would go smoothly, and she was also interested in what the woman's goal was. She began to laugh, paused for a moment, and asked Mrs. Bayek to figure it out herself, since the answer was obvious. This girl also noticed a guy eavesdropping who was looking straight at her, trying to get a good look at her. This situation amused her. She smiled at the boy, looking straight into his eyes. And just a year later, news of the death of the honorable ruler's 7th wife spread throughout the district. Her mother really didn't like her after all. The lady was from a low class, and therefore such a combination of circumstances only amused her. But when it was revealed that the cause of death was poisoning, the mood in the house quickly changed, because the father became furious. Fortunately, with the help of a healer who knew that the poison could be bought at any public market, the terrible punishment was avoided. And given that the cook who prepared the ill-fated dinner very quickly said goodbye to life, no one was able to unravel this ball of yarn to the end. But the prince remembered how his mother sold the poison to a certain woman, but he didn't know who she was. After that incident, his grandfather, who had already held the post of elder of the poison clan for the 6th generation, was immediately expelled, and his father severed all relations with his wives. The boy's mother tried to justify herself because she simply sold poison to that devil. She also understood that if she told anyone, they would kill her. Hugging her son, she explained to him that they must keep this information a secret, because otherwise their father would despise them for the rest of his life. Naturally, the heir from the poison clan agreed with these words, because he himself understood everything perfectly well. And just a few years later, she died, and he was suddenly overcome by such an oppressive feeling of despair, because he wanted to tell everyone the truth. But he could not break the last promise he gave to his mother. He only swore that he would definitely take the place of the ruler and learn the name of that vile scum in order to avenge his mother. He also blamed the ruler's 7th wife and his son, intending to find him and kill him with his own hands. However, now he understood the difference between their powers. He mentally asked for forgiveness while tears flowed down his cheeks. After all, no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to defeat this monster standing right in front of him. Our main character himself was saying at that moment that if he stayed in Madakwan, he would probably poison other students as well. He was going to throw him into the dungeon, because from there he definitely wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At that very moment, tears began to appear on the guy's face again, and his body began to tremble. He tried to say something, but he couldn't, because he had no voice. He just started to twist from side to side, emitting a more heart-rending moan. Looking at this, our main character did not understand what was wrong with him. It seemed to him that he was trying to tell him something. Hitting him on the neck again, he told the prince to quickly say what he was trying so desperately to say. At that very moment, the bloody cadet lying on the ground began to say some unrelated words. Our main character did not understand him. The nanomachine began the analysis. After finishing it, she said that the guy said that the poison clan was not to blame for her death. Their clan was not to blame for anything. These words made the 7th cadet open his mouth in surprise. Getting up in anger, he loudly asked what he was talking about, and the nanomachine continued. In fact, your mother was killed by the woman of the owner of one of the other 5 clans. In tears, he again asked for mercy, starting to talk about his mother, when suddenly he shut up. After all, he understood that if he continued to talk, revealing all his cards, then he would have to tell about the one who sold the poison. This could not be allowed. Our main character realized that the guy was trying to hide something. He asked the nanomachine to analyze his facial expressions, and it immediately began the analysis. He asked him again to repeat his words. He couldn't believe it. But the nanomachine confirmed that the guy was not lying, because the probability of his lying was only 5%. Our boy could not believe that he had been wrong all this time. Clenching his fist in rage, he asked himself if he had really punished an innocent person. Chong Ye started to shout and ask if Mrs. Bayek, that is, his mother, was absolutely not involved in this. After analyzing, the nanomachine responded that the pupils and facial expression changed greatly after these words. And she also added that the probability of a lie increased to 75%. At that very second, a huge amount of Nigong began to come out of our hero's body. He was right. But the guy immediately began asking to wait for him, because everything was not as the seventh prince thought. But our main character didn't let him finish, hitting him hard on the arm, shouting at him to shut up. From this blow, it seemed like all his organs inside were about to burst right now. It was very painful for him. The Nigong collected in the hand of the seventh cadet began to cripple him more and more. Blood began to spurt from his mouth. His entire body was torn apart. But after some time, the lying prince of poison began to stop feeling pain. He didn't understand what the guy was going to do because his energy was running out. Was he really dying? Sometime later, Dr. Beck sat on a chair, bored. He didn't know what to do in the medical center because it was very boring here. But after a few seconds, he began to think, because he felt as if something was wrong, and he assumed that, just in case, he should prepare an antidote. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud explosion, as it seemed to him, right next to the door, which scared him as much as possible, causing him to scream. Our main character appeared from behind the door, holding a young guy on his back. The guy asked to examine him as quickly as possible. The two people who were being treated couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't understand what had happened between them, because the guy was in such a terrible condition. Prince Young Mu Geum looked at his so-called brother in horror, thinking that the seventh cadet was a real psycho. Dr. Bayek, having laid the crippled cadet on the bed, began shouting at Chun Yun to immediately explain what had happened, and the beaten cadet himself did not believe that the seventh cadet had brought him to the infirmary in truth, after which he immediately rushed to the patient to check his pulse on his body. He felt his arm several times. His shock knew no bounds, because his dantian was very badly damaged. This meant only one thing. He thought that according to the book that contained the secrets of the Poison Clan, if a toxin appeared in the middle dantian, the body would block its spread with the internal energy accumulated in the lower one. But this guy had also destroyed it, and so the poison leaked into the corners of the body. Looking towards our protagonist, he also thought that he felt that something bad would happen today. Taking everything for treatment, doctor. Beck immediately began acupuncture to get everything out of his body. But a second later, he regretted it, because a disgusting, stinking smell began to emanate from the cadet's body. He didn't understand how this guy was still alive. However, he assumed that there were antibodies in his body, because after all, the place of birth matters. Even though the guy held on, the doctor understood that in the end, he would still die. He started hitting himself on the head, trying to figure out what to do, when suddenly a few seconds later, an idea came to him. He immediately began to rush from side to side, looking for something, when suddenly he loudly shouted that he had found it, because it was the very anti-nuclear one that his teacher himself had made. Putting on gloves and opening the cadet's mouth, he told him that he understood perfectly well that this was disgusting, and if he wanted to live, he needed to drink it. Our hero himself at this time thought that he could not leave him to die. He turned to the nanomachine, asking if it could go into Jung Jun's body and heal him, to which he received an immediate refusal. She explained this by the fact that the genome was registered as a carrier, so transmission was impossible, thinking. He began to look for any way to help the cadet. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the blood that remained on his shirt. He asked to analyze the machine, which immediately began to carry out the master's order. The nanomachine asked the boy to touch the liquid he wanted to test with his finger, and our prince immediately touched his shoulder. The machine began to study the substances contained in the blood, and after a few seconds, it gave the answer that this substance consisted of 7 different components. After thinking for a moment, Jong Yoon asked his assistant which ingredients among those in front of him needed to be mixed in order to make the antidote faster. She immediately began checking everything in the area, starting to point out the substances he needed. The doctor himself was exhaling heavily at that moment, wiping the sweat from his face. He was glad that he had kept this thing, because thanks to it, things definitely wouldn't get any worse. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a strange smell that was wafting throughout the entire infirmary. Sniffing, he realized that it was the smell of herbs, but he did not understand where it was coming from. Pulling back the curtain, he saw the 7th cadet cooking something right at that second. Surprised, he asked what the guy was doing, and he awkwardly and with difficulty explained that he was preparing some remedy for treatment. He immediately started yelling at him because such a blockhead wouldn't be able to cook anything, but after looking at the table, he shut up. Approaching it, he began to examine it carefully, realizing that all these herbs that are here are suitable, but he also understood that in order for everything to work out, it is necessary to observe the correct proportions. Having tried it, he understood that the guy would not succeed, but having tasted it, he realized that everything here was perfect. He did not understand when the guy managed to study pharmacology so well. Turning to him, he stuttered and said that everything was fine. But first they needed to find out what kind of poison it was, and our hero replied that it was acidosis, consisting of fish, mushroom, insect, frog, and red spider poison. Hearing this answer, Doctor, Beck could not believe his ears. He did not even know how to react. Our protagonist turned to the healer, asking him to trust him this time. Beck wasn't happy with this outcome, but he also saw the confidence in the boy's face, so he allowed him to act at his own discretion. Sometime later, everything was ready, and Dr. Beck began to feed the crippled cadet with a spoon. Noticing that the boy had swallowed everything to the last drop, he joked that the boy clearly wasn't going to die, and now all they had to do was wait, having secured everything with acupuncture. Afterwards, the doctor turned to our hero saying, "This time everything is really right, but next time tell me everything first." Our main hero agreed with this, bowed and apologized for his actions. A few minutes later, the doctor turned to the 7th cadet again, asking if it was really necessary to go that far. After all, the Lord and the Poison Clan would not leave him alone after this incident. He was interested in how the boy was going to get out of this situation. Turning away, confused, our hero replied that since he had done all this himself, it was up to him to clean it up. Healer Beck was very surprised when he heard this answer, because this child was always pretending to be an adult. But after all, there was only a 15-year-old boy standing in front of him, and exhaling heavily, he said that it was his decision and he had no right to tell him what to do. He also asked the guy not to run ahead of the planet, because everything has its time, and only the most cunning survive to the end. After yawning several times, he also added that it was already quite late, so he needed to go to bed. At that very second, the leader of the 12th group approached him, asking what about him, what he should do. Our hero headed towards the side of the dormitory, and the leader of the 12th group followed him. The 7th prince was in a very difficult situation. He did not understand what to do next. He stopped and threw his head back. Looking straight up at the sky, he thought that he just wanted to become stronger, and thanks to the nano, this was possible to make it happen. But it wasn't enough. It would seem that he was going in the right direction, but he still felt compelled to stumble. Our main character continued to reflect. All this was observed from the side by the recently rescued from the toxins, who looked sadly in the direction of the 7th cadet. And then, unable to bear it any longer, he shouted out, asking why the guy had destroyed his Dantian. Our main character was taken aback by this question, and then answered in a calm voice that he was unable to stop in time. However, he also realized that if he was not stopped now, sad incidents would continue to happen, and the trouble might affect more than just him. This answer surprised the guy very much. He couldn't even answer right away, only looking in his direction with some burning eyes. He thought that the 7th prince, of course, was not perfect, but he clearly thought much deeper than the others. He lowered his head and began to think about something, when suddenly, having collected his thoughts, he pulled himself together and loudly addressed the guy. But they were interrupted, because a loud scream began to be heard from the side. These were our hero's comrades, who ran up to him anxiously, asking if everything was okay with him because they were very worried. In response, our protagonist folded his arms and apologized to them for making them nervous. Looking at this picture, the leader of the 12th group laughed mentally because the guy had a huge army of fans. He became very sad, because when he returns to the team camp now, they will not be happy to see him. Passing by our main character, he said that it was time for him to go, saying goodbye to everyone. Our main character turned to him because he wanted to say something, but the one leaving only raised his hand, asking the boy to forget it, because there was nothing important there. Our prince's comrades said that in that case, they also needed to hurry back to the dormitory. Looking at the boy who was leaving, Young Ye agreed with his comrade's opinion. Already in the hostel, our main character told everything to the guys from his group. They understood that their leader had done this because he had certain personal reasons for doing so, and they also added that they should save up their strength for now. Everyone supported the older, pumped-up comrade because he was completely right. Our main character himself said that because of what happened, the Poison Clan would probably want to settle scores. They needed to prepare well. However, Baldy said that they also had a problem with the owner, which worried him a lot. At that very moment, our main character thought, because the rules state whether damage to the Dantian is prohibited or not, considering its importance and value, it can be easily equated to the value of life itself. He understood that it was entirely his fault, because he could not control himself. And the next day, our hero was captured by instructors, and they were brought to the 3rd floor to the Makwan's office. Standing in front of him, they waited for permission to enter. Looking at the door, our boy realized that he was in the worst possible situation. Sometime later, the owner allowed the headman of the 7th group to enter. Upon entering, our protagonist immediately showed respect by folding his hands and bowing, and introduced himself. The red-haired man himself continued to go about his business, paying no attention to the cadet. There was an awkward silence, and the 7th prince himself didn't even know if he could move. With each passing second, the tension in the atmosphere became greater and greater. Even after a few minutes, the left bodyguard continued to do his job, diligently writing something. Our protagonist continued to stand in the same position as he had entered, awaiting further orders from the owner. Suddenly, there was a loud slap on the table. The red-haired man hit it. And then, starting to touch his neck, he said that because of him, he had to write a long explanatory letter, which he had just finished. He asked the guy not to be offended. Pointing to the table, he told him to sit down, and naturally, our main character immediately agreed to this. Having sat down at it, the red-haired man walked around the office for a few more minutes, and then also headed towards the table. Sitting down at it, he said that he would first say a couple of phrases on behalf of the head. Hearing this, our main character was very surprised, because the words from the head himself are very serious. And the redhead began to speak. I couldn't even imagine a more stupid act. Something like this is happening for the first time in the entire history of Madakwan. If I close my eyes now, there will be a chance that this act will be repeated by other blockheads. And so the red-haired man continued to speak to the head of team number 7, Chun Yoon. He ordered the return of the yellow sign and 5 days of training facing the wall in a prison cell. Hearing this, our main character's face instantly changed. He wondered if he had really misheard. And then, having come to his senses, he asked again, were they really not throwing him out? This question made the left bodyguard choke. Having come to his senses, he explained that it was only possible to be expelled from Madakwan for 2 reasons: failing an exam or killing another student outside of competitive testing. Exhaling heavily, our protagonist thought that he was very lucky, because he thought it would be the worst-case scenario. Seeing this reaction, the red-haired man also exhaled heavily and said, "Oh, you. If you really realize that you did something wrong, then you shouldn't be happy." The guy's face changed again, because it was true, after all, he was giving away the yellow table, and in an instant he ceased to be the group leader. So, given the 5-day confinement, he had only 1 day left to return it. And after realizing everything, he began to ask himself questions in horror, whether the teacher would even wait until that time, or whether a replacement would simply come in for him. Red said that according to the rules, the offender should be sent to prison for a week, but in that case, he will not have a chance to become a headman again. So this is his gift. And after folding his arms, the left bodyguard again glanced towards the guy. He began to emit a huge amount of terrifying, frightening energy. Our main character became scared. Feeling it with his whole body, he couldn't believe that this was even possible. After all, this energy seemed simply impossible to him. After all, he was not even able to determine its true greatness. Red said that the master of Madakwan had said his word, and now they needed to move on to friendly instruction. He explained that he had blocked the possibility of eavesdropping by force, since there was no need for outsiders to know what they were going to talk about. The redhead turned to our main character, and he, lowering his head, answered him in a sad voice. The left bodyguard yelled at him, saying that he thought the guy was worth more. He was very disappointed in him. Our boy immediately began to apologize, but the bodyguard didn't need these apologies. He asked the boy if there was any other way. Listening to these screams, our boy did not understand what was happening here and why he was behaving like this. He did not even let him answer, continuing to develop his cries and assumptions that the guy thought that the Prince of Poison was somehow connected with the death of his mother. As soon as he finished, he shouted that since the guy had started something, it was necessary to finish it to the end, and if he had expected to leave the guy alive, he would have used a different method, because they would definitely not let him live now. After all, if he doesn't gain his wits, falls and can't get up, he needs to be more cunning if he wants to continue on his way. He also shouted that he needed to think not one step ahead, but 3 or even 4, and listening to this, sweat began to run down the cadet's face. The guy thought about it because when Healer Peck said the same thing, he realized that he had made some kind of mistake, and nothing more. But after the words of the head, it finally dawned on me what exactly the problem was. Sometime later, the red-haired man again turned to the 7th cadet, asking why he had joined them in Matagwan. After this question, in just 1 second, the guy's gaze changed. He began to raise his face. With rage and hatred on his face, he replied that he came here to become the strongest. Seeing this, the red-haired man replied that anger and hatred were certainly the main catalysts for his development. However, the position of junior master is at stake. Does the guy understand this? The head asked the cadet. Is he really going to conquer it with the help of such vile vices? He also explained that his feelings would set fire to not just one tree, but to the entire forest, and he would need to be careful, otherwise he himself could end up in the fiery end. He slammed his hand on the table and asked if he was explaining everything clearly, and our main character agreed. But the red-haired man didn't stop being angry. He also continued to yell at the guy. And then standing up, turning to him officially, he added that if he wants to survive and rule this place in the future, he needs to keep his heart warm and his head cold. Otherwise, the path will end before it even begins. Hearing this, our main character thought, because the chief was right, he was consumed by rage. However, he also realized that his ultimate goal was more important, because everyone must be punished. But in order to achieve his goal, he needed to think more globally. Feeling a murderous aura from the baby, the red-haired man looked in his direction, thinking that it was obvious that he was not one of those fools who turn a blind eye to everything. If he understands what he lacks, he will be able to overcome any obstacles in his path and become an invincible monster, the likes of which the magical cult has never seen before in its entire history. Starting to smile, he thought that at that moment he would be standing behind him, because he was not a drunkard, but a real teacher. The aura that surrounded them gradually began to dissipate, the red-haired man removing the curtain. Our main character took off the group leader's bandage and placed it on the table, thinking about his next plan. Having bowed, he said, "I will engrave all your words in my head forever," and then thanked the head. The instructors entered the office and stood next to our main character. Red gave the order for them to lock him in a prison cell. They immediately began to carry out the order of their leader. But our main character began to scream and beg to give him at least 2 minutes, but was immediately refused. The prince kept asking because he needed to explain himself to his comrades. But the master's bodyguard said that the order for his punishment would be posted for all to see. And then, turning around and smiling awkwardly, he said that from that moment on he was no longer their headman, so there was no need to go through the formalities. Hearing this, our hero thought that this man really wanted to say that these were the consequences of his actions, and he had to put up with them. This made him angry. On the same day, right in front of the entrance to the main task, a table was placed, in front of which the cadets began to gather. It said that disciple number 7 had destroyed disciple number 4's Dantian, thus blowing his future to the winds, and as retribution, he was stripped of his position as group leader and also put in a cell for 5 days. After reading this, a heated discussion broke out among the cadets. Some called the guy names, some couldn't believe it. But all these discussions were interrupted by loud laughter that began to come from the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw one of the princes laughing very loudly, wondering if the guy had really thought of this. He couldn't hold back his laughter while saying that his tummy was already starting to hurt. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and began to remove his hand from his face and stomach. Chung Yu-chang thought he was worried about how to eliminate him. But now there was no need to worry about it, because he self-destructed. The second-ranked disciple, Zhang Genwoon of the Sword Clan, stood there with a smile on his face as he also liked the fact that the 2 junior master candidates had self-destructed. Chun Mu-yeon, the #1 disciple from the Dark Clan, looked at the rest of them without any emotion. Sometime later, our protagonist's comrades gathered together somewhere in the forest. The jock thought that everyone was in shock right now, but the fact remains a fact. After all, even if the headman returns, he will only have 1 day, and he may have to fight for the same post, but in a different group. Suddenly, their tense silence was interrupted by a cry that came from behind them. That someone was Baek Kai, who stood with a serious expression on his face and looked in their direction. Already at night the next day, a warm light was visible in the depths of the forest. Near the huge stone stood 2 instructors who guarded the chamber where our main character was located. There was 1 lamp inside the chamber, which barely illuminated the dark cave. And our main character himself was practicing martial arts at this time. Because he did not have time to rest, he needed to become as fast as possible. With each new time, the movements seemed more and more refined and dangerous. When he finished, he told the nanomachine that they were done, and it immediately began to remove the augmented reality simulation. As soon as the additional reality disappeared, the exhausted protagonist fell to the ground. After resting and catching his breath a little, he began to eat food, discussing something heatedly with himself. He didn't like this food, and he was also very unhappy that he would have to eat this crap for 3 more days. Looking around, he thought, because this environment was hellish, the stuffiness and dampness did not give even a minute to catch his breath. He assumed that an ordinary person would not last even a day here. However, on the other hand, it's calm, and it's easier for him, because while there's time, he needs to train without stopping. Suddenly, right behind him, a stone began to open, the very one that was supposed to open only in 3 days. This made him very nervous, because they explained to him that no one could enter or leave during the punishment. As suddenly a silhouette appeared that emitted frightening energy. Looking at it, our main character understood only one thing. The thirst for blood that emanated from this silhouette was incredibly frightening. As soon as the light began to properly illuminate the silhouette's body, he saw it raise its hand, around which a Nigong immediately formed. And just a second later, our main character was in the air. He couldn't believe that they could lift him so easily. Trying to resist, he assumed that this was an area of emptiness. And the old man himself, raising his hand even more strongly, said in a rough voice, "Ah, so it's you, Chong Yun. Last night, there was a wild noise in the western part of the cult's fortress, the estate of the Poison Clan. The man who came in, looking at the young guy, could not believe that this was his nephew. Everyone around stood in horror. With a trembling voice, he spoke immediately. To inform the Lord of everything that had happened, this man was Baek Mun-un, the second son of the Lord of the Poison Clan. As soon as the news reached the old man, he was furious, and in his anger, he crumpled the paper on which the report was written. He covered his face with trembling hands, lost in his own thoughts. One of the men shouted that they couldn't just stop this. They couldn't wait for this freak to graduate from the demonic academy. Another suggested sending a hitman there, believing that it would not arouse suspicion. Another man suggested hiring one of the teachers from within the school. Suddenly, a menacing cry was heard for everyone to be silent, and after a pause, the old man asked everyone if they had really forgotten what happened to their clan after the death of Lady Hua. The uncle of the heir of the Poison Clan, hitting the table in anger, asked how they could just leave everything as it was, and the old man continued to say that they didn't need to make hasty decisions. If the Dark Clan reasoned in the same way, they would have already taken action. The Poison Clan's lord, Baek-o, added that after that incident, the Lord began to gradually avoid them all and use cruel measures at any opportunity, because if they killed the student, they were finished. The uncle of the crippled prince was shaking with anger, and through clenched teeth he asked, "Do you mean to say that we should wait until he finishes his training?" Standing up, the Poison Clan Lord nervously replied that this was the right decision. As he was leaving, he added that it was correct. At least he would like to meet him personally first. And already here, their acquaintance came. The old man, with the help of his strength, lifted the boy into the air without any chance of resistance. Gradually, he began to compress his energy so that our protagonist would experience discomfort in the air. Dripping with sweat, the 7th cadet thought that he couldn't even try to resist. He thought that this old man was incredibly strong. He felt such a strong thirst for blood that he even began to feel sick. But he did not understand where this master came from. But he knew one thing for sure. This old man came with bad intentions. Squeezing his hand, he began to concentrate his energy, trying to resist. Our main character understood that he had to do something right now, otherwise it would be the end for him. Noticing these movements, the old man was amazed beyond measure. He could not believe his eyes, because he could not even imagine that the guy was capable of such a thing as moving when he squeezed. The old man thought, because he had never seen a boy equal to him before, he understood that he could not go on like this, because he had come here to show his superiority. Concentrating more Nigong, he began to pour it into the boy. At that very second, the guy's body began to approach the old man with incredible power and speed. The master in the dark cape seemed to be pulling him with all his might, showing his superiority over the boy. He eventually pulled him in tightly, grabbing him by the neck with his grip. The nanomachine at that very second said that overwhelming energy was emanating from the enemy's hand, which could destroy the carrier. It was about to activate the defense module, but our main character stopped it. He told the machine that there was no point in provoking him, because that was exactly what could cause harm now, since he had come here to see him, which meant he had reasons for it, and they needed to find out what they were. Noticing this, the old man seemed to laugh, praising him, because he quickly realized that he should not resist. He also added that he just wanted to see who beat up his grandson, but as it turned out, the seventh prince was no pushover. Thinking about these words, our hero realized that right in front of him was the ruler of the Yada clan, Baek-O. And at that moment, the old man was asking the guy if he understood why he came here. The cadet's body tensed up. He wondered if the old man had come to kill him personally. He didn't understand what to do, because if he squeezed his hand even a little more, he would break his neck. Gritting his teeth in anger, Young-ye continued to wonder if he would die before his revenge could even begin. These facial movements, as well as the sinister aura, were also felt by the grandfather. It amazed him. After all, this child is right now facing death, but is not convulsing with fear, but on the contrary, is exuding bitter anger. He waved his staff and said loudly that it seemed that light instruction was not enough for him, in which case he would be more rude. And then with a strong blow, he sent little Jung-ye flying, hitting him right on the body. Not expecting this, he was unable to group himself, hitting the mountain wall with all his might. Blood immediately began to spurt from his mouth. With just one blow, the grandfather inflicted several injuries. But this was not enough, as the Lord thought, so he immediately raised his hand and began to concentrate the Nigong again. And just a second later, our main character's neck was again in the old man's hand. At that moment, the master, with a smile on his face, wondered whether the boy's face had become more obedient than it had been before. But looking at him, he was very surprised, because he felt that rage again. He didn't understand how this could be, because its quantity even increased. The old man, of course, assumed that he had a reason for holding a grudge against the bag. But in order to have such pure hatred, the ruler understood that he could not leave him like this, because in the future he would grow into a huge threat. But his thoughts were interrupted by Chong-ye, who asked if he was really going to break the rules of their academy and kill him. The Lord laughed and replied that the boy really wanted to scare him. And then he added that all he had to do was pour acid on his body, and there would be no trace left of him. And our main character just smiled. Having said that, they will have time to wipe away the traces. But if he disappears from here, their clan will be the first to be targeted. The old man immediately began to squeeze his hand, thinking that it was amazing that, despite the fact that he might soon die, he was not trembling at all. When he grows up, he will truly become a threat. The Lord of the Poison Clan spoke again, saying that the boy was cunning beyond his years, and such a sensible young man attacked his grandson, thereby shortening his own life. Having let the cadet go, he also added that he was right, because here he could not do anything to him, but he promised. As you leave the territory, the terrible pain that you can't even imagine will follow you. I will break every bone of this mortal body, and I will give the skin to be torn apart by monsters. I will destroy the Dantian and force you to plunge into a world full of hellish torment, the old man said angrily. Our main character could not believe it, because he seemed to be repulsed by the surge of energy. And then the old man waved his hand again, in which he had accumulated energy in a short period of time. At that very second, our main character's mouth opened and blood began to spit out. He mentally conveyed the information, saying that he would leave him one small gift for the end. It was this gift that he thrust into his mouth, saying that thanks to it, he would be able to find it faster. A second later, under the same pressure of the incredibly powerful Nigong, our boy had to swallow it. And the old man explained that these balls were smeared with poison. But it was not at all dangerous to life, however. If you dared to tell anyone, it would certainly appear before him, and then no rules would stop him. Then, with his strength, he again pushed our boy away from himself, sending him flying. Young-ye once again failed to regroup and crashed hard into the wall. Coming out of the cave, the Lord of the Poison Clan said, "See you soon." And then, as if nothing had happened, he walked out of it, while our main character lay against the wall without any movement. Looking towards the old man who was leaving, he was filled with anger. He understood that now he could not defeat him, but in the future he would definitely take revenge. As soon as the old man walked further, the instructors immediately closed the door behind him. The ruler went to some man, who told him what he had promised. This man was the left bodyguard, and also the head of the demonic academy. The prince's grandfather exhaled heavily and said what he would do if he were in his place. The redhead didn't respond to this, and the old man laughed, saying that he couldn't help himself, adding that he didn't have any internal bleeding, so it wasn't serious. Exhaling heavily, the Lord's left bodyguard said, "Okay, so be it." At this point, the Poison Clan Lord thanked the red-haired man for fulfilling his humble request, and the red-haired man replied that he only did so because they promised not to touch him for 4 years. To this, the gray-haired man replied that the red-haired man should not worry, because he would take this secret with him to the grave. And then he said goodbye and disappeared in an instant. leaving the head of the demonic academy standing alone. He watched as the Poison Clan Lord left the academy grounds, and then, glancing towards the stone that blocked the entrance, he thought hard. After all, unfortunately, he will not be able to protect the boy for more than the agreed period, and then the boy must protect himself. His entire fate after graduating from the academy depends entirely on him. Our main character himself was trying to come to his senses at this time. A loud cough was heard throughout the cave. The nanomachine said that something had entered the carrier's body through the oral cavity, and its master ordered that it be removed from the body immediately. However, she replied that the analysis showed that when trying to extract the poison, the energy would be blocked, and the toxin could also be used as a catalyst for the Dantian, increasing strength. By waving his hand, our hero thought that the old man hoped to weaken him so that he would fail the exam, thereby being expelled, which would mean a death sentence. With a smile on his face, he thought that the plan was indeed good, but in this case, it was destined to fail. He ordered the nanomachine to begin the procedure, and it immediately began to carry out its master's order. Just a few seconds later, the most disgusting smell began to ooze from our boy's body, which could be felt throughout the entire cave. The process was successfully completed. At this time, Young Ye guessed that this thing worked like Marendon. Sitting in a meditation stance, he began to think that in this case, he needed to repeat the good old breathing technique, because if the assumptions were correct, it might even be possible to play the situation in his favor. The system immediately activated the carrier's digestion. Silence fell, only the sound of falling drops could be heard. All this time, our main character spent in meditation, continuing to circulate energy throughout his body. As he began to open his eyes, he thought it was truly amazing. A smile immediately appeared on his face, because before it was enough for him only for an hour, but now, for sure, he could pull it off for an hour and a half. As it seemed to him, his grandpa had given him a good gift. While getting dressed, he thought that they had an unexpectedly fast reaction, because if the nanomachine had not been nearby, it would have definitely been the end for him. He couldn't make hasty decisions in the future because they lead to serious consequences. This time he was lucky, but next time the coin could very well land on its edge. He thought that it was time to grow up, but his thoughts were interrupted by a smell that was even worse than his own. Suddenly he felt fresh air, as well as a chill that ran down his spine. Turning towards him, he was sure that he felt cold air right now. Looking closely, he saw a crack in the rock, wondering where it came from. After thinking carefully, he remembered how the old man threw him into the wall, and at that moment it seemed to him that there was emptiness behind him. Coming closer, he began to hammer at it, trying to make a hole so he could look inside. A few minutes and it was ready. There was a hole in the wall. He immediately looked into it. It also seemed strange to him that she broke so easily. He was going to make a passage. A few more minutes and he was already able to get out to the other side. He wanted to know what was there. When he got out, he was surprised, because the dimensions here were much larger than where he was. Looking around on the way further, he understood perfectly well that she had to lead him somewhere. He asked the nanomachine to activate the night vision module. She immediately activated it, walking through the cave. He wondered if it was closed on purpose, because if so, he could find something interesting here. When the nano suddenly said that a flickering was noticed at the end of the tunnel, our main character suggested that glowing stones could have been placed there. As it began to approach, the bright light became brighter and brighter, and our hero did not understand what was there. Walking a little further, he covered his eyes with his hand, asking to turn off the night vision module. A little later, the light was even brighter. It seemed like he was about to come out of the cave. And that's exactly what happened. A huge space opened up right in front of him. Looking around, he asked himself only one question. Where was he right now? Interest got the better of him, so he decided to look around more carefully, so he jumped down. Having descended, he again began to examine everything inside. He was surprised by the enormous size. He couldn't believe that such a huge hall was hidden in the prison. However, he also noticed the exit was blocked up, suggesting that the place had been empty for a long time. Under his feet, he also noticed some strange tracks that went throughout the entire space. Near them, he noticed others, suggesting that there were huge boulders here. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he immediately turned to the nanomachine, asking it to produce a picture. In the alternate reality, he asked to transfer the image of the sapphire monolith from the first floor of the library here. A few seconds later, the nanomachine carried out its master's order. He asked the machine if it saw the marks. He asked it to try to find out if this stone had been there. It immediately began to conduct a detailed analysis. The monolith began to appear in different places, and the nanomachine was doing some calculations. After a few seconds, She said that according to the results, he had indeed been in this room before. Our hero was glad to hear this. Because his eyes did not deceive him, he also asked to move the monolith from the second floor of the library. She immediately began to carry out the order of her master, saying that the location of the specified object had been restored. With a smile on his face, he thought that this was great news, because now he understood where they stood. He was also curious as to why they were placed on different floors if they were all in the same place. Noticing the column, he also wondered why this column was standing here. Looking closer, he saw something he didn't expect to see here at all. After all, this was a sword control technique of a heavenly demon. He couldn't believe his eyes. After all, when they remember the founder of the heavenly demon cult, they talk about his fighting skills. These constituted the cluster techniques of the great martial art of the heavenly demon, which in turn was once considered one of the 3 strongest in all of China. He wondered what it was, because whether it was a technique of controlling a sword using internal energy or something completely ordinary, he had never heard of anything like it. But he also remembered how Fear Chang said that the most powerful martial art that the current cult leader was learning was something similar. He didn't believe that it was really it. He asked the nanomachine to compare the markings on the pillar with those on the stone blocks, and it immediately responded that a complete match had been noted. Our hero remembered how that instructor said that the techniques of the forefather himself were once described here. At that very second, a smile appeared on the guy's face, because now everything was as clear as day. After all, these scars were very reminiscent of the dragon's upward striving, but he wondered why. What significance do they carry? Having thought about it, he suggested that their secret is in the number of holes. Having counted them, there were 24 of them in total. He thought that, apparently, this technique consists of just this number of techniques. He did not see any other explanation for this. He understood that the obvious correlation with the dragon was not without reason. He tried to solve this riddle. The word aimed also haunted him. He kept trying to understand why this word was stuck in his head, when suddenly he understood. Looking again at the column, he began to examine it carefully with burning eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering joyfully how this could even be possible. But this bright light hurt his eyes so much that he couldn't see everything in detail. Assuming that someone had decided to keep secrets with the help of a piercing light, he understood that nothing would be easy. Turning to the nanomachine, he asked to adjust the brightness of the luminescent elements, and it immediately began to carry out the master's order. And then he used the machine to conduct an analysis, thinking that it was truly incredible. After all, right in front of him, on the glowing stones, something was written. Suddenly, with a satisfied face, he shouted loudly to the whole hall that he had found it. He turned to his friend again, asking him to scan every single text. A few minutes and everything is ready, after which our hero asked to restore the overall picture so that he could study them. It began to reproduce scanned objects in a virtual reality projection, after which Young Ye asked to leave only those related to combat techniques. Nano immediately said that only 24 such inscriptions were found. Because of these words, the cadet's body shuddered. He shouted even louder that he had found what he was looking for. His joy knew no bounds. This so-called dragon seemed to start moving in some kind of chaotic manner. The guy thought, now it's clear what these dots on the pole were for. He ordered the machine to leave only the painted elements. Some kind of sound began to be emitted in the guy's head, like the sounds of trembling. Having brought one of the balls closer, our main character began to examine it carefully. It seemed to him that this was a technique for managing internal energy. First, one had to take the basic stance and then follow the indicated poses one by one, while concentrating on the flow of energy. After reading this, it dawned on the boy, because this was one of the 24 components of the Heavenly Dragon Sword control technique. Looking at them again, he guessed what each of these stones contained, but without finishing, he switched to something else. After all, it is indicated here how to properly manipulate internal energy during execution. Usually, they are taught to concentrate it while in a lying position. It all seemed strange to him. However, he was going to try it, so he asked her to save it all in his head one by one, and she immediately did it. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he thought that by inhaling the air, he was immersing himself, and then, along with the flow of Ni Gong, he should begin to feel his body. A huge amount of energy began to come out of the boy's body. The nanomachine informed that his body began to emit a powerful pressure, which our hero himself felt. She immediately began to analyze while Young Ye tried out different movements. Every movement he made now seemed completely different. He felt absolutely everything differently. For a few more minutes, our main character continued to practice the movements. At this time, the instructors guarding the entrance to the prison stood at their post, yawning. They heard absolutely nothing. And our hero continued to practice, not paying attention to anything except the correct execution of the movements. There was quite a loud noise, the echo of which could be heard throughout different parts of the cave. Stopping, he exhaled heavily, asking the nanomachine how long he had been training. After calculating, the nano replied that the host had been subjected to continuous physical impact for 2 hours. Hearing this, he couldn't believe that he had been able to hold out for so long. Looking at his body, he also understood that he did not feel any fatigue at all. But on the contrary, it was gone as if by magic. Strength was just gushing out of his body. With every movement, he felt his power increase. The machine also notified him that the energy recovery rate had been increased. Hearing this, our hero decided to take a risk and meditate, because if everything is so, it should turn out to be an excellent practice. Some kind of ball gradually began to form around his body, which gradually began to spin. And just a second later, his entire body was surrounded by powerful energy that seemed to cut through the air. He couldn't believe what was happening right now. His surprise knew no bounds. Looking at his hand, he saw a sword on it, the very thing he had never been able to do before. He didn't believe that he could emit it so easily. He couldn't believe that this was the secret of the invincible technique. After all, when performing each technique, it is necessary to follow the correct sequence of movements, perfectly feel the flow of energy and hold the sword correctly. Now everything was clear to him. To what he indicated in the title, he mentally said that the fundamentally demonic cult was indeed a god, when suddenly he fell to his knees. He bowed to him, mentally thanking his great ancestor. His joy and gratitude knew no bounds. 4 days later, our hero's comrades were discussing the current group leaders, which in total amounted to 11 leaders. They also understood that they were in an absurd situation, because the last one was old man Ho Jin Chang. None of them expected such a development of events. The bald boy was angry because 3 cadets had bought the headman's plaques for money, but no one condemned them. They were well aware that they were in the most dangerous situation possible, and they had to do something. One of the boys said that it was probably for the best, because in the end, only our own people remained. 2 of them, namely Un Cheon and Heo Dae Myung, betrayed them by going to another group. The jock, exhaling heavily, added that there was nothing wrong with that, since they had simply gone down different paths. But the bald man continued to escalate the situation, saying that they had been behaving very strangely all this time. He recalled how they apologized and left immediately after hearing the news of Jung Yoon's punishment. This angered him, and he said that such opportunists would hardly be able to get along with others. The others didn't know what to answer. A heavy silence fell. Each of the guys was extremely depressed. Seeing this, he was going to encourage them. With a smile on his face, he asked them to think positively. Pointing his finger at Baek Ki, he said with a satisfied face that instead of those 2, he joined them, adding that the guy was worth 100 devils. The jock agreed with a smile on his face, because if it weren't for him, the situation could have turned out even worse. Another cadet agreed with this, adding that if he hadn't won the table 4 days ago, their group would have been disbanded long ago, and they were very grateful to him. Embarrassed, Baek Ki said that he was doing all this only because he owed the 7th prince. But everyone understood with a smile that if they had not become friends, he would not have helped them. Exhaling with a smile on his face, he agreed with their opinion, realizing that it was true. After chatting a little more, they went to training. Because tomorrow their elders were getting out of prison, they were going to help him in any way they could. Our heroes went to the evening dinner, to the courtyard of the Demonic Academy's dining hall. As they approached her, they noticed Baek Ki heading in the opposite direction. The jock turned to him and asked what about dinner, to which the departing cadet replied that he usually did not eat during lunch, but thanks to them he did, so now he would forgive him. At this point, the first one in the group stopped abruptly, saying that in this case he should do it too, explaining that although it was temporary, he was currently the head, so he was obliged to protect him. Smiling, Pike said that he was going to the room for individual training, so he asked not to worry about him. He asked his comrade not to worry while another cadet tried to push him off his seat. Standing up, he thought, while the others thought hard, because he was a real glutton. For him, the choice here was obvious. The blue-haired boy said that he and Hoban would follow him, so he asked his older friend not to get distracted. Having said goodbye to each other, they went in different directions. Only the bald one remained in one place, asking himself if his opinion was really of no interest to anyone. They began to catch up with the leader of their group at a quick pace, trying to be quiet. However, he immediately noticed them, asking if maybe they shouldn't go after all, to which he was refused. With a smile on his face, the long-haired man replied that they were going no matter what, because it was not enough to allow someone to beat him up. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Peck's face. He was glad to hear this, because before this, no one was glad to see him. Walking with a smile on his face, he also added that he couldn't even imagine how they would take care of the group's real leader. Sometime later, they reached a building with rooms for individual training. Pointing his finger at the building, the group leader said that it was a closed room, so no one could get in, so they had to. However, without finishing his sentence, he immediately glanced to the side, starting to look around. He immediately raised his hand while they were asking what happened, why he was acting like this. A loud noise began to be heard around them, and a huge crowd ran towards them. They couldn't believe their eyes, because they were now in a terrible situation. The group leader himself realized that the current situation was not the most pleasant. After all, right now there was a huge crowd of cadets around them who were clearly not friendly towards them. Headman Peck turned to his people and assumed that they had been here for a long time, since they had wooden swords in their hands. The bald boy looked to the side and noticed one of the cadets with a black stripe on his chest approaching them. That cadet was one Ha-il-myung, who stood out from the others. Cadet Peck didn't know what to do in this situation because he needed to save the headman's plaque. The students who surrounded them laughed at them because they no longer looked so cheerful. Looking at this, the current headman of our heroes tried to figure out what to do. A long-haired boy, tensely and shouting, asked them what they were doing. And the cadet, laughing, asked if he really didn't understand anything that was happening right now. He held out his hand and ordered them to hand over the headman's tablet right now. But Peck grabbed her and angrily asked if he really thought he would give her away like that. Having spread his arms, one of the leaders of the cadets who surrounded our heroes said that if they don't want to do it the good way, then they will act the bad way. And then he began to close his mouth, trying to hold back his vile laughter. His face changed dramatically. He began to speak frankly, because they all followed the 7th student to the letter. He had no intention of being nice to them from the start. They had originally come here to punish them. Chief Bayek gritted his teeth and knew that his level was not high enough to fight against all of them, since right now they would have to fight against 30 fighters. Looking towards Ha-il-meng, he understood that in addition to this, they were approximately at the same level as him in terms of strength. Turning to his blue-haired comrade, he told him to take the tablet and run away, because in any case they would not escape together. He intended to hold them off as long as he could while his comrade escaped with the sign. Longhair started to refuse, but Peck added that he shouldn't be a fool, asking him if he really didn't understand the situation they were in. They needed to save the group. He also added that no matter how strong Zhang Ye was, he would not be able to take the headman's plaque from the instructor. Ha-il, noticing this strange behavior, assumed that they were communicating with the help of Shenem. He understood that something was fishy here. Pointing his hand at them, he gave the signal for the others to begin to act. At that very moment, a huge crowd rushed towards our heroes. Realizing that something was going wrong, the current headman reached towards the sign. At that very second, he took off his yellow sign and gave it to the bald boy. He couldn't believe it, and he also couldn't understand what to do, because as soon as their elder gave him the tablet, he immediately rushed into battle. As he approached the huge crowd, he thought that although he, like the headman, had failed to succeed, he could not forgive such filth. With incredible force, he began to throw back the attackers, breaking their weapons into several pieces. They couldn't believe that their wooden swords were broken with just one blow. But our hero was not going to stop there. He immediately rushed further into the attack. They started kicking not the weapons, but the cadets themselves, throwing them in different directions. Those who were behind did not know what to do, because their difference in strength was visible to the naked eye. Due to the fact that they were taken aback for a few seconds, Peck was able to get closer to them during this time, preparing to strike. In a matter of moments, the blow reached its target, severing the face of one of those standing. Ha-il was watching all this. He was quite surprised that the guy was really handling this crowd of cadets. He thought that the energy coming from the blow was not that powerful, but still, he would definitely not give in to it. A few minutes later, Chief Peck jumped aside to catch his breath. Turning to his comrades, he ordered them to run before those lying on the ground came to their senses. They, realizing that they had no other choice, looked at each other and rushed to leave. But no one was going to let them go so easily. The bald guy barely managed to dodge one of the cadets, who only managed to pull his bandana off. The others shouted to detain them by any means necessary, since the bald guy had stolen the sign. Hearing this, our hero stopped, asking angrily who the bald man was here. But his mood was interrupted by Peck, who also menacingly shouted at him to shut up and run away. He had no other choice, so he immediately started running, with a huge crowd of cadets chasing after them. Gradually, they began to catch up with our heroes. But in addition to this, their numbers exceeded our heroes. The bald man noticed this and tried to think of at least something that could help them. Longhair thought that Hobong was too slow. He knew perfectly well that they wouldn't be able to break away. He stopped abruptly because he understood that Ho-Bon had no chance. He held out his hand and shouted for him to hand over the headman's sign. Gradually catching up with them, he began to stretch out his hand with the sign to pass it on. Having handed it over, the long-haired man ordered him to run as fast as possible without looking back. They split up in different directions to confuse those who were pursuing them. Ho-Bon understood perfectly well that if they caught up with them, they would definitely finish them off. They needed to get to the dining room as quickly as possible and call Ko Van Huel. They had no other choice, because only he could help them while their real headman was gone. Sometime later, he noticed the canteen building, he thought, convincing himself that there was just a little bit left. He needed to be patient a little bit more. When it suddenly dawned on him that there were no sounds, he couldn't believe it, not even wanting to look back. Stopping abruptly, he continued to stare forward for a few more seconds, not believing what was happening. Sweating, he began to turn back. His whole body began to tremble. After all, right now, all this time, no one was chasing him. They saw how he handed over the sign. At this time, our hero's comrades were eating in the dining room, not suspecting anything. Ho-Bon, who ran in, distracted them, and the jock asked why he was sweating so much. Lisik did not start speaking right away, trying to catch his breath as quickly as possible. In a trembling voice, he began to tell them to run quickly to the individual training building. The blown-up muscle man asked what had happened, but only heard some unrelated words about how someone was waiting for them. Pointing his finger towards the street, Ho-Bong added that Bai Qi and Oh Jung were currently fighting. The others, hearing this, could not believe it and immediately jumped up from their seats. Just like the jock who had yelled at them to move faster, he began to urge everyone on. Only after he stepped outside with his incredible side, he rushed towards the individual training rooms. Gritting his teeth, he thought in anger that what he feared most had happened. Some time passed. Our hero, rushing to help, began to approach the place. Having jumped over the roof, he immediately began to look for the place where a huge number of cadets had gathered. His eyes were immediately confronted with the picture he had been so afraid to see. Shouting out the name of his comrade, he hurried to his aid, intending to help him. But as soon as he got closer, he couldn't believe his eyes. After all, Baek-ki could barely stand on his feet while the long-haired boy lay behind him. He was lying on the ground without any movement. He was unconscious. Gritting his teeth in anger, the jock realized that their situation at the moment was very dire. Looking at one of the princes, he realized that most likely it was he who organized this attack. Sometime later, all of our main character's comrades ran to help. The bald man immediately noticed one cadet who stood out from the crowd. As soon as one of the heirs noticed that everyone was looking at him, he immediately greeted the others. With a menacing face, cracking his neck, he said that uninvited guests had arrived to visit them. In response, the jock shouted menacingly, asking which of them were the uninvited guests. Pointing his finger at the prince, he added, asking if the whole group had set up an ambush and now decided to blame everything on them. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder and he immediately calmed down his ardor. Peck asked his comrade to calm down, saying that they were not the ones who attacked them. The direct heir of the blade seemed to pout, showing his displeasure. He exhaled heavily and pointed his finger at Peck, telling him that the boy was now in his debt and that he should think about his offer, adding that he no longer had the headman's sign, so he had nothing to lose. Peck immediately refused the offer, and the prince only smiled in response. Leaving with his comrades, he only said in parting that there was still plenty of time for this. The jock exhaled heavily and fell to the ground as if exhausted. Turning to his comrade, he asked how his wound was, and he replied that there was nothing terrible about it, because it was not deep. And then, clenching his teeth, he added that he was very sorry. Because he had not managed to save her, he apologized to his friends. At that moment, Ho-Bong, clutching his comrade's bloody hand, sobbed, telling the boy that he did everything he could. Raising his head, he began to sob loudly, shouting that they were real bastards. At this time, the jock was asking Baek-ki what had happened here, and he immediately clenched his teeth and began to tell how it all happened. The long-haired man was chased by 3 men who gradually began to catch up with him. Although he surpassed them in speed, he stumbled due to his own carelessness, and he couldn't keep his balance and began to fall loudly and painfully. Rolling on the ground, he tried to get up as quickly as possible to continue running. However, as soon as he tried to get up, they grabbed him by the hand, the one that held the headman's badge. And another cadet stepped on his chest so that he could not get up and resist them. After Oh Jung received the yellow tablet from Ho Wan, he tried his best to escape, but ended up being surrounded by 20 opponents, and as a result, he simply could not withstand the attacks. At this time, Baek-ki himself was fighting with Ha-il-myung, trying to quickly fight him off so that he could come to his aid in time. After all, even with his excellent skill, he had no chance of defeating him alone. But he was not alone. One blow successfully reached our hero, which inflicted a wound on him. The former headman tried to resist them, but the wound made itself felt. He fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, his body too heavy from fatigue coupled with the loss of blood. Hail Meng was about to deliver the final blow. With a joyful face, he shouted that the guy was finished, when suddenly, their fight was interrupted by the apologies of one of the direct heirs, and a fifth student appeared, who said that he had noticed this guy for a long time, asking Ha-il to leave the guy alone. He, seeing him, began to angrily shout at them not to interfere here, adding that there were more of them. Hearing this, the Blade Clan prince only smiled. These words amused him greatly. As he began to walk slowly and concentrate his energy, he could barely contain his laughter, because right now, with light but quick movements, he was knocking out one after another. And just a few seconds later, many of the attacker's comrades were lying motionless on the ground, and the fifth prince himself had come very close to the leader of the attackers. He bent down and said with a mocking face, "It doesn't matter how much, if his guys are worth nothing." Seeing this picture, Ha-il naturally panicked. His face changed dramatically. He was scared. He had no choice but to give the order to his men that they were leaving right now. Standing up, covered in blood, Baek Ki addressed the fifth direct heir of the Blade Clan. "Having said that, Chung Yu-chang, I am indebted to you, and also adding words of gratitude." He responded by starting to twirl his hair and added that it seemed to him that the guy had lost the sign and that in his opinion it would be impossible to get it back. He asked if he really didn't want to go over to his side. Naturally, he refused him. "Well, and then they all showed up," said Peck, finishing his story. The jock couldn't believe that they would be waiting for them outside the individual training room. Hitting the ground with all his might, he added that nothing mattered anymore, because they could no longer change anything on their own. One of the guys jumped up and asked if they could gather some people and pay in the same coin. But the jock immediately rejected this idea, starting to reason that in this case they would have to gather people, even those who were against the seventh student. The person who suggested this didn't think about it. He exhaled heavily and quickly fell silent. The jock also added that they still have one chance that could work. Baek Ki replied that if he was talking about the one that the teacher kept, then he thought that this idea was simply unrealistic. Standing up, he said that most likely this was true, because he had fought with him, and besides, not a single cadet wanted to fight with the old man. However, he asked everyone to trust and wait, at least for a moment, because there was still a chance. Baek Ki lowered his head, tormenting himself, asking if all they could do was just fold their hands. Ho Ban picked up John and said that he would take him to the medical center himself since there was nothing else to do now. Another long-haired comrade came up and asked the guy to wait. However, the bald man said that he believed in Mr. Yeon the most. He was absolutely sure that the guy could do it. He asked them if they should act accordingly. After all, if there really is no other way out, then, before he leaves the prison cell, wouldn't it be better for them to try to recruit more useful, like-minded people? The jock, lowering his head, thought about his words, his aura terrifying those around him. Seeing this reaction to the words, Ho Bang's face began to sweat, wondering if he had gone too far. Suddenly, the big guy's mood changed again and he started laughing loudly. He happily said that at least they would try their best. He also said that Ho Ban was truly a loyal comrade. The others also went with Ho Ban. They supported his words. Joyfully setting off on their journey, they were glad that they had been able to become such good friends with each other and all together trust one person. The next morning, there was quite a loud noise in the forest. Someone was moving quickly through it. Imren, one of the many teachers moving through the forest, hoped that the boy was okay. Arriving at the place of confinement, he greeted the other instructors, saying that the term of confinement had come to an end. He also ordered them to release Chunyun from the cell, and they immediately began to carry out the order, opening the entrance to the cave. As soon as our main character appeared, Imren said that it was time to go free. The instructor saw a picture of the seventh student sitting in a meditation pose right now. Slowly opening his eyes, although he didn't show it, he was glad to see the rays of the sun. His look completely changed. The other instructors noticed this too, and instinctively took a step back. As soon as he came out, they noticed his body because it had changed a lot during this time. Imren, looking at the guy, thought that his gaze, although it seemed strange, had now returned to normal. It seemed like he hadn't even been sitting anywhere. It even seemed like he looked much better than before. Noticing that the guy's body was naked, he asked him where his clothes were, and he awkwardly went to get it and handed it to the instructors, who couldn't hold back their tears because the smell was heavy. He immediately snatched the t-shirt from his hands, throwing it to the side and shouting, asking what he had done with it. Our protagonist's attention was drawn to another teacher who moved towards the cave. Having entered it, He began to look around carefully to assess what was happening inside. Our hero himself thought that he had cleaned everything up, closing the passage he had dug into the hall where the monolith stood. A few seconds later, the instructor came out, saying that everything was fine. At this point, our main character breathed a sigh of relief. He covered the entrance with stones long enough for no one to notice. Starting to walk towards the demonic academy, our hero asked how many headman's tablets were left. With a smile on his face, the instructor thought that the guy still hadn't lost hope, answering, only one. Naturally, our hero immediately understood which instructor she was with, and before he even finished speaking, the teacher confirmed his words. The instructor also added that it was not necessary to take her because you could take another one. Our main character understood perfectly well what was being discussed, because he could take her away from the other students. A little while later, he stopped and turned to his instructor. He said that they were heading to senior teacher Ho Jin Chang right now. When the instructor heard this, he couldn't believe his ears because it was unreal. Our hero was completely serious. He was going to take the class leader's plaque from the senior teacher. Imren screamed even louder in surprise because this was unreal. Like the other teacher who asked if the boy was in his right mind, he asked him to stop being smart. Ren added that he agreed with his colleague because there is no need to overdo it. The less time is left, the more judiciously you need to behave. After thinking for a few seconds, our main character did not give an answer right away. After thinking for a moment, he thanked the instructors for their advice and added that if he realized that he could not win, he would immediately drop out of the race. He asked to give him a chance. Lost in thought, Ren wondered if the guy had really not understood anything during all this time, when he suddenly threw it away, because the guy was acting strangely. Naturally, the instructor started talking about how the old man wouldn't let the guy surrender in the middle of a fight, but our main character didn't listen to that. Ren exhaled heavily and said, "Since you insist on it so much, then let it be your way." He asked the guy not to get hurt, saying that in any case, this was the last chance. Hearing this answer from the instructor, a smile appeared on our main character's face, and he immediately folded his hands, showing respect for the teachers. He replied that he understood everything perfectly, but he had no other choice. At this time, somewhere on the territory of the demonic academy, a dialogue began between two cadets, one of them asking if he really wanted to pull him over to the side of the seventh student, to which he received a positive response from Hoban. Upon hearing this, he immediately shoved the bald man, saying that he had never heard a more idiotic proposal. Looking at the departing cadet, the boy thought that this was already the fourth refusal today. Sadly, he went on, thinking that he needed to try again. He tried to think optimistically. At this time, a huge crowd of cadets formed on the training ground in front of the main building. As he passed by, he noticed how they were fussing, and this interested him. He began to peer into the distance, because according to the planned training, nothing was supposed to happen here. As he passed the cadets, he wondered what had happened here, and all the cadets were discussing among themselves some unexpected decision. Walking a little further and looking, his eyes almost fell out. His mouth opened involuntarily from surprise. After all, he saw Chung Yoon standing right in the center of that crowd. He didn't understand what their leader was doing there. The rest of the cadets continued to heatedly discuss the situation. Suddenly, they all became silent as Teacher Ho came out and started to descend the stairs. Looking down, he carefully examined the seventh disciple who was waiting for him. A smile appeared on his face because he had been waiting for him for a long time. All this time, he had been waiting for him. As soon as Teacher Ho came down, our hero immediately showed respect by greeting his elder. The old man, in response, also folded his hands, asking if everything was really okay because after prison it must be tough. Old Man Ho extended his hand and gave the cadet the choice of whether their fight would be with wooden swords or hand-to-hand. Our main character chose hand-to-hand combat. The others waited and discussed which of them would win. Our main character's bald friend was taken aback. He couldn't believe that his master had actually challenged the senior teacher to a fight. But it was already too late, because Teacher Ho began to slowly move into a fighting stance. As soon as he stood inside her, his whole body was immediately covered with terrifying energy. The other cadets felt it. They couldn't believe that such power really existed. They were sure that our hero would lose. Our hero himself, hearing this, thought that the punishment had trampled his reputation into the dirt. And in order to gain support, he would have to do something stunning, Chung Yoon continued to think. The teacher told the boy to attack first, giving him an advantage. In response, our main character thanked the old man for such an honor. Thinking that in a demonic cult, the strongest survives, he needed to surprise everyone, to show his superiority. Their gazes locked, each about to show off their great skill. Taking in as much air as possible, our hero thought of a quick plan and began to restore his breathing. In just one moment, he approached the senior teacher, reducing the distance. He couldn't believe that the guy had become so fast in such a short time. But he wasn't going to give up so quickly. Concentrating the sword in his hand, he was going to attack. The old man thought he knew all the boy's moves, so the fight promised to be quick. He immediately attacked him. However, our main character was no longer the same as before. He also concentrated the sword in his hand. Seeing this, the old man again could not believe his eyes. This little fellow never ceased to amaze him. Their concentration of Naganga wrapped in swords touched, and there was a silence before the storm. But literally in a second, the old man's hand was thrown to the side, and our main character was able to fight him back. The old man's mouth even dropped open from these actions. This kid surprised him again. Jong Yoon didn't intend to stop at just one attack, so he planned to continue attacking the old man again while he was concentrating a new sword. A real meat grinder began between them. One missed move and someone could lose a limb or be seriously injured. With a smile on his face, Old Man Ho thought that the boy had decided to use one of the sword control techniques for a reason. So he was going to approach from a different angle, at which point our main character was approaching him. With a calm voice, the old man said, honestly, he didn't expect anything even like this. However, as he felt he would have to raise the temperature, he took a completely different stance. Seeing this, our main character immediately tried to stop, because he understood that a completely different fight was about to begin. But it was too late. The old man began to use the combined technique of the demonic sword, namely 4 techniques in one. The rest of the students stood and watched all this in amazement, saying that this was truly an incredible combination. And our main character himself understood all this, because in front of him stood the owner of the supreme demonic sword. But he wasn't going to give up, and began using the heavenly demon sword control technique. Seeing these movements, the cadets were surprised again. They cried out in surprise in one voice. And between the student and the cadet, a real massacre began, in which neither of them was going to give in. The old man became more and more surprised by the movements of the 7th prince. He didn't understand what was happening right now, where he got such strength, such high skills. Senior teacher Ho couldn't do anything against him. He understood that he needed to strengthen his control over his internal energy as soon as possible. At the last moment, our protagonist's attack reached the teacher, who, due to his own thoughts, missed the blow. The attack was powerful enough that the teacher was unable to stay on his feet and was sent flying. No one around could believe it, because everyone understood perfectly well that taking the headman's plaque from Old Man Han was an unrealistic undertaking. And our main character himself at this time slowly stopped, ceasing to emit a huge amount of energy. Naturally, the teacher was able to group himself in the air, so he landed on his feet. With a smile on his face, trying to catch his breath, our hero thought that he had finally succeeded. He was able to recreate the complete sequence comparable to what he had seen. Senior teacher Hong's face changed greatly, and he seemed to be in a serious mood now. Even the aura he began to emit from his body changed greatly. Feeling it, our hero immediately turned in his direction. Taking a fighting stance, he thought that the trainer's rage had not yet died down. The fight continued. And the old man himself at that moment thought that he was very lucky, because he had managed to strengthen his body, because if they had fought with real swords, he would definitely have already been dead. His hands began to shake. He understood that it was simply stupid to lay out all his trump cards on the table, but he did not try to spare him from the very beginning. At that very second, the earth began to crack at the seams under the old man's palm. He thought to himself that the guy was really funny. The old man was referring to the fact that the guy himself had decided to fight to the very end. Seeing this, our main character realized that the situation could not be worse, because the teacher got rid of the alien energy. The atmosphere changed completely. Everyone could feel the horror coming from Coach Ho. The hero, feeling this better than anyone else, thought that he had heard that masters of the highest order were capable of such things. He understood that things would get harder from here on out. The old man's face changed completely. An aura of murder swept through the area. He said that the real fun was about to begin. Suddenly, the teacher's whole body shuddered. He felt something that interrupted his entire attack. Gradually, the aura around him began to dissipate until our protagonist did not understand what was happening. His clenched fist began to relax, and eventually the energy disappeared completely. Our main character noticed this perfectly, and was still surprised and did not understand what was happening right now. He didn't understand why the old man suddenly calmed down, and a smile gradually began to appear on his face. Raising his hand, he happily said that it was truly amazing that the 7th cadet, Jong Yoon, continued to advance higher and higher day after day. Reaching towards his chest, he grabbed the headman's sign, which no one had been able to remove from his body during all this time. And the old man himself, lost in thought thought that in the near future, he would become an all-powerful monster, just like his distant ancestor. Our main character at that moment relaxed, still not understanding what was happening. Senior Teacher Ho approached our hero and handed him the yellow sign of the headman, passing it straight into his hands. He also said that he had lost today, congratulating the 7th prince on his victory. With pride on his face, he also added that he fully deserved her. She now belonged to him. Hearing all these warm words, for a second our main character even became embarrassed. His eyes sparkled. But almost immediately, having come to his senses, he folded his hands and began to thank Old Man Hong. The rest of the people around silently watched everything that was happening. Each of them understood how strong the old man was, because even the other princes could not challenge him. Suddenly, joyful cries arose around them. Each of them chanted the name of our main hero. Just a couple of minutes ago, no one could believe in his victory, but he was able to prove otherwise. With a surprised face, he listened to the good wishes for himself from the old man. For a few more minutes, there were surprised cries of joy from the other cadets. It seemed that the one making the most noise was the bald one, who was choking on tears of joy. Noticing Hoban approaching, our hero turned his attention to him, and he, through tears, continued to shout that he was waiting for the return of his master. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, our hero apologized to him because he had to worry a lot about him. The old man watched all this with a smile on his face. He understood perfectly well what was happening right now. Suddenly, someone called out to our hero. He recognized these familiar voices. At that very moment, the rest of our hero's comrades, who were very worried about him, approached him. Our hero understood why Baek-ki called him. He didn't understand why he was hesitating so much. But just a second later, the guy fell to his knees right in front of everyone in front of the 7th cadet. Seeing this picture, our boy did not understand what was happening. He was surprised. Even Hoban didn't understand what their former headman was doing right now. Waving his hand awkwardly, Jung-yoon asked the kneeling boy what he was thinking. The guy's whole face turned red. He was very embarrassed, and gradually it began to become covered in sweat. Gathering his thoughts, he shouted loudly that he was grateful to Jung-yoon for everything, adding that thanks to him, he managed to avoid death at the hands of a student from the Poison Clan. He admitted that our protagonist saved his life. The others, hearing this, began to vigorously discuss these words. Was it really true that someone from the Poison Clan tried to kill him? Our heroes were also very surprised to hear this, and he continued to shout that he knew perfectly well that he had ended up in a prison cell only as a result of an ordinary desire to help him. He asked for forgiveness for this, adding that he admired this act. Hearing this, Jung-yoon didn't even know what to answer, because he didn't understand what all this meant. The others again began to heatedly discuss among themselves whether the 7th cadet really went to prison while defending his comrade, referring to the truth, since Baek-ki had knelt down. And the boy continued. With a face the color of a tomato, he shouted that he owed him his life, and therefore swore to him boundless loyalty in front of all these people. With an incomprehensible expression on his face, our hero asked himself who had organized all of this, or had the guy really figured it out himself? And they continued to discuss our hero, because some said that they didn't even know each other, but he decided to protect the guy. At that moment, the jock mentally praised the guy with a smile on his face, but also added that the guy was a bad actor. Baek-ki himself was blushing more and more with each passing second. He was telling the jock that this was the first and last time he would be drawn into such adventures. While this scene was playing out in the main square, Old Man Ho was climbing the stairs, his junior instructor asking if he was okay, to which he only received laughter. After thinking for a moment, he added that this young man was truly worthy. Ren agreed, adding that his skill also amazed him, asking if he thought Huo had taught him these techniques from Wu. Exhaling, the senior teacher thought for a moment, answering that anything was possible. The junior instructor himself thought after this. After all, doesn't he mostly base his training on hand-to-hand combat? So where did Yoon get this technique from? Moving on, the old man told the younger one not to wait for him. He was going to get some fresh air. Sometime later, he climbed up to the roof, greeting the head of the demonic cult. The left bodyguard stood on the roof, arms folded, looking into the distance with an angry gaze. The old man turned to his master, who still angrily asked if he had come after all. Teacher Ho recalled a moment in the fight when a voice rushed right into his head telling him to stop, adding that he could continue at that moment without any doubt. And the red-haired man replied that it was so, but anyone in his place could have done something similar. After all, the old man of his youth took part in hundreds of battles, and sometimes he had to see how the demonic cult fought. Hearing this, the left bodyguard tensed up, listening to Teacher Ho's story, and he continued, because the red-haired man should have noticed how the guy moved. His sword control technique, damn him, completely copies the control technique of the heavenly demon that the progenitor possessed. But after thinking for a moment, the old man added that they were perhaps even more accurate than the techniques of the progenitor himself. This style is considered invincible to this day, but it is only passed on as an inheritance to the next leader. The red-haired man himself was thinking at that moment, to tell the truth, his movements really did look like some kind of obsession, but in reality, things were different. After all, his sword control technique dominates over that of the heavenly demon, which to this day is considered a symbol of the inaccessibility of the foundation stage. He couldn't understand how he knew her, assuming that he was able to read the commandment from the sapphire monument. But its surface was completely covered with marks from the sword, and the red-haired man himself had tried more than once to figure out what was written there. But it was all in vain. While the old man continued to reason out loud, the red-haired man's reasoning was among himself, when suddenly he interrupted him, saying that they had to keep it all a secret, at least for a while. The senior teacher himself laughed and replied that the red-haired man had thought the same thing as he had. They both came to the conclusion that it was better to close their eyes to it for now and see what happens next. At this moment, the joyful discussions among themselves were interrupted by a voice that addressed our main character. Getting down on one knee, the girl said that she was delighted by the story of how he stood up for a good person. She promised to serve faithfully until death. She was the 220 disciple of the Fabu clan, Ho San Hua. Seeing her, the jock immediately floated. His whole face turned red. He was enchanted by her. Noticing this, Becky couldn't understand why his comrade suddenly turned red. The next reaction came from another student, who knelt down and asked to be accepted as well, also swearing loyalty and that he would not fail. Hearing the guy say that he was weak, our hero replied that there was nothing wrong with that, because skills could always be improved. Seeing this reaction from Young Yoon, he couldn't hold back his tears. They immediately started appearing on his face. He immediately began to bow, shouting an oath of allegiance until death, as well as words of gratitude for the fact that our hero had accepted him. The rest of the comrades began to laugh among themselves, because they now had a second Ho Bon on their team. At that moment, the jock began to think. Because there were still not enough of them, they were 3 short, although he had expected more, hoping that more people would join them. Our hero, looking towards his comrades, examined them carefully, asking where the rest were. They didn't answer his question right away. They suggested that he go to another place where it would be much quieter. Sometime later, they all lined up in front of him, in the place where they had always gathered before, explaining the current situation. After listening to their story, our protagonist became thoughtful because Un Chen and Ho Dai Meng had left. But he didn't dwell on this for long, and began to praise Jia Wu Min and Ma Chil, because they tried very hard. Turning towards Ho Ban, he asked, since those two had left, "Where was Dao Zhang then?" But he didn't hear an answer right away. His comrades' faces immediately darkened. Seeing this reaction, in a rougher voice, he asked them what had happened. He immediately demanded an answer. Having collected their thoughts a little, our heroes told their headman how he ended up at the medical center. Hearing this, Young Yoon thought about it, because Ha Il Myung had allowed himself to go too far before, and it seemed he still hadn't corrected himself. Baek Ki, seeing his chief's reaction, realized that he had changed, and even when he was angry, he thought coolly. He felt that the guy had learned the right lesson from the previous situation, and he was glad about that. The thoughts were interrupted by a big guy who asked what they would do next. Our hero thought that it was not forbidden to take away the signs, so formally he was not guilty of anything, and the question of etiquette was of absolutely no interest to anyone here. However, was anyone present here ready to forgive him for this act? He saw their glowing faces, understanding their mood. After some time of reflection, their elder replied that they needed to repay for this act. And a moment later, he added that, apparently, that time had come right now. Hearing this answer, Baek Ki's face became covered in sweat, wondering if the guy was really joking when he said this. There was a huge number of cadets on the street who were discussing something heatedly among themselves. One of the students said, "As you asked, I pushed Ha Il Myung to take the yellow class leader's plaque from Baek Ki." And the 5th prince answered, asking if you really were the leader of your gang, and began to absurdly go through some names. And he interrupted him and added that Ren Hak was seriously injured. He was now lying in the medical center. He asked to fulfill the communication that the prince gave them. Putting his hand in his pocket, he asked if the boy was afraid that he had deceived him. Taking out the yellow plates, he was about to hand them over, but almost immediately he waved his hand to the side, saying, "Just you understand. On your part, the agreement was not fully fulfilled." Hearing these words, the cadet shouted loudly for some reason. And the direct air of the blade explained that they said that they would help conquer Baek Ki. Is he really here with him now? The cadet began to clench his fist in anger, asking what they should do now. With a smile on his face, the fifth cadet said that they didn't need to do anything, because he just thought that in order to get Baek Ki, he would have to show him how nasty reality can be. His interlocutor at that moment mentally insulted the prince, and he continued to speak with a grin on his face, because in order to know the sweetness of life, you need to know its bitterness. And later he said questioningly, "It seems like you don't have anyone who could become a headman, right? Because Chong Soba was beaten." Turning to the guy standing behind him, he called out to Empa, saying that he would give him a chance. After these words, joy appeared on the boy's face. He was glad to hear this. And then he added that he should take these guys with him and destroy Chung Yun's group and take the yellow plate from him. He immediately fell to his knees, shouting that he would never let the prince down. In response, the fifth cadet hoped that the guy would not screw up. Turning to the cadet with whom he had recently started a conversation, he also added that if he could still take the tablet, he would become the head of these drones and would be under his direct subordination. Hearing these taunts from the fifth cadet, the boy became angry, asking himself if he really thought that they all wanted to fall at his feet. Time passed, and there was a loud noise in the street that could be heard throughout the entire training ground. These were the cries of cadets who were training at that very moment. The group that recently attacked our comrades were busy as if nothing had happened while another group of cadets was approaching them. As soon as they approached them, they immediately turned to their leader Ha Il-myung, asking, he was the former head of the sixth group. The one who first initiated the dialogue was Empa, who immediately greeted the former leader. Ha Il-myung immediately glanced at the cadet standing behind him, who was nervously looking away. Seeing them, Il-men thought that the idiots standing behind were the same ones who attacked Baek Ki yesterday. He asked them what they wanted, and Empa, with a smile on his face, began to ask for help, saying that in order to pass the third stage exam, they needed a yellow plate. Hearing this, the long-haired man resumed his training, replying that there was no benefit to him from this. They were just wasting their time. After a short pause, the leader of the opposing group of cadets with the same grin asked, "What if I was going to fight with Chun Yun's group?" Hearing this, Il-men's face immediately changed, and anger appeared on his face. Empa, seeing this reaction, thought that the guy immediately perked up as soon as he heard his name, so he continued talking, adding that he had a personal dislike for him, adding that it was very deep. He was going to take the sign away from them so that the group would break up. He was serious in his intentions. After all, if they take the tablet away from him, no one will follow the seventh cadet, so they will ultimately be expelled from the school, Empa continued to reason. Ha Il-meng immediately began to reason, because the strength of the seventh cadet was frightening, but he could be taken by numbers. He did not know what to do in this situation. Empa extended his hand to him, asking if he would sign for it. Cadet Il-men himself, after thinking for a bit, agreed with some hesitation. The cadet who suggested the attack immediately thanked him for his agreement. In response, the long-haired man asked when they were leaving. At this point, the fifth prince's subordinate laughed, replying that they would do it right away. At that very second, the face of the cadet who had recently attacked our group of heroes began to change, as did the aura around him. He liked the idea, and with a terribly pleased face, he said that he was starting to like this guy more and more. Our heroes were in the forest, heatedly discussing their plan of further action. Some of the cadets knew where Jong Yoon's group was meeting, so it wasn't a problem to find them. Jong Yoon, hearing the noise, sat motionless while his comrades began to fuss. And literally a second later, a huge armed crowd of cadets appeared right from the thick of the forest, which was clearly not in a friendly mood. Ha Il-meng raised his sword and said with a smile on his face, "I see you're always hiding in the shadows." Hearing this, a smile appeared on our protagonist's face, and then a short laugh slipped out. Standing up, he told them that they had been walking towards them for a long time because he wanted to start looking for them himself. With a horrified expression on his face, he looked towards the crowd, thanking them for not making him walk again. Hearing this, Cadet Il-myung immediately became scared, asking why he was laughing. Did Cadet Jong Yoon really not understand what was going on here? Raising his wooden sword, he asked him the same words, and our hero replied that he felt sorry for the guy because he would have to disappoint him. The other cadets who came with Empa and Yelmen also raised their wooden swords, shouting for them to surrender immediately. However, they were not shouting in the direction of our heroes. Empa immediately glanced towards the crowd, not understanding where this cry came from. And the long-haired elder was even more perplexed, turning towards Empa. As soon as they both looked back, they saw the cadets aiming right at them. Gritting his teeth in fear, the black-haired man's entire face was covered in beads of sweat. He did not understand what was happening here right now. And our hero turned to the two, saying that he would ask them one question. After a short pause, he asked which of them was really an idiot. That same day, 4 hours ago, in the backyard of the training camp, someone approached Ren Hawk, asking if he would really go alone. This someone was the dark blue-haired man who added, embarrassed, that he didn't like this idea. Ren told his comrade that if he got the headman's tablet, they could also form a group, but his comrade didn't agree with this because there were so many of them. However, Cadet Hawk did not agree with his comrade's opinion because they could not sit idly by. He also added that in order to survive here in Madakwan, one would have to fight to the end, rather than just give in due to weakness. The short-haired man began to awkwardly move his hand over his face, saying that he did not want to win at such a price. However, his comrade replied that they had no other way, because first of all, they needed to think about their own skin, because if he became the headman. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cadet who appeared and addressed the duo. Cadet Ren, seeing this cadet, could not believe his eyes that he had come to them in the first place. This cadet was our main character, who asked him why he was so scared. Behind him, literally a moment later, his comrades appeared, whose looks were clearly not friendly. The last one to appear was Baek Kai, who Cadet Ren Hawk was not happy to see at all. With a sullen face, Baek Kai asked, "So this is how you act?" The rest of the remaining group that came to the rescue could not believe their eyes. With surprised faces, they shouted towards their former comrade. Ren Hawk asked with a menacing cry if he had really come here to take revenge for yesterday. And our jock responded angrily, asking, "You did something really dirty. What did they expect? Can you really get out of this so easily?" At that very moment, Cadet Hawk's comrades began to talk among themselves because they were afraid of Baek Kai. But they were even more afraid of Chun-un himself because they considered him a real monster. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned towards his comrades, saying that they were real fools because there were many more of them. Seeing this whole picture, our main character, exhaling heavily, said that if it doesn't work out well, then it will work out badly. In an instant, he approached Renhaku, who only managed to see our boy's movements at the last moment. With the lightest yet fastest movement, our hero grabbed his opponent by the hand. As he swung, he thought that he needed to restrain himself, mentally, even with some mockery. He asked himself not to overdo it. There was a direct, powerful hit from a fist to the body, and a sound of pain was heard by everyone standing behind Cadet Hawk. Because he didn't have time to gather energy, the blow wasn't blocked in any way, so blood immediately began to flow from his mouth. The recoil threw the guy back several meters, right into the crowd of his comrades. Those seeing this situation opened their mouths in surprise, and there was total silence. As soon as they came to their senses, they immediately screamed indignantly and in a surprised voice. It seemed that their screams were heard by absolutely everyone in the academy. As they screamed, Cadet Ren Hawk continued to bounce off the ground, continuing to move further and further away, kicking up dust with his body. The first person to start worrying about him was his close friend, a short-haired man with a panicked head who shouted his name, and he lay on the ground without any movement. From the outside, it seemed as if life had left his body. Our hero himself at this time changed his expression, thinking that even trying to restrain himself had turned out very badly. Looking away, Cheon-eun became silent while Baek-hyun's comrades looked in his direction. But a second later, Ho-ban ran towards the dark blue-haired man, asking menacingly where she was. He asked where right now was the tablet that he and his buddies had taken from John, breaking all of his fingers. And he, looking away, replied that she was with the 108th student, Ha-il-myung. A nearby jock turned to his leader, saying that it was obvious. Ho-bong couldn't contain his anger, so he delivered a powerful punch to the face of the cadet he had just captured, intending to continue beating him up. However, Baek Kai stopped him, asking him to hold back his ardor, but Bon snatched his hand. He yelled at Peck not to stop him, asking if he felt sorry for them because the two of them used to be in the same group as him. However, the former leader of the 12th group again told him not to rush, because a couple of minutes ago they said that they had made some kind of deal with his participation. Cadet Key asked for clarification on this, and naturally the short-haired man had no choice but to tell it. Chung Yu-chung of the Blade clan ordered to take away the yellow tablet and drive Baek Kick into a corner in order to force him to switch sides. Hearing this name, our hero's eyes lit up. Peck himself couldn't believe it, because he thought that on the contrary he was saving him from trouble, but it all turned out to be a fucking plan. After thinking for a moment, Cadet Key asked if he would promise the class leader's plaque in exchange, to which he received a positive answer, as well as an apology. Immediately after this answer, he turned around in anger, calling his former comrade trash. Shouting that the guy was a real coward, Hobong hit the guy again, and then he fell on top of him, starting to hit him and twist him, saying that he was going to do the same thing to him that he did to John. The guy couldn't answer him in any way, not because he couldn't, but because he realized his guilt. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard ordering the guy to stop. Hobong immediately turned towards the voice with displeasure, asking why the hell he had to stop. The muscle man who came up, putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, mentally asked him if they would gain anything from his suffering, since he already had a good plan. After lifting Hobon from Cadet 670, he asked him if he was sure that Cadet 5 would follow their agreement. He, wiping his face, did not understand what was being discussed, and asked again what the guy meant. In response, the big guy, breathing heavily, rephrases his question saying, "Do you believe that he will really give her to them?" Lowering his gaze, the beaten cadet said uncertainly that he had promised them. In a rougher voice, our hero asked if he had really promised to give them 2, since there were 20 of them in total. After these words, the 670th cadet immediately began to speak incomprehensibly, trying to connect his speech. The rest of the cadets, who were also his comrades, began to talk among themselves, because each of them understood that the prince from the Blade clan would not give them up. And our hero continued to say that not only were you used, but they were also forced to fight among themselves. He considered this a pathetic sight. He assumed that the 5th cadet was just playing a game of chance with them, where only he benefited. The beaten cadet did not understand why he was using them, and the jock explained that by passing one tablet, this would lead to a conflict because of which they would start fighting among themselves. Naturally, Ren Heng's comrades realized this and began to talk among themselves again, because they had been manipulated. Hearing these arguments, a smile appeared on our hero's face, and he asked them if they were really going to continue standing in one place without doing anything. After deliberately pausing for a short time until they had completely lost faith, he asked them if they wanted to take revenge for this. That's why they shouted at Ha Il-myung and Yempa to drop their weapons. While they stood there without any movement, collecting their thoughts to understand what was happening right now, Empa looked at his so-called comrade with a disdainful look and asked him what he was doing. And the boy answered the question with a question. Does he really think that they can lead them by the nose? Looking towards our main character, he said out loud that someone had clearly pushed them to these actions. Hobon laughed loudly at this moment because the situation was almost similar to them. Ha-il himself at that moment began to emit a terrifying energy that everyone could feel. His anger knew no bounds. He asked Hobon if it was really the man laughing who was running away with his little tail between his legs. These words made the muscleman laugh, asking whether, no matter what happened, Cadet Ha-il was not going to run away. And then, also making a sullen face, he added that this was very good, because they had not planned to let anyone leave here. Our main character at this time stood with the same terrifying aura. He was also filled with anger, because they dared to touch his comrades. Cadet Il himself understood that he was in deep trouble. He had no time to think. Cadet Empa began exchanging glances with the other cadets, simultaneously meeting the gaze of his comrade in misfortune. But he also understood perfectly well that if he decided to do so, he would definitely not pass the 3rd stage exam. Yempa himself understood that if he refused this mission, thereby failing it, Yu Chang would abandon him without any regrets. He needed to try to persuade them somehow, so he immediately turned to Gal Yen, saying that he had misunderstood everything, saying that the 5th cadet had personally promised to include their group under his command, asking the same cadet if he really didn't believe him. After a short pause, Cadet Yen asked, in that case, how many elders' plaques he was willing to give them? Really 2. Hearing this, Empa did not even immediately understand the question, starting to hesitate and look from side to side. And Galen continued. He said that there were 20 of them now, and to warm each one they needed exactly 2. Squeezing his sword in anger, Empa realized that she had pushed the boy to these actions, because if he couldn't persuade him, the mission would definitely fail. But he couldn't promise either. After thinking for a moment, the cornered student promised that he would ask Yu Chang to allocate 2 tablets for them. Hearing this, Galen asked anxiously if he really would offer. Seeing this reaction, a smile appeared on Empa's face because everything was starting to work out, even though it was a lie. Suddenly, Cadet Gal's voice changed and he asked if the boy could answer for his words. Hearing this, his interlocutor also anxiously asked what he meant by the word answer. But at that very second, a response was heard from behind him. Our main character had already closed the distance, preparing to strike. Empa noticed our hero at the last moment, realizing that he had gotten into a nasty situation. At the last moment, he was able to dodge, ducking from a powerful blow that seemed to even cut through the air. At this moment, Ha-il also swung his sword with insulting cries, preparing to enter the battle. The blow, in his opinion, should have landed right on the neck of our hero, who stood without any movement in one place. However, nothing came of it, because with incredible speed, Chun Yun grabbed the attacker's wooden sword. And then, squeezing it, he destroyed it in front of everyone, causing the attacker's body to shudder in fear. Naturally, the seventh prince was not going to stop there. His gaze showed all the contempt he felt for his opponent. Cadet Ha-il's face began to be covered in horror. He understood that now his end could come. He thought that he had put 7th level profound energy into this wooden sword, but it was able to easily stop him and destroy him. Suddenly, he felt a powerful blow that came from the side. The one who struck was Baek Kai, who sent the black-haired man flying, forcing him to swallow the earth. The whole body of the boy lying on the ground was shaking with pain, because the blow was accurate. Clenching his body, he tried to see who was attacking him. His face was no longer as confident as it had been a few minutes ago. Baek Ki, taking a fighting stance, said that he would personally deal with him. He was going to pay the guy back for his past actions. He replayed everything in his head from the very beginning, because he didn't think that Cadet Kai was much stronger than himself. However, he did not have time to group himself and take the blow, thereby taking it completely. His body was shaking, but mostly it wasn't from pain, but from anger. Anger towards himself, because he didn't have time to notice the enemy approaching. Clutching the ground in rage, he tried to think of a way out of this ridiculous situation. While our hero, who had taken a fighting stance, was addressing him, he asked no one to interfere because, as he had said, he was going to deal with him personally. Trying to get up, Il-meng held his chest, trembling, and said that Baek Ki was a real coward because he attacked from behind. At that moment, he himself also thought that his bones were broken by just one blow. He understood perfectly well that his chances of winning were too small, but he wouldn't be able to escape from here either. Il-meng's comrades began to run away, screaming in fear. They understood that this could be the end for them. Empa turned towards the screams, seeing a less than ideal picture that clearly did not indicate anything good. The 5th prince's subordinate thought that he couldn't defeat the monster Cheon-yun and his gang, and he was going to escape from here by any means possible. The entire area heard the angry cry of Cadet Il-meng, who was asking his guys what they were doing. But Baek Ki wasn't going to give the guy any chance to recover. Shouting that he was fighting him, our hero rushed towards the cadet lying on the ground. Flying to the side, he realized that he had gotten into a really worst-case situation. He needed to come up with something urgently. But Baek Ki wasn't going to give in to him. He launched a series of powerful attacks at the cadet. The jock began to scratch his fists, thinking that it was time for him to stretch too. Hoban adjusted his bandana on his head, gritting his teeth, also preparing to join the fight. The newcomer to our protagonist's team seemed to be the most fired up. He was glad that this time it was their debut. Just a second later, they rushed into battle, preparing to strike back and avenge their comrade. The first to wave his huge arms was the muscle man, who was able to destroy the cadets with just single blows. Hoban was not going to lag behind him, also delivering lightning-fast attacks. The black-haired girl, although she said that she was weak, easily defeated the cadets from the enemy group. Looking at all this, Empa was horrified. He did not know what to do against them. Cadet Baek Ki continued to beat Ha-il, not giving him even a second to catch his breath. He was taking revenge on him for everything he had done in that short period of time at the academy. His cries of pain echoed throughout the forest, and blood flew in all directions. Looking around, Empa clenched his fists in anger, asking himself what was going on here. He thought they had lost. He had no other choice, because resistance would cause great losses. The sword slipped from his trembling hands, because he understood that if it was impossible to win, then he had only one option. Falling to his knees and beginning to bow to our protagonist, he loudly shouted that he surrendered, adding that Mr. Chung Yun had won. Our hero, with a serious expression on his face and a rough voice, asked him what this idiot was doing. And the boy lying on the ground answered with a trembling voice that the outcome was already obvious. Because this was the end, they had no reason to resist. He spoke for everyone. They were admitting defeat. At this moment, a smirk appeared on his face, because he thought that no matter how strong the rage in his chest was, he still would not be able to hit the person who was kneeling at his feet. This made him laugh in his mind. Our main character, without thinking twice, grabbed him by the head, asking, "Are you really asking for mercy?" Lifting him up by his hair, our hero's face showed all the rage he was experiencing. He didn't understand, asking the guy groaning in pain why he should, in his opinion, spare him. Because if he didn't want to fight, there was no need to start such a scam. Empa, trembling, asked what the guy was doing because he had surrendered. He had to spare him. But our protagonist had other plans. With the same terrifying expression on his face, he ordered him to shut up. With all his strength, he slammed the boy's face into the ground, causing a roar that seemed to run through the entire forest. The seventh cadet smashed his opponent's face into the ground, blood flying in all directions. Seeing this picture, even greater horror than they had experienced began to creep across the faces of his comrades. In one voice, they screamed. Because their leader was defeated, they lost the rest of their motivation to fight. As Empa's face lifted from the ground, the hole made by his face gradually began to fill with blood. The fifth prince's subordinate spat out blood while our protagonist, with the same terrifying face, told him that he must answer for his actions. Looking at his face, our hero saw Empa's bloody face, which began to be covered in tears. He told the guy that he hadn't even started yet, and he was already crying. For a few more minutes, shouts continued to be heard. Our hero continued to beat his opponent, making him understand the difference in their strength. Already barely able to speak, words slipped from Empa's mouth about the seventh cadet being a real freak. And then, gathering all his strength, he shouted, asking if he really thought that Chung Yu-chang would turn a blind eye to all these actions. Naturally, the seventh prince didn't even raise an eyebrow at these words, and asked with disdain whether Yu-chang would really punish him. At that moment, Empa realized that he had said this in vain. But at the moment he was the most powerful disciple in Madaquan, he hoped that the boy would not decide to conflict with him. Empa thought, looking at the heavily dying direct heir, he saw how he was thinking about something. Suddenly, our hero opened his eyes sharply, thanking the beaten cadet for the good advice. At that very moment, the bloody face took on even greater horror. He remembered how Chung Yun almost finished off Chung Jun's sum. But his face was again printed into the ground with a terrifying roar, making the hole even bigger. The earth began to fly apart in different directions. As he began to squeeze his head, our hero felt that the boy's muscles weakened, and his hands fell to the ground. He lay without any movements on the ground. Standing up, our hero said that the guy was a real weakling because he had already lost consciousness. Although if he had pressed him with all his strength, his head would have burst like a balloon. By this time, all his comrades were already on their knees. They were defeated. Our hero went to them. Looking at each one, he saw fear on their faces, and their bodies were trembling. They did not understand what would happen to them next. Each of them was beaten, still breathing heavily. Chun Yun asked where Ha Il-myung was. Cadet Baek Ki pointed at the trembling black-haired man and added that the boy had resisted for too long, so he had to block his meridians. The long-haired man himself thought that if it weren't for his broken rib, he wouldn't have been captured so easily. He was distracted from these self-reflections by our hero, who grabbed him by the hand and began to lift him up. Sweating profusely, Cadet Il-men didn't understand what the guy was going to do to him. He began to understand in horror that something was about to happen that would make him scream in pain. Our protagonist grabbed his finger and began to pull it to the side, thereby straightening it as much as possible. And just a moment later, there was a loud crack. Because our hero broke his finger, it was the cracking of bones. At that very moment, the boy's entire body tensed up. He wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, but he couldn't, because his vocal cords were blocked. Watching this, the others also broke out in sweat, while our hero asked everyone to take it easy because he only broke one finger. Taking the second one, he also broke it, asking if it hurt. He was not going to stop there. From the unbearable pain, Ha Il-meng unintentionally bit his own lips. Drops of blood began to fly from his mouth. He thought that the guy was a real bastard. With the calmest voice possible, but at the same time with a contemptuous voice, he told the boy that Ojan was in as much pain as he was now. But after thinking for a bit, he said that the guy had it much worse, because now he was lying half dead in the medical center. Having heard these words, some of the cadets began to tremble even more because they were the ones who beat him up. Gradually, the face of the leader of the group that attacked our heroes began to change. Although his body continued to tremble, he thought that he would kill the seventh prince. His face began to express all the hatred he felt. He was absolutely sure that he would kill this bastard standing in front of him. This ugly grin tormented him. With each passing second, he understood with increasing conviction that at any possible chance, he would finish off our main character. Seeing this reaction and this expression on the black-haired man's face, our hero dealt him a powerful blow to the face. After the slap, it seemed like the boy's face would break into several pieces, and blood began to fly in different directions. Turning to his comrades, who stood with serious expressions on their faces, our hero said that he was announcing a punishment. He ordered Ha Il-men and all the members of his group to break the fingers of both their hands and one of their legs, and they were to carry out the order immediately. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed panic, and only now did they begin to fully realize the situation they were in. The betrayer of the fifth prince thought in horror that if he had agreed to Empa's conditions a couple of minutes ago, they would have been among them too. Our main character began to leave. His comrades immediately began to carry out the order of their master. Cadet Ha-il's entire face began to be covered in pulsating dark veins, and his hands began to tremble more and more with each passing second. He tried to get up. Due to the enormous physical exertion, more and more blood began to flow from his mouth, and his eyes began to turn red. He thought of only one thing. It was revenge. He couldn't just give up right now. It made him angry. He gradually began to lose his mind. At the same time, Hoban looked at his comrades with a smile on his face. He was glad that they were able to avenge their comrades, and he was also glad that he had not made a mistake in choosing his master. At that very moment, Ha-il-myung rose to his feet, emitting terrifying energy. The first to feel it was our bald friend, who immediately turned his attention to the guy who had recently been lying there without moving. He shouted loudly the name of our main character, because something dangerous could happen now. After all, the cadet, who had lost his mind and was screaming like an animal, had already rushed towards him, intending to deliver a crushing blow. Our main character noticed the guy at the last moment and began to turn towards him. The moment he turned around, Ha-il-myung appeared in the air right in front of his face, and he knew that the seventh prince would not have time to dodge this attack. There was a loud roar, and every one of our protagonist's comrades shouted his name in alarm. At the same time, a group was training at the training ground and was making quite loud screams. They trained the very technique that was needed to pass the next stage. After completing it, energy gathered in the center. But at that very second, the fifth prince's body twitched. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he said that it wasn't that, thinking that it didn't look like the technique from the forbidden book of the 7 demonic swords. All the guys here are excellent students, and therefore learning the sequence of techniques is definitely not a difficult task for them, the prince continued to think. But he did not understand why it was not possible to combine the energy. Taking the book, he suggested that everyone take a rest while he checked the book again. He asked Kum-fil to come to him while he was turning the pages of the book. The fifth cadet was interested in how they looked from the outside, asking if they had managed to make at least a little progress. Yu Kum-fil, who was from the Double Blade clan, began to scratch his neck awkwardly and began to mumble. Seeing this reaction, the fifth prince began to laugh. Waving his hand, he told the guy to speak frankly. He was not going to scold them. Hearing these words, the guy immediately began to say that it seemed to him as if everyone was simply performing the same movements at the same time, because he had never seen the result of combining energy, so he could not even say what it should look like. But still the picture was unsightly. Exhaling heavily, the prince was just about to answer something when he was suddenly interrupted by a loud, alarming cry. Having noticed it, the long-haired boy did not understand where it was coming from. But a second later, I saw a huge crowd of cadets appear, carrying their beaten comrades on their shoulders. One of them had his face covered, and the fifth one shouted at him not to come near him, asking him who he was. The cadet in the bandage mumbled something. Cheon Yu-chang recognized him, asking if it was Empa. He was interested in what was wrong with his face and who he was carrying on his shoulder. Cadet Empa threw the cadet off his shoulder as soon as he fell. Everyone around immediately recognized him, because it was Ha-il-myung. Looking at his beaten body, the fifth cadet exhaled heavily, thinking that this was real abomination. The rest also began to throw the cadets off their shoulders, among whom the faces of our main hero's comrades briefly appeared. And Empa continued to speak, pointing his finger at the jock. He said that this was Ko Val Cool. Pointing his finger at Baek Ki, he added that these were Chun Un's subordinates. One of the cadets had his face bandaged, just like Empa himself, and the fifth prince asked who it was, to which he heard an immediate, confident answer that it was Chong Yun himself. Hearing this, loud laughter began to be heard. The prince could not believe that they managed to catch him, and Yempa replied that if it were not for Ha-il-myung, they would not have been able to do this, adding that Cadet Myung was learning reverse blood circulation magic. Hearing this, Cheon Yu-chang couldn't believe what he heard and asked again. After all, reverse circulation magic is a way to achieve explosive power by reversing the internal energy in the body. But this technique has side effects, because a person stops thinking rationally. Therefore, he was banned from the demon cult. The fifth prince assumed that he had lost his mind and began to attack everyone indiscriminately. But this didn't really bother him anymore. Continuing to laugh, he said that he didn't really expect a good result, but they surprised him. Gathering energy, a sword appeared on his hand. With a satisfied grin, he said that in that case, before sending them to the medical center, he would leave a gift. And then he swung it, causing injury to the body of the lying cadet, and blood began to fly in all directions. He cut his hand, the blood gradually began to flow onto the ground, and satisfied laughter was heard again. The fifth prince, with a satisfied face, asked the cadet lying on the ground if he was in great pain. Bending over, he continued to laugh, saying that he was taller than him because he had not destroyed his dantian. His comrades standing behind him watched this in horror, asking if he was really going to cripple the guy. They all thought in one voice that they shouldn't mess with him anymore, because he was a real monster. Grabbing the black cloth that covered the boy's face, he was about to pull it off, asking again his question about the pain. He began to slowly pull it off the guy's face, intending to enjoy this moment as much as possible. But as soon as it came off the guy's face, the satisfied grin immediately disappeared. He was shocked. After all, right in front of him, Empa was lying on the ground, unconscious with a bloody face. Turning towards the other cadet with his face bandaged, he was horrified. But at that very second, the very same cadet whom everyone mistook for Empa was about to strike at the fifth prince. The prince from the High Clan did not have time to dodge, so he took the blow with his face. The blow was so powerful that the guy immediately flew back several meters. Immediately, the fifth prince's comrades rushed towards him, angrily asking what he was doing by attacking his master. This big guy was stopped by a powerful punch, and he managed to block it at the last moment. That someone was Ko Walhul, who gathered all his strength and struck the fleeing cadet. He managed to block the blow, but its power exceeded the guy's strength, so he was thrown back. The muscle man Hole himself looked towards the fifth prince's comrades with a satisfied face, showing with his whole appearance his superiority over them. Cheon Yuchang's subordinate was trembling from this attack, not understanding what was happening here, where he came from. The jock shouted to his comrades to get up. They began to rise, crunching their bones along the way, each of them understanding that everything was going exactly according to plan. Oh Jinran, a cadet from the Red Wind clan, clenched his teeth in anger as they were tricked right now. He began to look around, looking for Cheon Yuchang, and also hoping that he hadn't lost consciousness from this powerful attack. At that very moment, the fifth prince's subordinate shuddered, because he realized that the cadets who brought them were also traitors. He immediately cast his gaze in their direction, and they responded by taking a fighting stance. Jin Yu from the Invincible Fist clan looked at Empa and began to shout and ask how he dared to betray his master, calling him names along the way. The cadet he was pointing at started laughing, grabbing the fabric on his face, and said that he found it funny because no one believed in the guy from the start. Slowly pulling it off his face, the same cadet added that they had started this whole mess in vain. As soon as they saw the face, there was total silence. No one could believe their eyes. Each of them recognized this guy. Their bodies began to tremble. They did not understand what to do. After all, right in front of them appeared the seventh prince, Cheon-un, who was looking in their direction with a satisfied grin. When our protagonist turned towards the terrifying aura, he saw Ha-il-myung. Our hero was surprised that the guy was able to stand up and even collect Nigong for an attack. It seemed to everyone around that our hero was in danger because he was unable to immediately notice the attacker approaching. Like Cadet Il himself, he understood that he could destroy the seventh prince right now. However, Cadet Bayek-ki was already rushing to his aid, moving at an incredibly high speed and managed to swing. And to deliver a precise blow to the cadet's face, he tried to save his headman no matter what it cost him. However, the enraged cadet managed to stay on his feet, preparing to strike back. His teeth began to bark at each other. Everyone present in the forest felt this vile thirst for blood. This also surprised Peck, who definitely thought that he could stop this madman. But it was not to be. Cadet Ilmeng was able to throw Cadet Bayek aside. Trying to group himself, our hero thought that this was incredibly dense energy. He did not understand how he managed to build it up so quickly. He had no intention of stopping, so he immediately rushed towards our main character again, intending to deliver a precise, powerful blow. Our hero was able to easily dodge him by grabbing his attacker's arm. Seeing this, the enraged cadet tried to turn over in order to attack the seventh prince again. However, the moment he looked at him, there was a satisfied smile on the boy's face. Everyone stood in shock from this. They all screamed in surprise in one voice. Each of them could not believe their eyes. After all, right at this very second, that same Cadet Ilmen, who instilled fear in those around him, was lifted into the air by one hand without any chance of winning. In an instant, he began to fly down with incredible force. He could not believe it, because now he used one of his best techniques. He was confident of his victory. There was another loud roar that ran through the bodies of each of his comrades. He immediately began to spit blood, and his pain was felt by every cadet in the forest. However, our main character was not going to stop there. Jumping into the air, he was going to deliver a powerful blow. Already in flight, he began to circulate energy in his hand in order to finish off this bastard once and for all. There was an even louder crack, which this time was definitely heard throughout the entire forest. After all, with one precise blow, our main character pressed the guy's face into the ground, and Chung Yoon's entire arm became covered in scarlet. Lifting her up and looking at Il-men's body, our hero hoped that he would not die, because it was not for nothing that he learned the technique of reverse blood circulation. The comrades who came up asked their master if he was okay. Each of them understood that the guy had learned a forbidden technique, which meant that he would be expelled from the academy. Sometime later, all the remaining cadets were punished. As our main character said, his fingers and leg were broken. They only had to be sent to the medical center, Hoban said. He also said that they had avenged Ojan and found out who was behind them, so they were left. But at that very moment, he was interrupted by a jock who asked him to calm down, arguing that there were few of them. Another of their comrades agreed with this, adding that in order to fight them, even taking into account Baek Ki, they would lack 2 more with a high level of skill. The girl interrupted his reasoning, hitting Ko Van Hoel. She said that if they unite, then they will be able to take on one strong man. Their conversation was interrupted by a short-haired man who said, "If you don't have enough people, then we can help you." Ko Van Hoel thanked Kalyan for the offer, but also added that it was dangerous. He suggested to first send these beaten ones to rest, and then think through a good plan of action. At that very moment, a smile began to appear on the face of our main character. And then he loudly told them to get ready because they were going after Chung Yu Chang right now. Cadet Wang turned to his headman with some concern, asking if he had really come up with a plan. Our hero, with the same smile on his face, replied that he had an excellent plan from the very beginning. As soon as the 7th prince took off his bandage, the subordinates of the 5th prince could not believe it, because it was exactly Empa's voice that was heard. The voice was changed thanks to the system. The 7th cadet asked to turn off the nano voice change function. She immediately began to carry out the order of her master. Our main character's comrades stood in a circle, starting to laugh and heatedly discuss the reaction and faces of the 5th group. But their thoughts were interrupted by a loud and angry cry, asking who gave them permission to laugh at them. His comrade, seeing this reaction, began to ask Jin Yu not to rush headlong into battle, but it was already too late. Having lost his head, he rushed towards our hero, shouting that he would deal with him right now. But all his strikes were blocked. Chunyun didn't even take a step back. Seeing this, Comrade Jin Yu gritted his teeth, understanding that his comrade would not win this fight because the 7th was a real monster. The attacker himself, seeing the movements of the 7th cadet, could not believe that the boy moved so easily. But our hero was focused on something else. He grabbed the headman's sign and started pulling it. With a satisfied face, he pulled it off the guy's body, saying that he was taking this little thing with him. This only made the long hair even more angry, and his body began to tremble. Having started insulting his opponent, he was going to deliver a powerful blow, but he did not succeed because our hero was much faster. With just one easy movement, he stopped the attacker, causing him to scream loudly, and then throw it to the side several tens of meters back. As soon as he stopped, he began to cough, and blood began to flow out with him. Just a moment later, the amount of fluid coming out of her mouth was enormous, and all his comrades were anxiously shouting his name. Starting to approach the cadet who was barely standing on his feet, our hero thought that the guy's skill had reached quite a good height, since he was able to stay on his feet after this blow. Suddenly, the system notified that an incredibly powerful surge of energy had been detected at a distance of 60 meters. Turning around and starting to look around, our hero understood everything. He immediately cast his gaze at his group, loudly, ordering them all to lie down on the ground and freeze right now. They responded by immediately fulfilling their master's order, and as soon as they fell to the ground, a powerful surge of energy rushed over them. Seeing this, they recognized the technique. Because it was sword energy, they were surprised by it. Our hero began to quickly concentrate his Nigong in response, preparing to defend himself. 2 powerful attacks touched. Our hero was able to withstand this huge onslaught of energy. Chang Yu Chang's comrades stood there covering their faces as the powerful gust caused a wind to rise and raise dust. Many were also surprised that the 7th prince was able to block this attack. Each of Chunun's comrades was shocked because they knew that the 5th prince's strength was enormous, but no one even anticipated that it would be this much. Gradually, the dust where the 5th prince Cheon Yu Chang himself was located began to clear, and a silhouette began to appear behind it. Naturally, our hero expected that he would not be able to defeat the guy with such an attack. Once the dust had completely settled, the 5th prince himself appeared, his hand already covered in energy, forming a sharp sword. With a satisfied grin, he said that Chun Yun wanted to catch him off guard, but he failed. In response, Our hero said that the guy was a real slowpoke because he had been in a stupor for so long. Hearing this, the fifth prince could not believe it and asked the seventh prince again if he had really been waiting for his blow, to which he was told that it was so because it was obvious. Seeing that satisfied face and hearing the answer, his body tensed up because last time he seemed like a fifth child. But now, the person standing in front of him was far from being a child. Wiping the blood from his face, he really regretted not cutting off his hand then, but he was not too sad because he was going to do it now. The subordinates of the fifth cadet themselves thought that this was the first time they saw him so serious. They did not believe that their headman considered Chong Yun to be his equal. Our heroes, looking at these two, placed their hopes in their elder because a lot depended on the outcome of this battle. Cheon Yu Chang stopped and began to look towards our main character. Suddenly, a moment later, he disappeared, leaving in his place a black glare that began to dissipate almost immediately. Seeing this, the seventh prince was surprised because the guy really moved very quickly. He used the second magic blade technique, which allowed him to instantly get closer to his opponent. Seeing this attack, our protagonist immediately recognized it because it was the signature move of the Blade Clan, but our hero was not going to give up. An energy sword began to form in his hand, with which he was going to repel the attacker's attack. Our hero understood that he could not hold back in front of an opponent who was more skilled in craftsmanship. He was going to respond as decisively as possible. The energies of both cadets touched. Seeing the sword energy, the fifth cadet couldn't believe his eyes. Gritting his teeth in anger, he tried to understand what the seventh prince was going to do. Due to the huge influx of energy, both of the boys' hands were thrown to the side with incredible force. However, Cheon Yu Chang didn't intend to stop there. He thought that such a simple move was nothing against the Hwandoil Cham. He began to attack again. Our hero couldn't believe that Yu Chang could attack from such a distance. His mouth even dropped open in surprise. Our main character had no choice but to defend himself, and he took on a powerful attack from his opponent. But due to the difference in strength, the seventh prince was thrown back several meters by the powerful force of energy. Seeing this, the fifth prince's comrades began to rejoice. They were happy because everyone understood that their master was much stronger than this freak. At this time, our hero's comrades began to worry about him because they also understood that the difference between them was enormous. Our hero himself, at this time, generating Nigong, thought that he would be able to easily recoup, but he did not expect that he would attack from such an angle. Such techniques put a lot of strain on the hand, and yours is very well developed, and it seems that you handle energy better than me, our main character continued to think. Cheon Yun smiled as he concluded that even a teacher would be in an unenviable position if he took this attack. Like Cheon Yu Chang, he said with a smile that the boy was lucky because he wanted to cut off his limb. He was very sorry that he didn't succeed the first time. He turned to his opponent saying, "Stop using your old tricks and use your signature one." Upon hearing this, our protagonist shuddered and asked again what he meant by decrepit. And he only laughed in response, asking if he really thought that he didn't know what just happened. Our hero wondered if he had managed to read the commandment from the Jade Monument. He couldn't believe it. The fifth prince continued to speak, saying that he saw what he had added to the 7 demonic swords, and also said that this was all just nonsense, a puffed against him. In response, Chun Yun's expression changed and he began to scratch himself awkwardly, thinking that he had gotten away with it because he hadn't been able to read it. Raising his hand, the fifth cadet said that he was warning, only 5 techniques, and then, clenching his fist, he added, "If you continue to use all sorts of trash, very soon I will destroy you." With a smile on his face, our protagonist proposed to the fifth prince to make a bet. Hearing this, Cadet Cheon Yu Chang asked his opponent again because he did not understand what he meant. Chun Yun said that he himself said that he would defeat him in 5 moves. With a terrifying expression on his face, our hero's opponent asked what the conditions were. After a short pause, our hero explained that the winner of the fight would receive all the yellow signs of the elders. Hearing this proposal, the fifth direct heir laughed loudly. This proposal amused him, but just a moment later, his expression changed again. With horror in his head, he said that he had more cards in his hand, so it wasn't really fair. Swinging his energy sword towards Baek Ki, he added that if he lost, he would take Cadet Ki to his place forever. Hearing this proposal, our main character's friend winced with anger, thinking that the guy still hadn't calmed down. Starting to wave his hands, he asked the seventh with a satisfied grin if he agreed to these conditions. Baek Ki looked anxiously towards his headman, hoping that everything would be okay. He looked towards his new friend, but immediately felt horror. After all, our main character stood with a terrifyingly serious face, and everyone felt his aura. Peck clenched his fist and understood that his faith was not in vain. He believed in his elder. Nodding his head, Cadet Cheon Yu-chang noticed this and immediately began to smile. He was happy with this outcome of events because he wanted to get Peck for himself. Turning his gaze towards our protagonist, he gave him a chance to attack first, saying that he was giving in. Seeing this picture, Chun Yoon thought that the boy was too confident in himself, and this could backfire on him. Taking a fighting stance, the 5th cadet smiled, telling him to attack him faster. Without thinking twice, our main character rushed towards his opponent, intending to win. In response, as he said, Cheon Yu-chang continued to stand in one place and take the first blow from his opponent. With 2 fingers extended, our hero concentrated his energy, preparing to deliver a precise, piercing blow. And he continued to stand there smiling. He thought that he was a real idiot, because he was going to rob the 7th person blind. Using the 4th magic blade technique, he continued to think that he knew all the existing weak points. Numerous attacks began to collide, and a wind arose from the enormous influx of energy. But after just a few blows, Cheon Yu-chang began to retreat, not understanding what was happening. Because right at that moment, the 7th Prince Cheon Yun began to push him back, forcing him to retreat. The attacks continued to come. A huge number of lightning-fast and powerful attacks were aimed at him. This made him angry, gritting his teeth. He tried to think of something because he couldn't lose. But our hero was not going to retreat. He again began to attack. The aura around his body completely changed. Cadet Yu-chang could not understand what was happening. After all, this technique was completely unrelated to the previous ones. It seemed to him as if another person was standing in front of him. He understood that he was able to defend himself because this huge influx did not allow him to make even an extra movement. Continuing to squeeze his face in fear, he understood that if everything continued like this, he would simply lose. Therefore, he immediately made the decision to retreat, jumping into the air to increase the distance with the 7th cadet. And as soon as he landed, he began to concentrate his energy again, preparing to use the technique. This was the 5th magic blade technique that required a large amount of magical energy. But a second later, his face changed again because he didn't have time to finish it. How our hero approached him with incredible speed, forcing him to defend himself again. Around these two, a huge gust of wind arose, which raised dust and stones behind it, flying in all directions. Finding himself in an awkward position, fear flashed across the 5th prince's face. After all, right at that very second, it seemed to him that he was being sucked into a sweaty whirlwind that had formed right in the epicenter of the battle. And our hero, noticing the mistake, delivered a precise blow that was supposed to finally knock the prince out of the fight. But, as expected, he didn't intend to finish with just one attack, so he launched several precise attacks. In the same places where our main character hit, blood began to fly across the enemy's body. The head, body, forehead, everything was covered in scarlet. A disgusting sound was heard. It was the sound of flesh, and there was also the sound of blood splashing in all directions. But even at this, our hero was not going to finish, continuing to wound his opponent. Due to the huge number of wounds, even blood began to flow from his mouth, and he coughed loudly. Concentrating even more Nigong in his hand, he enlarged the energy sword, piercing his opponent's shoulder through and through, causing him to scream in pain throughout the area. The amount of blood on the ground increased with each second, and it flew in different directions. The satisfied grin disappeared from the guy's face, and only the horror he was experiencing was on his face. As our protagonist looked at his face, which revealed everything, the 5th prince realized what his opponent was about to do. Just as he thought, Cheon Yun waved his hand, thereby doing what Cheon Yu-chang feared the most. He cut off his hand, sending it into the sky, beginning to remember his past. After all, he looked like an ordinary young man, but in reality, his cruelty knew no bounds, especially towards himself. He trained himself to the point of death until he achieved superiority. At the time of entering Madaquan, his skill level had already crossed the highest level, but he continued to train hard day after day and now has almost reached the desired ideal. Many of the surrounding disciples extolled him as the best candidate. They thought that he was the most suitable to succeed to the enviable position. But on that day, everything changed. Absolutely everything in Cheon Yu-chan's head turned upside down. Falling to his knees, a heartbreaking scream echoed throughout the training ground as our protagonist looked in his direction. After waiting for him to fall silent, he said that victory was his, so he had to fulfill the agreement. The 5th prince's comrades couldn't believe their eyes, because right in front of them, their ideals were crushed. Their bodies began to tremble. Each of them did not understand how this was even possible, because with just one movement their master lost. Concentrating the Nigong, he began to hit the points with it in order to ease the pain and also reduce blood loss. Clutching his remaining hand, the fifth prince lowered his head and fell into thought, bleeding. They were about to rush to his aid. They were furious because their master had been destroyed. But Jinyu stopped them because our protagonist once again concentrated the energy sword, raising it above his second hand. With a mad face and a disgusting voice, he said that if they took even one step, he would cut off his other hand. Jinyu immediately ordered his men to retreat and not lose their heads in anger. With an indifferent face, he turned to the prince sitting on the ground, saying that the agreement had to be fulfilled because the yellow tablets were at stake. After a short pause, the beaten prince asked our hero somewhat anxiously how he did it. And then, suddenly changing his reaction, he began to shout and ask how he was able to defeat him using such pathetic techniques. Our main character asked again if he really thought these techniques were pathetic, to which he did not receive an answer right away, but Yu Chang answered with confidence that it was so. After thinking for a moment, Chunyun turned to the guy as if mockingly, saying that if they seemed unsuccessful to him. In this case, it turns out that he is not yet mature enough and is not good at appreciating the power of true martial art. He laughed at the guy. Hearing this, it didn't immediately dawn on him. He began to recall the past with some anxiety. After all, just recently, he said the same words because the guy was still far from his level. With trembling hands, he thought about how long it had taken him to become a junior master. Standing up, he turned to his subordinates, ordering them to immediately hand over all the tablets. Hearing this, the faces of his boys changed. They felt the heaviness in his words. Squeezing his hand, his whole body trembled. With a tremor in his head, he turned to our protagonist. Having told him not to even think about it, he fell silent and began to stagger sharply from the side. Already falling to the ground, he added that our hero did not think that this was the end. With each word, his voice became quieter and quieter. Having fallen to the ground, everyone came to their senses. They clearly saw that even so, Chongyun did not put away the energy sword. John Yu, tearing off the headman's bandage, bared his teeth and thought that they would definitely take revenge on him. He walked slowly over and handed it to him, placing it in his bloody hands. With the same disdainful look, without any emotion, our hero looked towards his subordinate Cheon Yu Chang, while he was shouting loudly, saying that, as his master had said, they had conveyed. But before he could finish speaking, the 7th cadet delivered a powerful blow to the cadet's body, causing him to whine in pain. Seeing this, his comrades cried out in alarm in one voice, because no one around them expected this. John Yu himself, due to the powerful blow to the chest, began to spit blood. He felt the pain with every cell of his body. Having fallen, he continued to spit blood, while our main character stood with his eyes closed, thinking about something. As soon as the coughing stopped, the wounded cadet immediately clenched his teeth, trying to catch his breath. In a calmer voice, he asked our hero what he was doing, since they had fulfilled his conditions, and Chun-Yun, with a smile on his face, replied that he didn't tell them that it would be the only one. This situation amused him. Hearing this, the whole body of the boy lying on the ground shuddered. He began to tremble with fear. And our hero continued to talk about how Chung Yu Chang taught him a good lesson, because after all, they all had to be dealt with once and for all, so that no problems would arise in the future. With a trembling voice, he asked how the boy dared to attack the losing side while squeezing his body. But at that very second, he received another powerful blow to the face, which shut him up. Blood splashed in all directions. Our hero's face expressed all the hatred he felt for them. His comrades shouted his name in alarm as he lay on the ground without moving. Bleeding profusely, after only a few seconds, he began to make some kind of grinding noise. And our hero, clenching his fist, asked, "It turns out that attacking someone from the side is quite normal, but expecting a return blow is not fair." He shouted loudly that from now on they would think with their heads. And then turning to his comrades, he ordered them to break one leg and one arm of all the cadets present there. At that very moment, our heroes rushed towards the defeated cadets with a cry. They were pleased, because they were avenging their comrade. They began to run away in fear, shouting for everyone to save themselves, because here they had no chance of winning. But they were not destined to escape. For several more minutes, screams of pain and the sounds of breaking bones could be heard. Sometime later, Cheon-Yun approached a short-haired cadet who helped them by handing over 2 class monitor's signs. He took them and looked at them. Not understanding why, he asked the man who gave them to him. And our hero, with a smile on his face, replied that he had enough without it. They were his now. After turning away, our hero walked away with a smile, while the short-haired man looked in surprise towards Chun-Yun. He thought that only the strongest survives here, He could have kept them for himself, but he gave in. He understood that this guy was different. He was different from everyone else. After this incident, the Blade Clan will start to perceive us as enemies. Protection will be needed. Then maybe it's worth helping him become a junior master, the boy continued to think. They immediately fell to their knees, and a loud sound began to be heard from the impact of their knees on the ground. Seeing this, our hero did not understand what was happening and began to ask them again what they were doing. And they, as if they were on the same wavelength, bowed before Chun Yun. After shouting out their heartfelt gratitude and swearing allegiance to Mr. Chung Yun, they also loudly asked for shelter in one voice. Seeing this reaction, a satisfied smile appeared on our main character's face. His comrades, also seeing this picture, were happy. Only Baek Ki stood in shock, thinking that everything was going according to plan for this guy, as always. As time went on, all the beaten cadets were sent to the medical center for recovery. On the second floor of the demonic academy, some strange sounds and screams were heard. Only Dr. Beck was pleased, mentally thanking the 7th cadet for this gift. After all, at that very second, right in front of him lay a huge crowd of cadets who were asking for help as quickly as possible. One of the instructors was scared, because he didn't understand where all the joy came from when he saw all these patients. He thought the doctor was a real lunatic. His thoughts were interrupted by another instructor, who said that just recently they had delivered one who was barely alive. And his colleague replied, "No one knew that the guy would turn out to be such a monster because no one knew that." Dr. Beck began calling out to them, telling them to stop chatting and to hold him still so the cadet wouldn't move. One of the cadets, holding onto some rags, smiled. He was happy with this outcome of events. Thinking that he had finally waited for it, he mentally promised that he would be faithful to his elder until the end of his days. At the same time, in the room of the owner of the demonic academy, the red-haired head was deliberately looking down. Where the body of Cadet Ha Il-meng lay, he had already been informed about everything, saying that the guy had used the forbidden technique of reverse blood circulation magic. However, even without this report, just from one glance, he would have been able to understand this. Placing his hand on his body, he began to collect Nigong in order to try to restore the boy's body. At that very second, his hands were covered with warm energy, which seemed to be sucked into the body of the unconscious guy. The veins, which had been bulging out strongly, gradually began to swell even more. But a second later, they began to disappear. Even his breathing seemed to become much easier. Literally a couple of seconds later, the guy opened his eyes, immediately starting to throw them around the room, trying to figure out where he was right now. Frightened, he jumped up with a scream, not understanding what had happened. It seemed he was very scared. But his cry was immediately interrupted by the menacing voice of the head of the demonic academy, who said, "I see you're already okay." Turning away, the red-haired guy showed with all his appearance how angry he was, while the black-haired guy asked him how he ended up there. Holding his head, he tried to remember, saying that he had recently fought with Chun Yun, but he did not remember how it all ended. The left bodyguard, having fallen into his chair, continued to say menacingly that he had only one question, which distracted the guy from his own thoughts. Raising his eyes and looking angrily towards the cadet, he asked where he learned the forbidden technique of the ancients. Hearing this, the cadet was amazed beyond measure. He did not know what or how to answer. He was scared. The red-haired man's gaze spoke for itself. He was about to hear an honest answer that would convince him of the truth. Naturally, the black-haired Ha-Il did not know what to answer. Because he understood perfectly well that studying it was forbidden, an idea came to his mind. But not the best. He began to spread his arms, laughing and saying that he did not understand what the great leader meant. The redhead only exhaled heavily in response, closing his eyes for a few seconds. But literally in 2 seconds, a huge energy began to gather in his hand, which seemed to fill the entire room. Using his Nigong, the left bodyguard wrapped his Nigong around the guy, lifting him into the air. Naturally, he became even more frightened and began to ask with an anxious cry what the chief was doing. Fear began to take over him.